prisoner testimony. I am Inquisitor Saren Commodus. Prisoner
What the
is...
hell is this?
Do not touch... Recording prisoner testimony. I am Inquisitor Saren Commodus. Prisoner is Ordis Frog Among Dwarves. Mr. Among Dwarves has been charged... Is something humorous?
I'm just imagining a Mr. Among Dwarfs, like a dapper gentleman in the middle of a crowd of dwarves, like, hello there, look at me and look at all these dwarves.
Be silent!
Okay.
Mr. Ordis has been charged with 16 accounts of murderous heresy, including the murder of his most hallowed, Sir Cypher Beardcutter, and one charge of allegiance to a known apostate nation, namely the Kingdom of Harago.
Hello, 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 my darlings, and welcome back. Hi, I missed you. Ooh, preemptive power attacks. I love it. Give me more of them. Give me more of them. Even if I am incapable, tragically incapable of catching them. Sad, very sad. Welcome in. How are you all doing? It's so good to see you. Thank you so very much for returning to me after yesterday. Thank you. Your dedication has been proven. I will no longer doubt your loyalty. Thank you for the pal attack, Swedish Shadow, Awesome Aussie, Nick's Potato Slice, Jam Slice, Trevor Talent, Cute Cata. Thank you so much, you guys. We have some interesting stuff on the docket today. I'm excited to see what you guys choose to work on. Welcome in, everybody. How are you all doing? I hope you had a wonderful or are having a wonderful Thursday/Friday. Got any plans for the coming weekend? Please do tell me while I very warmly welcome beautiful Blue, who has a 5-stream streak. Excellent work, honey bun. Excellent work. Thank you so much, beautiful Blue. Precious Politely with a 60 stream streak. That's crazy. Thank you so much, gorgeous. I really appreciate it. Thank you, sweetie pie. That is outstanding. Thank you for your awesome dedication support. Swedish Shadow, welcome on in. How are you? I'm sad I missed the music stream, but the clips helped me keep my streak alive. I was a little bit worried about that because I told it to, anytime we do music streams, music in massive quotations. If the word music is like a size 10 typeface, then the quotations around it is about 600. So music or music. Not to hold the VODs, but yes, there are quite a few clips. So if if anyone missed any of those, please make sure that you watch those. Joyous John, welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. And Nick's Potato Slice Jam Slice, welcome. Abby's. Yee, good, Nix. Dearest Dustin, welcome on in, honey bun. How are you? It's so good to see ya. Thank you for coming in. And Cutie Cat. Went and saw the place I mentioned in DMs. Needs a bit of fix up, but wasn't too bad. That is great. That's awesome. I'm so excited for you, darling. Well deserved. Well deserved. Ooh. Radish. Thank you for throwing a pal I was able to catch. Magnificent Mac, welcome on in. Awesome Aussie. Yes, Abby's. Good Aussie. How are you? Welcome on in. Excuse me. Fuck. I still have the frog in my throat. Yami Yuki! 大切な友達だ。Tao-chan, konnichiwa! Konnichiwa, Yuki-chan! How are you? Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie pie. I hope you're having a wonderful one. Precious Politely, I hope you are too. How is our sweetest save doing? He is currently in the midst of a winning streak. I assume it's a winning streak because he's winning all the time. Terrific Talon! How are you? And Precious Possum, thank you so much for the care package, darling. Appreciate it.
Hello, motherfucker.
Sorry, I was hydrating and saying, hello, motherfucker. Hi there, fabulous Possum. It's great to see you again, sweetie. It's been so good to have you back here pretty consistently. How have you been? Beautiful Blue, it's great to see you as well. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a spectacular one. Let's see, sweetest Solar. Thank you so much for the lurkies. I appreciate it. Excellent. Eon, welcome on in. How are you doing? Let's see. Eon, thank you for contributing to storytelling and Discord movie nights. I do appreciate it. And Nick's Potato Slice Jam Slice, welcome on in. How are you, my darling? How are you? Oh, that does remind me, we do have a new voice acting project that I was a part of that is now updated on the !VA command. If you are curious about it, it's not me in trouble like my horror ones. It's a comedy. It's like a Dungeons and Dragons themed Pathfinder comedy. Please go check it out if you're interested. Precious Possum, yay, is right. Let's see. Sorry for those of you I scared at the start. I was trying to do the War of the Worlds, switching up the radio broadcast. Whoa! And apparently I'm too scuffed so that you guys just thought that I had fucked up the stream. Which, honestly, fair. Swedish Shadow, how are you? It's great to see you. Welcome. Let's see. Thank you guys already. For those of you who have listened to it, feel free to go comment on it and tell everybody what you think of all the wonderful performers in it. Precious Pill, welcome on in, darling. How are you? Thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling and Discord movie nights. Gorgeous Gunta, good morning to you. How did you sleep? I hope you slept wonderfully well. And Radical Red, welcome on in. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I turned off the songless thing. Sorry, my bad. I forgot to do that last night. I was so flustered last night. Look, I'm so super duper calm now. I can practically fall asleep. I'm actually totally kidding. I just had a caffeinated chocolate because I didn't sleep a whole lot last night and I'm kind of hyper, but I'm also like really kind of tired, but it was okay. I'm doing all good. I'm very happy to be here with you. Yeah. Let me scroll down and say hello. We're at 70% of the storytelling stream. Yeah, let's go. We're getting there. Oh, that does remind me, if you guys haven't yet, please make sure that you go to the Discord and that you go to the
Scowy lady.
That's me. I am the one you dubbed Scary Lady. But please go to the suggestions for stream and Discord. Maybe if you want, I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to, you can suggest something that's not another karaoke stream. Ah! Totally up to you though.
3 months of town. Holy heckin' heckers.
Lovely. I can't believe it's been 1, 2, 3 months. Thank you so much, darling. Holy heckin' hackers indeed. Thank you so very much, lovely Lit, for the resub of 3 months. I really do appreciate it. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the community, enjoying the vibes, enjoying me this much. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time and your mooney. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Also, Awesome Ozzy, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Oh, J-Dog. Thank you for the pal tech. Thank you, Ozzy, for the biddies. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you. Precious Possum, you're doing okay? How am I doing? I'm doing great. A little bit tired, but very excited to Storm! Holy shit, sweetie, thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies! Oh, thank you, darling. Thank you so much for your generosity. Oh, Polar Candy Bar, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the head pat, sweetest Vegeta. Lizard! Fuck. Okay, normally, well, not normally, that worked one time where I purred until the moment I felt the lizard incoming.
Yucky.
And yeah, it was yucky. Karaoke stream was awesome, but I am fighting a migraine today. No, Yuki related? No. Yeah, I bet it was. I'm sorry, my bad. Lovely Loudon! Thank you so much, sweetheart, for the resub! Thank you very, very much. Oh my god, you're nearly at 12 months! Almost an entire year with us, lovely Loudon. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really do appreciate your outstanding dedication and support. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you! I'll be somewhat quieter until that clears up, hopefully. I hope you feel much better, lovely Yuki. Honestly, it's probably healthiest for your brain to... Excuse me, I have a lizard hat now. Excuse me. Lizard. Yes! Got it that time. But Yuki, it's probably not good for you to be here because the cause of your migraine, am I singing? I still have the same voice, so I'm afraid it's gonna like aggravate your migraine more, you know what I mean? Swedish Shadow, thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night. And lovely Lotte, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Outstanding! Thank you so very much, darling. I do appreciate it. Also, Shadow, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Let's see. It is good. Did you like it, Eon? I'm glad you liked it, sweetie. Let's see. Great job, everyone. Yay! Great job to everyone. Everyone did a great job. Yes. I do need to go comment on it. Please do, sweetest Strat. Please do. Hyper triumphant how is great. I am always hyper. Rarely triumphant, always hyper. Yuki! Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, and Vegeta as well. Thank you so much. To answer from earlier, I'm good today, though I will take it easy. Absolutely. Good call, Awesome Ozzy. Please do take it easy. The giveaway channel stuff as well. Yes, we will be. I will mention that. I will mention that after, like, once we get to that area. Let's see. Lovely. By Sexual Witch, great name, excellent name. Can I call you Witch? Wonderful Witch, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow, doll, and I appreciate you. Blah, 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 blah. Dear God, it started to rain so loud right now with thunder that it scared the hell out of me. Are you okay, lovely Nix? I'm sorry it scared you. I tend to like thunder, but there have been a few times where it's just like this, like, boom, and I'm like, ah! And then the rain keeps on coming, and I'm like, oh, this is okay. This is okay. This is okay. Healthiest for your brain to just hit lizard on repeat. Speaking of the storm, there's the storm. Thanks for the storm, much appreciated.
Pretty lady.
Your voice is very soothing. I am not missing another wonderful art stream. I'll suffer silently and will soon be back to my normal self after some aspirin kicks in. Oh, Yuki, I'm so sorry your head's hurting you, hon. Is it like a general migraine, or do you know if it's because you're still like regulating those meds that you've been working with for like the last couple of months? Radical Red, thank you for contributing to the Storytelling Stream Challenge. I do appreciate it, darling. Thank you, thank you. And also thanks guys for the level 2 hype turn right off the bat. Much appreciated. Truly outstanding stuff. Thank you, thank you. Now, precious pals, we have a singular chibi style art raffle to do. We also have a bunch of like, we have seven games total, I think. I think that Briggy put up 4 and Yuki put up 3, and then Storm put up a key for Soulframe, and then Sam put up a $100 Canadian dollar-y-do gift card for Steam. Make sure you hop into the Discord if you would like to be put into the raffle for that. We will be raffling that off in the next hour. Witch, I love your model. Unfortunately, I'm not in stream right now. Just wanted to give you a quick follow so I can find you again. And you can call me Witch or Nikki. Amazing. Thank you so much, hon. I appreciate it. And thank you for the compliments on my model. I'm so glad you like her. Hopefully we will have the pleasure of your company again in the not too distant future. But thank you so much for the follow, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. That's very, very sweet of you. Looking forward to getting to know you better. Thank you, thank you. Awesome Aussie, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to our precious new pal friend, the fabulous Witch or Nikki. Thank you so much, Aussie. That's very generous of you. Thank you very, very much, sweetie pie. And thank you so very much for completing that level 2 hype train, darlings. I do appreciate it. I am fine. The thing is that when that it was sudden and it said there was going to be no rain. I am honestly loving the weather right now. Playing Warframe, watching Tau while it's heavy raining. This is a perfect day. Oh, that's awesome, sweetheart. I am so humbled and honored to be included in the recipe for your perfect day. Joyce Julius, welcome on in. How are you? It's wonderful to see you. Most likely meds related, as we are slowly decreasing the dosage of what goes into my spine. Also, our weather. Tomorrow's supposed to get 10 degrees Celsius warmer from 20 to 30. Ah! That sounds miserable. I'm so sorry. I'm not supposed to say that because that's probably gonna make it worse, but God, I hate heat. I hate heat. 20 to 30 in one day? Please make sure you're staying nice and cool, sweetheart. But yeah, I could see that aggravating the pressure sensitivity. Let's see. Rocket! Hi there, Radical Rocket. Welcome on in. How are you? Hello, folks. Are we ready to deny climate change? Wait, no, sorry. I picked up the wrong script. This was a Fox News script. Oh my God, Rocket. I gotta give some new pals the full experience, especially with the emotes. That's so sweet of you, darling. Thank you so much. Always thoughtful. Ever the thoughtful Aussie, sweetheart. It was 5 Celsius over here today. I'm looking forward to when it gets down to that temperature here. For realsies. For realsies. Okay. Let me see here. 1 second. I'm gonna open up our raffle so you guys we can do this on stream. Hold on. Actually, maybe first I'll show you. Let's first go to. Let me show you where to go if you would like to join in on the raffle, the games and stuff. Because as soon as we're done with the Chibi raffle, we are going to move over and do all the raffles for the pals who have very kindly and generously and selflessly donated to the community giveaways. So let me show you where to go for that. I gotta find it first. 1 second, please. Please bear with me. I found it. Okay. So Soap. Okay, hold on. That's not working yet. One moment, please. Okay, no, it should be working now. Working? Yeah. Okay, so cutie pies, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, my 87 unread messages. I'm just gonna move that over there so you don't have to look at them, okay? Okay. Let's see here. All right, so, remember the Sam giveaway date to join has already ended. Remember I asked Sam on stream if I could, since we're gonna be doing the raffle today anyway, I'll let everybody, anyone like last minute join, just like the rest of them. Read your messages, damn it. The problem is if I read them, I can't make them unread again. And so if I don't have time to do something, or I gotta like think about a response or something, and then I've read it, I'll fully forget about it. So I can't read them until I'm ready to reply. It sucks. I wish that Discord would fix it. Like there's supposed to be a thing that says, like I right click and it says mark as unread, and I do that and it doesn't go unread. It doesn't go unread. That is smart. Thank you, Jet. You're the only person who has ever said that that's smart. Here's my logic, right? Yes, I have 17 unread messages, DMs from people, but at least I'm not forgetting anybody. I will get around to it as soon as I can. You still forget to reply half the time. Only when there's like a bunch of messages. Usually if it's like one message, then I'm like, okay, I can reply to that when I get to that. Tao is never literate or illiterate. She reads precisely when she feels like it. Yeah, that's actually true. If there's anything for Discord, I wish I could include text with stickers. Me too. Including me, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's true. I have many people over there. I will not go through all the people I have over here, but there's a lot that I have not responded to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry, you guys literally see the names. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, no, there's 17. There's 17. I've seen Tao's email inbox. 87 unread messages is like 1% of the unread emails in the inbox. Hey, no, I'm organized with most of my email inboxes. It's just Discord and voice acting stuff. But the voice acting stuff gets done. It gets done because there's a really strict deadline on it, like within 24 hours. So I have to do it, or else I'm just not gonna, I'm not able to do it. You know what I mean? Umbra! Amazing Umbra, how are you? Welcome on in. The agony. I was finally able to get to stream, and I see a nightmare of notifications. The horror! I'm so sorry, Umbra. You're amongst them. You're amongst them. Here comes the defending. Here it comes. Here she fucking goes again. Yeah, that's true. I am cheering Tao. Thank you, precious, politely. Thank you for being patient with me. If there was anything for Discord, it would be eliminating the push for age verification. Well, that would be helpful too, although I must confess I have not actually been hit with that yet. I'm hoping none of you have. I did seem to do a couple more voice acting gigs. Thank you, Strat. I have a few people who are sending me things. It was very sweet of them, and I do actually get those done. Because I have to, or else they go away. You see. Let's see. Okay. So what I wanted to show you guys is over here, community giveaways, right? If you would like to participate in these are all still open for like less than 1 hour. Literally all you have to do to participate is go to here, community giveaways in the pouch Discord, scroll down and literally react to any of the things that you're interested in. We have Yuki giving away Hard West 2. There's only 2 people on this right now, okay? So that's a 50-50 chance of winning at the moment, unless someone else goes by and reacts to it. This one is, oh, actually, we might not have, is there anybody who reacted to Smallland? Someone should react to it, I'm just saying, because guess what? It's free! It's free! You can get it. We also have Squirrel with a Gun. There's someone who's going to win 100% unless someone comes along and reacts to it right here. Let's see. Then we got Soul Frame. So this one's from Storm. So you have until we do these raffles for this. There's only 2 people right now for that. Please make sure that you do react to that if that is something you are interested in. And then we also have, this is the big one from Sam. This is very generous, just a stream
That's nice.
card.
But did you know Geico can save you 15% or more on car insurance?
We don't talk about Geico unless they sponsor me. Sam has very kindly donated 100 Canadian dollars for a Steam gift card. If you guys would like to be put into the running for that, make sure you all you have to do is click on this, okay? There's 19 people in it, but that's a lot higher chances than if you wanted to just run across a $100 Steam gift card on the ground, you know? And all you have to do is like it. Then we also have some from beautiful Briggy, aka Gorgeous Geeks, who is giving away I do believe four games, which we start with Yakuza 4 Remastered. Please do react to it. React to it here. Storm, thank you for my googly eyes. Not eating them, I swear. Yes, so Yakuza 4 Remastered is available for raffle, as is Solstice. Okay, there's only 3 people on for that one. We've also got Hard Space Shipbreaker, if that sounds interesting to you. Okay, that's another one, only 3 people in for that one. And then we got Koromon. And again, there's also only 3 people in for that one. Or actually, I'll need to see if these are different people or not. But anyway, the only thing is that for each of these, I just caught a reflection of myself, and I'm like, what the fuck? Here, there, I made it way worse. Thank you. Hello there, sweetest Striker. How are you? It's good to see you. What a pleasure to see you with, my dear. Oh, sorry, now I'm scary. Thank you for the head pat, excellent Eon, and for the pal hat. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. Thank you, thank you. And Umbra, thank you for the care package as well. So that's everything. Please make sure that you get in here and react to all these things. If you would like to be put into the giveaway raffle.
I run around and I piss on trees and stuff. Like,
it is the animal way. Do not judge me. I am actually every time the googly eyes come up, my mind immediately goes, my brand! I'm so broken.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Vegeta. Man, do I still have a lot of questions with class. I was watching at work. Oh, fair enough, Striker. Yeah, I was having a little listen as well. Did you have anything I can answer at all? Or Umbra, I'll be for you. Yee, good Umbra. Let's see. Hey, Tau, don't forget to include the pre-move reacts. The pre-move reacts. Oh, yes, the pre-move reacts. Yes, you're absolutely right. In the pouch couch. Yes, you're correct. Thank you. Yes, good reminder. Thank you. Piranha, where would I put a DBD killer concept for this show-off thingy? What do you mean this show-off thingy, hun? If it's like particularly gory or NSFW, you can't put it anywhere in the Discord. If it's a piece of art you have done that isn't too gory or creepy, you can put it into the art section. Fabulous Frostbite, thank you for the 165 stream streak, my 165th. Pretty lady. Thank you so much, Fabulous Frostbite, for the incredible 165 stream streak. Outstanding! Thank you for your dedication and support. Do you have a year and a day for me to type out my questions? Well, I will say art streams are a great place to ask questions about voiceover, art, horses. I'm trying to think of the stuff I'm skilled in. Martial arts. Because I can usually get around to things without having to, like, you know, pause the game or whatever. Because there's no game being played. We just drawing. Swedish Shadow Princess, welcome in. How are you, gorgeous? It's great to see you. It's not gory, I promise. Just a DBD concept. If you drew it, Piranha, you can put it in the art section, hun. Let's see. I guess it mentions gory imagery, but doesn't show it, so I don't know. Wait, again. So is this something you made? So I entered all the ones I wanted to try for, but I already own Hard Space. Oh, you already own a Hard Space Shipbreaker. That's all good, Swedish Shadow. That's all good. Fair enough. Love the new hairdo. It looks almost alive. It almost is.
Tau's skills, everything.
Thank you, Storm. That is the kind of confidence building encouragement that I need on the daily. Thank you for that, Storm. My skills, 100 in everything except stealth. 1. That's 1. It's a writing thingy. Oh, so wait, did you write it? Is it your writing? Martial arts too? Tau can flip me as well? Judo does allow me to do that, yeah. Judo does allow me to flip you, sweetheart. If you so desire, onto a very soft, bouncy mat. Thank you for the head pat, lovely Latin. Thank you. I will not be asking about horses. I work in horse racing. You work in horse racing? Horse racing is one of the horse things that make me sad. I know too much about that that I do not want to know about. That's fair, Striker. I must confess I stay pretty far away from horse racing. But I like the animals and the equestrian and the spiritual connection with the animal. But voice acting stuff, if I can help you, I will. Lovely love! Abby! Good laugh. Sweetest Star Jeffrey, welcome on in. How are you? Yes, I wrote it. As long as it doesn't have anything too like triggering or, well, nothing triggering or gory, you can put it into writing then. If that's your writing. Terrific Town. Hi, sweetie pie. Vegeta, me first gets in line to be Tau flipped. To be Tau flipped. I don't know how Tau continues to become even more and more delightful. See, it's so funny because when I was learning my martial arts, a lot of people were quite freaked out by it. They're like, a girl shouldn't be learning. Yikes, that's a lot of martial arts for a girl. And now people are like, oh, it's hot. Zed, hello, Zed, how are you? It's good to see you, hun. Welcome on in. Thinking about a soft mat sounds nice to fall asleep on. I have fallen asleep on some of those mats once in a while, but then you wake up and you smell like feet. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. Okay, sorry. Let me pull up our raffle option real quick. There it is. Okay. Dearest Daniel, welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Yar! How are ya, Zed? Went into pirate mode. Okay, let me open this up. We have a singular raffle to do with all of these precious little pals. Look at all of them on here. They are many. They are few but many. All right, so who will get the chibi today? It was not hot for a girl to do martial arts at some point in time. God, I'm living in the wrong timeline. When I was a teenager and I was doing them, people were like, ugh. Omega 1! Okay, awesome. Okay, I'm trying to be better about this. I'm literally gonna go put this into the Ode Art section of the Discord so that I can start. I have like literally 30 chibis to do, so I need to start keeping track of it myself. So instead of like being like, I better go through all the DMs. Nope, that ain't it. Hold on. The giveaways. Oh, you're already on it? Thank you, Star! If you can just put that, yeah, just put that in the community giveaways, specifically the Tau Ode Art bit with the date and the winner. That'd be really helpful. The wheel isn't brown! Praise the non-brown wheel! I need to re-up my entry to these, or am I still on there? Vegeta, if you have put, wait, are you talking about the chibi raffle, or are you talking about the other raffles? The ones in the community giveaway section. Mainly for my character, but I'm supposed to be angry. But when I took other lessons with another instructor, they told me I need to earn that anger. So what Cassandra told me in the comments, it feels like I need to start at 11 and end at 11 instead of starting at 8 and ending at 11. You know what's really interesting, Striker? I had a couple of comments from her as well, but they were things that she actually told me during class, and so I did them. And then when I did the recording, she told me the same thing again, even though I literally already done the thing. So I think, I think based on what John was saying today, to some of the other students, that earning the anger is probably something to lean towards more, but maybe to, what script did you pick again, hun? Because I want to go look at it, because I'm wondering if it's like, if it is a starting at 11 type of script, or if it is a earn it type script. Let me go open it real quick. Character H? All right, 1 second. Let me go look. Hold on, you guys. Hold on, please. Why is my hand in my face? I have no hands in my face. Oh my God. Okay, 1 second. Bear with me, please. Feel free to keep on requesting music, by the way, you guys. Why? Why is my... Oh, it's because my hair is over the camera, I think. I hope that's what it is. I have no fucking clue. All right. Let me see. Character H. One moment, please. This is important for me to do. I wish to help my precious fellow student. Come on, load! Okay, loaded. Okay, character H. Let me see. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. So I think with this one, that's right. I remember you reading this. You did such a great job. So I think with this one, probably what they want is for you to kind of, you come in there probably at like probably at an 8, and then through the contain my emotions paragraph, like monologue, I think that they want you to breach like 11 by the end. Maybe you've like passed out because you are so fucking pissed and your blood pressure's through the roof or something. So I think that it's like starting with like a full on like, oh, relax, you freaking Karen. Like start there, and then once you get to the contain my emotions, you know, like start from the contain my emotions where you're like trying to like pretend you're like pushing them down, and then by the end of that paragraph you're at the 11 again. Does that make sense? That'd be my recce anyway. Obviously I'm not Cassandra or John, but based on what John was saying about like having like the peaks and troughs of rage, where it's like you don't want to be consistently like 11 because then it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I think that might be the go. Does that make any sense? I think it's more interesting that way as well. Wonderful Witch, welcome back, sweetheart. It's great to have you back. Thank you so much for returning to us. How are you? And that's okay, Strat. Once Omega comes in, we will remember that that he is owed a chibbity. Hands trying to become sentient. Oh God, it be floating towel hands. Ooh, ooh.
Thought of the day. Don't surround yourself with people that won't tell you if your house is on fire. It'll burn you.
That is true. Yes. Good quote. I like that one, Storm. I'm playing a little bit of Pokemon Unite. That's awesome, Nikki. I hope that you are enjoying it. What's your main on Pokemon Unite? Floating towel hands. Can they towel flip? Unfortunately, my hands are not the strong part. It's my leggies. So with judo, I use mostly leggies. Leggies and shoulderies. I could use some hugs, and I would love to give you some hugs, sweetheart. I'm sorry you've had a rough one, but here's my air hugs for you. Hugs for all my precious pals. Hugs for all of you. I love your energy. Thank you so much, lovely Nikki. I'm really enjoying yours as well. Thank you so much for being here. That's what I figured John was saying, and I felt like I did that, but I have an idea of how to go about it again. You do have an idea about how to go about it again? Awesome. I look forward to hearing it, sweetie. But yeah, I think that's probably the way to go. Is like, you start off pissed, and then when you kind of get into the monologue, you have the peaks and troughs. Like maybe for some of the monologue, you're thinking back, like maybe with my love for my own child, maybe you're thinking about how you've cradled this baby in your arms, how like when, I forgot what gender you've chosen for your baby, but thank you for feeding me, Latin. Actually, girl, I think do they mention daughter? I thought that they did mention daughter here. But yes, your kid, you remember like cradling them, so you like, maybe for that you have like, my love for my own child. Like, you know, the thought of like losing this baby of your child is like breaking you down, and then you regain like that rage from whence you came, you know, something like that. I missed the karaoke stream, sadly, by a few minutes, all because I actually got some sleep. Oh, I'm so proud of you for getting sleep, sweetheart. That's totally worth missing the stream for. Trust me. You guys could have been taking a deuce on the toilet for 4 hours and missed last night's stream, and I would have been like, that is a much better use of your time than watching that stream. See what happens when I sleeped out. But my streak still went up. I'll take it. Yes. Good. I'm happy to hear it, Kitty Saiba. Let's see. Storm wants Abby's grabby, and puppies. 4 hours? Your legs would be asleep. That's actually a good point. Probably don't want to deuce for 4 hours. Not healthy. Also, thank you to whoever have Wonderful Witch. That would have been Aussie. I believe Aussie gifted you that sub. I am so glad that you're already enjoying the handmade emotes, and I hope you will also enjoy the ad-free viewing, sweetheart. I missed part of it that I wish I could hear, but no VOD. Oh well is right. Trust me, your life was better for it. The karaoke stream was a great start to my morning today, honestly. Oh, Striker, thank you. I'm glad that whatever I was doing, started your day off well. Bad Tao, stop putting yourself down. I genuinely think I've gotten to be a worse singer as time has gone on, or maybe I'm just more realistic, who knows? Negativity is verboten! Oh! That reminds me, you guys, if you haven't seen the new voice acting thing I did, please go check it out. It's not scary, it's funny. It's a funny Pathfinder, Dragons and Dungeons, Dungeons and Dragons, D&D, oriented, testimonial, like recording. I'm the evil inquisitor. And it's very, very fun. So please go check that out. I believe it's the top link in that there. I'll double check real quick. Yeah, it is. That's the top link. Let me see. Everyone enjoyed your singing stream? Thank you. All right. Oh, cool. So it is D&D based. It is D&D based. All right, darlings. Let's do some raffles for you guys. Let's go do that. Or you just can't accept reality and intend to live in some backwards fantasy you have where you can't sing. I resemble that remark. I do live in a reality that I cannot accept, and I intend to live backwardsly. Okay, but I'm realistic about my voice. Even I came in and got some vibers from singing Tao. Thank you. Okay, listen. As long as you guys enjoyed it, that's what matters to me. But I don't think I'll ever accept that I'm like a remotely okay singer. I fell asleep to your singing. It was that good. Okay, I must confess, Umber, I thought that you disappeared because you're like, I cannot handle this shit, but you fell asleep. Okay, that makes me really happy. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that it helped you fall asleep. You should see my rock band streams. They are me trying to sing and play at the same time. Oh, yo, that is so hard. I cannot even imagine. I started learning piano for a time, but then I realized that I have 2 hands I have to independently manage, and I can't do it. Fabulous Feather, thank you for the lurk, darling. Appreciate ya. Raffle! Yes, Wonderful Witch. Actually, Witch, have you joined the Discord? We have some very cool giveaways that we are just about to do. And if you do not join it, then you cannot win it. But there's lots of cool things, including a $100 Canadian dollar gift card that you might be able to win. But you gotta go jump in there right now, and make sure that you carefully read the rules, because there is a keyword in the rules that you have to put into the verification. It is not automatic either, so once you put the keyword in there, just wait 30 seconds to a minute, and one of my mods will get to it. But yeah, okay, I will give you guys just enough time for anyone who wants to join this, okay? So you got another like 2 or 3 minutes. Gotta read through that, and then I'll wait for you, Witch. You let me know when you're done, okay? I posted a message saying I was going to lurk and sleep as I had work early. Wait, I'm so sorry. Okay, I will confess, last night I was complete trash at like interacting with you guys. I think I was too anxious, because so what I do when I'm too anxious is I like, you know, try and get through the thing as fast as possible. So I know that a lot of you are saying very sweet things and like doing very sweet things and stuff, but I did not read most of them, because if I stopped to read them, I would just stop altogether. I'd be like, no mas. No mas. So that's my bad, I'm sorry. I totally do believe that you said that. I just definitely did not read it. I didn't read anything. I was just like, are we done? Are we done? Umbra, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Tao is more of a percussionist. She'll beat bad people up and make a beat out of it. Don't tempt me. Played piano in high school. I can play ferocious. Oh, that's pretty good though, Cyber. Very cool. That's it. And I did a couple drumming lessons. Very cool. Okay, I must confess, there was a time where I was a flautist. I played flute briefly. I must admit, I am not musically inclined. Love to listen and maybe hum, but I can't sing to save my life. Yeah, I don't listen to enough music to know how to sing, I think. Hug spam for Tao. Hugs for you, sweetest Ozzy. I'll save you the trouble of not joining for international shipping. Yay, America. Well, no, all of these are digital. All these things are digital. If we're talking about the giveaways, I mean. So they'll be like instantly transferred to you if you know, if we say, hey, you know, Striker won this thing. Thank you, Stra, and thank you, Umbra, and beautiful bear. I am a concussionist. I fucking love that. Can that be my official title? Tao the concussionist? That's very good. That is very good. Adds float stream to community goals. No. I don't know how to play it anymore. It's been a decade since I touched a flute. Tao, did I ever tell you what I played? I don't know if you did, beautiful bear. You want to tell me now? I would like to know. 100% digital, no shipping involved. Yeah. Excellent, Eugene. Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. I used to play piano and bass. Haven't played either in quite a while. I should really try again, but I'm focusing on my drawing stuff. Too many things to do. I feel that. There's way too much shit going on. Flute is simple. You just blow, right? Well, there's like a sound and you can't, you gotta like put your top lip just to, it's hard to explain. This is why I've never taught flute. Also because I'm not in any, I'm not even proficient in flute anymore. I played all saxophones and oboe. Very cool. One of my cousins plays oboe. It's such a fun instrument. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Muzzy. Bear! I was, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, a tromboner. Beautiful bear, do you still play trombone? I am now seeing lightning in the clouds. Ooh. Stay safe and inside, okay, lovely Nix? Been practicing and playing drums for the last 3 years, but I have an issue where my hands cramp up really bad every time I finish a song. Do you have any advice since you do art for so long? I just do a lot of hand stretches. And honestly, I kind of tend to, like, even when I'm not drawing, and you don't want to overdo it either because then you'll make your hands sore, right? But the other thing is I don't think I've gone longer than like 1 week without drawing for the last decade. So my hand is kind of well adapted to drawing for like, honestly, my eyes get more tired than my hand does. I could probably draw if I didn't need to use my fucking eyes for like 30 hours and not be sore. I did play the trumpet in 6th grade, but that was over 20 years. That's impressive though. Do you still remember how to do it? I feel like it would be like, bit like muscle memory, no? I could not make a sound out of a flute, but could make a hell of a sound out of a clarinet. Only 2 options in late primary school. Eon, can you bring your beautiful clarinet over? And I'll put my earplugs in because they're loud, and then then you can play a song for me.
Amazing Umbra, thank you for the Umbra.
Thank you. Never learned to play any instrument other than the terrible, terrible $4 plastic recorder that sounds like a shrill screech when you blow just a teensy bit too hard. I played didgeridoo, but sold my trombone 20 years ago. Wait, do you actually play didgeridoo? I didn't know you played didgeridoo, Bear. That's fucking sick. What? Yes, do your art stretches. Yes, do them. They are important. They are important. Eon, I sadly no longer have the clarinet. It was borrowed from the school. Plus, I don't think I know how to play anything anymore, or even how to read music. Oh, I bet it would come back to you. Speaking of which, I have way too many things to do in the morning, starting with going to the gym at 8 a.m., which is literally 8 hours from now, and to record my characters and then go to work early, all while trying to call my car insurance to claim a windshield that cracked today. Yeah, I don't have the time. Oh no, Strike, I'm so sorry, hun, that blows. Well, it sounds to me like this is a way for you to elegantly exit so that you can get some good rest, sleep wonderfully well, have the sweetest dreams, get that character work in, call those fucking insurance bastards, and get that windshield replaced. Hopefully we will see you soon though, sweetheart. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you so much for being so incredibly thoughtful. I really appreciate you being really kind about my atrocious singing last night. Tau, you have seen my didgeridoo. I know I showed you. Wait, really? I may not have known what it was because I wasn't Australian then. I may not have recognized. I was probably, oh, cool art piece. So out of practice for trumpet playing. I probably would break glass if I tried to pick it back up, and I can't remember how to read music either. Fair enough, Shadow, fair enough. Do you have any interest of going back to it? What are art stretches? Lean to the right, and then go to the left. I like that one. No, so it's like flexing all of the little tiny bazillion bones in your fingers, but like not overly so. You don't want to overextend. You want to like, also, grip strength exercises are good for you. But honestly, the other thing is to make sure you are not grasping your pen or pencil or marker or whatever you're using. Don't hold it super tight and don't push like crazy, because that's how people tend to actually injure themselves, is they're way too harsh on it. Visual art tends to be delicate. You don't need to be like, you know? You can just, especially if you're doing digital art, even better, even easier, you can crank the sensitivity all the way up so that you barely touch that shit. And then all that you need to work on is your wrist flexibility and strength. And that's kind of it. You only will need to like work on your dealing with sore hands and stuff if you're like grasping too hard. Let me see. I sent you my TV idea. Awesome. Thank you, lovely. What channel do I go to? Oh, beautiful witch. You will go to the community giveaways right down here. It should be underneath Pouch Couch and above Game and Schedule Chat. And then you'll just go here. And then you'll literally click on any of these reacts that you're interested in joining. So you can just click on that. Click on this. You can join as many as you want. I think the only rules are for people, for each, how do I describe this? Like, for all of Yuki's games, I think the idea is that, so Yuki's posted 3 games, right? So if you apply for all of those and you get one of them, I remove your name for the other ones that she's presented, but that resets for each person's gift or giveaway. So like, let's say you win one from Yuki. I take you out of the other 2 for Yuki, but then we put you back in for like Storm's raffle. We put you back in for Geeks' raffle. If you win one from Geeks, I remove you from the rest of Geeks'. Does that make sense? Possibly yes. I think that's what it was. Can I have a picture? Can you send it to me? I'll look at it during break. Let me see. Tau directing stretches. Yes. Okay. First, you put your hands straight out in front of you. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we do this. Then we do it the other way. Then we flip it over and we gently rotate the wrist 360 degrees. And we do it the other way. Don't flex too hard. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to touch all the tips of your fingies to your thumb. Do it back the other way. Do another couple of these, back and forth, back and forth. And then you go, wee! Outstanding Orca! Thank you so much for the 125 stream streak. That is fucking crazy! Thank you so much for the $125, and that means the world. Thank you so very much. Thank you! And you're done! Wonderful, witch, fabulous! Also, you're discovering this now, but that emote, that uppies emote means that I go, uppies for you, witch. And then I put you down, and then I go pat on the head. I go, good witch. Thank you, Tau. I have contorted into the shape of a pretzel. Uh-oh. Elvin! Hi there, Elvin. How are you? The VOD's not up. We can't put the VOD up for karaoke streams because it's karaoke. I mean, it's copyrighted material, so I'm not allowed. Important safety tip, don't be in a moving vehicle when doing these. Yes, please don't do that while you are in a moving vehicle, please. My phone is on fire right now. Oh no! Is it because you're on like the Discord and on here? Let's take a break before we get to the giveaway. Yes, we will do that. You guys, this is your final opportunity. Please, if you have not yet, we are going to do these community giveaways when we get back. That's 7 games, 1 beta key, and a $100 Steam gift card, Canadian dollars. So, please, if you haven't yet and you're interested in winning any of that, please do just go react. You literally don't have to do anything else. You don't have to give any personal information. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to take a survey. All you gotta do is be in the Discord and literally just scroll down and go, oh, I want this. Click, and you react, okay? And then when we get back, I'm gonna put anyone who has reacted to these into, we're gonna do what? Like 10, almost 9. We're gonna do 9 raffles. Instructions unclear. Nose stuck in toaster. No! Unplug the toaster first. All right, cuties. Let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you guys hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is Aussie and Meds and Wonder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Listen, I'm gonna miss you terribly, but I'll also see you soon. Love you lots. Mwah. God, he's scary looking, dude.
Learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Look at those pauldrons. Man's got the biggest shoulders in history. Surely that would be bad for his posture. Right now it looks pretty good. His posture. He looks intimidating as fuck, but I think his shoulders gotta stop right there. He's got like 4 extra shoulders here. Sorry, okay, sorry. Wow, shoulder pads, true, Saralyn. They used to have rewards you could get for being sub for certain amounts of. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry.
That was crazy.
Okay, hold on. Let's try and get rid of this. Thank you, God. Get his ass! Yeah! The approximation. Time for hatching. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all! Wait! Oh, okay. Oh! Sorry, for some reason I thought that those were gonna be different. You got that right? Oh my god, this thing running at me scared the shit out of me. Dude, you're so deformed. Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a rope. You can tell me that is a trap and I will still go to it. This is not really any better, is it? I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole. Let me. 5, cool. Here we are. Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry, I'm just being a little weirdo today. Oh, we made it. Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. You know what? We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! I'm afraid that if I do it too much, my dog's gonna be like scratching at the door. The Tao be here. The Tao needs pets and attention. Say, hada hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibis. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on ice. We were all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gather. Oh, hey, well, yeah, let's hatch. Well, we have 6 eggs to hatch. Fuck. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Cute. Cute. Boo. Hi, cuties, I'm back. I'll let you finish this round of words.
Like I'm hearting.
And then... did I scare you, Vegeta? Tao jump scare. Boo! Inconceivable. Cute voice? Wait. Oh, sorry, I thought you meant cute voices in like my interface fucked up again. And I was like, I'm here! Then you're like, oh my god, you're on helium! You know? Welcome back, Suda Seru. Welcome back, Awesome Ozzy. Welcome back, Amazing Umbra. Welcome back, Suda Storm. Welcome back, Soup Shadow. Awesome job, you guys, on everything! Look at you. You guys are incredible. Incredible!
Generally say,
all right.
Yeah, my friend's a
one moment, please. I'm just gonna move some stuff around real quick so that we can hopefully.
Is that correct from Yuki and
What am I talking about in this clip, dude? Holy! All right, let's bring it over to this area. This area of the computer. This is also the area of the computer where I get to turn on the music you have requested. But foist. Abbies for Storm. Grabby. Abbies. Lovely. Abbies. Good love. Umbra. Abbies. Good Umbra. Cyber uppies. Good cyber. Welcome back, beautiful Bubbin. Welcome back, Sweet Star. Welcome back, Sweet Seto. Welcome back to Talon uppies for Talon. Good Talon. Next, Pato slash Jam Slice. Uppies.
Gasp 34 months.
Goodness. Holy shit, Core. Thank you so very much. 34 months. That's crazy. Thank you so much. That is incredible. God, whenever I see these numbers, I'm like, oh my God, we really are closing in on our 3-year anniversary, aren't we? Fuck. Thank you so much, Cutie. Cool. I appreciate you. Cutie Cat, thank you for the care package as well. Valiant Vegeta, some ubbies for you. Eee, good Vegeta. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. I'm going to turn some music on. Hold on. One sec. All right, can you hear this? Aussie uppies for Aussie. Eee, good Aussie. Oh, and hi. Wow, it's like I just saw you on here this morning. Wow, it's been so long. Dearest Destin, welcome back, Sweetie Pie. Okay, let's begin our raffles. You guys literally have until I get to each raffle. Is the music on? Yes, do you guys not hear it right now? We hear it? It's a bit quiet. Oh, okay. How about there? Is that better? All right. Let me see. Sound much better? Perfect. Okay. First one is for lovely, for one of Yuki's. We start with Yuki's, which is, this is for Hard West 2. We have 3 people on that one, okay? So that will be, we got Flex, we got beautiful Bublin, and we got Vegeta. Okay. Oh my God, I wish that I could like not have ads. That'd be marvelous, marvelous. All right, so this is for Hard West. 1, 2, 3, go! Beautiful Bublin! Bublin's got Hard West! I think the best way for me to do this may actually be to copy the original post here. And then I'll put it, and that way I can like delete these as we go. I think that might be the best way to do this. Let's test my methods here. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Strat. Okay, you got it. Never mind. You got it. Great. All right, so that's perfect for that one. And then, oh, fuck, no, I didn't. Oh my God, you guys literally reminded me of that too. Shit, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Sorry, I forgot the pouch couch people. I even said that I was gonna do that. My bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at this. Fuck, sorry. Wait, actually, is it the same people? Hold on, there's only 3 people on this one too. Let me double check. No, there was a Strat on this one as well. There was a Strat and an Edelweiss. Okay, I am really sorry. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Bublin. Sorry, I forgot. Reroll, sorry. Okay, try again. Okay, this is Hard West. Sorry. My bad. Sorry, Bublin. Okay. Vegeta's won this one. Sorry. But that does mean that we remove Vegeta from any future ones. So, like any of the future ones from the beautiful Yuki. All right. We got Small Land. That's the next one. Let me check on that. So we are just gonna remove Vegeta from that one. And this one does have Edelweiss. This one also has Storm. This one has Shadow Gun and Strat. There's not a Bublin on the couch, but let me see if there's a Bublin on the community giveaway one. Sorry, hold on. Small Land. Let me see. Nope. Okay, there's no Bublin on this one. What are these giveaways? Core, these are the giveaways that we have for the community in the community giveaways section. So if you are in the Discord and you go to community giveaways, you can either put your own up if you would like for the pouch to profit from your I don't know, whatever it is you're trying to give away. Don't delete stuff. Let me do it so I have time to copy the stuff. Okay. All right. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. I believe that's everybody for Small Land, Vegeta, Shadow. Oh, right. We aren't doing Vegeta anymore because Vegeta won the last one. Storm, yep. And then in the pouch couch. That was Strat. Oh, there was no flex in this one. I think I might have imagined that one. No flex. No flex for that one. I just double check, triple check, quadruple check. Yeah, okay. Yep. All right. This one is for Small Land. Whee! Oh. Shadow! Sweetest Shadow Gun won that one. Shadow Gun won the Small Land. Congrats to Shadow! Congrats to you, Sweetest Shadow. And then let's see. Okay, now we got a region locked one. This is Squirrel with a Gun. Squirrel with a Gun! So we aren't having Shadow or Vegeta as a part of this one, even if they reacted to it because we've done both of them. All right, we do have Mac on here. We do have Geeks on here. We have Talon Sniper on here. Oh my god. Sorry, I can't rightly type. I wasn't expecting to win that one. Oh, well, there you go, Shadow. Okay, so that's from the community giveaways section for Squirrel with a Gun. Now let me go to the pouch couch real quick. Did we miss anybody from that? Briggy and Strat's on this one too. Okay, there was no Edelweiss for this one. Was there a Storm for this one? I've already forgotten. Hold on. This will be a little bit easier in the future. Okay, there was no Storm on this one. All right. Yep, cool. That's fine. All right. Let's see. I wasn't either. Then we had a respin. That's true. I'm so sorry. I've seen some squirrel gameplay. It's definitely something. That's what's memorable. All right. This is for Squirrel with a Gun. As Yuki said, this one is region locked. So I hope you guys have been aware of that. Whee! Who wants to be a squirrel with a gun? Is it you? I bet it's you. Talon, I bet it's you. You want to be a squirrel with a gun? Sorry. What's wrong with me, you guys? Damn. Squirrel with a sniper rifle. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right. Strat, I will let you delete those as you get everybody. So that was Vegeta, Shadow, and then Sniper, Talon, I think. And now we got Storm. Right. Hi there, Radical Rot. Welcome on in. It's so good to see you, hon. Welcome. Long time no see. How have you been? All right, now we got Storm's Soul Frame giveaway. All right, so Soul Frame key. Soul Frame key from Storm. We have, you're home and ready for comfy vibes. Let's go, cutie cat, huh? It's so good to see you. Lovely Rod, thank you for coming in. All right, we got Shadow Gun. Oh, wait, yes, yeah, because once we get past the segment of like all the stuff that belongs to one person's giveaway, then we reset. So Shadow Gun does get to be in this one. So does Vegeta. So does Lith. And let me see if there's anybody who wanted to join over in the pouch couch. How have you been, sweetest Rod? It's so good to see you. Oops, I have to charge my phone. Please bear with me. Hold on. I can't believe this is the last time I'll see you guys until Tuesday. Ah, what am I gonna do without you? Alrighty. Soul Frame. Okay. Hold on, we have a few people who responded to this one. So, Edelweiss. We've got Seru, who wanted to join this one. Lovely Yuki. Okay, all of you guys responded there. Perfect. Okay, that's everyone for the Soul Frame giveaway. Let's see who wins. Yuki! Yuki will be joining us in the realm of Soulframe. Congratulations, Yuki! Yay, Yuki! Yay, Yuki! Alrighty. Let's see. Oh, Yuki has a key. Oh, okay. When did she get one? Okay, respin. All right. Whoop. Saru! Sweetest Saru, now you have a key. Now you have a key, sweetest Saru. Aren't you pleased? Woo, Saru, says Saru. Wait, that's me. Oh, you gave Yuki a soul frame cube. Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right, as a gift. Oh, that's very sweet, honey. Okay, great. All right, sounds good. Now we have, let me see. I'm actually we got 24 people who are interested in winning that $100 Steam gift card. So I'm actually gonna leave that for last. We're gonna do beautiful Briggy's stuff now. We've got Yakuza 4 Remastered. That's what this one will be for. Now I don't have to tab over to the other spot anymore. So let's see. We have Vegeta. Hold on, I'm just gonna move up here. Vegeta, Dahlia, Nikki, which is which. We have, ooh, I don't know this name. Hold on. Fuck, hold on. I need to, oh. I don't know what the, one second, hold on, just briefly, I'm gonna disable my streamer mode real quick so that I can actually read these names. J.R. Gilbert, yep. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, J.R. Gilbert, Strat wants this one. Shadowgun wants this one. And Solar wants this one. Okay. All right, you guys, this is a raffle for Yakuza 4 Remastered. Go. And looks like Shadow's gotten 2 games today. But that does mean that you can't win any other games today. Congrats, sweetest Shadow. Welcome back, amazing Umbra. Welcome back. Congrats, Shadow. Cool. You've just made out like a bandit. All right, now for Briggy's also got Solstice. This one is for Solstice. We have 4 people for this. Let me put that on. So Shadow will not be on this one, but we do have Vegeta, we do have Vash, and we do have Yuki. There's only 3 people for this one, actually. And boop. So this is for Solstice. Vegeta! Congrats, Vegeta! Congrats, Vegeta! Making out like a bandit again! The 2 of you are bandit twins! Congrats, Vegeta. You just won Solstice. Excellent. Gaspo. Gaspo. Let's see here. Okay, Hard Space Shipbreaker is the next one, which has 4 people. Let me see who is included in that. We have got, okay, Vegeta just won that one, so we'll put Jet. Hold on, I don't know how to fucking type. Talon Sniper and Bash. And this is for, let me see, Hard Space Shipbreaker. Ooh, Talon! Talon it is! Terrific Talon, congrats on Hard Space Shipbreaker. All right, Talon has won that one. And then we've got Koromon. Our final one is Koromon from Briggy. Let me put this to a, we've got, so let's see. Vegeta and Shadow have both already gotten one. We got Nikki, Saru, Dahlia, and Strat. Nikki, Saru, Dahlia, and Strat. All right, Omnam, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. We all made out like bandits. Damn, I know. So we're once we're done with this, we're gonna have you guys please go and thank these wonderful people who have been so incredibly generous. They literally get nothing out of this besides knowing that they have, you know, given you guys free games, which is really sweet. Hello, motherfucker. Phone, how are you? It's good to see you. All right, this one is for Koromon. Koromon. Oh, that was so close, Nikki. You almost got that one. Sadu, congrats. Oh my gosh, it's literally just landing on like, I think we've gotten like, what, 3 winners? And they've all gotten 2 games. 2 new games to try out. That's true. Congrats, Sadu. Congrats. Again? Rigged. I'm just kidding. I don't make the rules. I just enter the names and go enter. It's not my fault. Congrats, Sadu. Okay, now the last one of the day is that's the big one. This is a $100 Canadian dollar Steam gift card, which is very generous of Sweetest Sam. So give me a second. I got 25 people whose names I gotta put in here. All right, everyone gets to re-enter for this one. Since this is a one-off, we got Iridius, we've got Solar, we've got Geeks, we've got Mac, we've got Shadowgun, we've got Nikki. Let me know if you don't hear your name and you know that you have reacted to this. We got JR Gilbert. Oh my god, I can't type, sorry. We have correct. If I fucked up your name, don't worry, as long as it looks somewhat. Talon Spider. Okay, Talon Sniper. Storm, Lith, Vash, Flex, Dlex, Flex, Umbra, Bublin, Coldwood, Lav, Kata, Ozzy, Sadu, Cat, Jet, Yuki, Yuki, and Strat. I think that's everyone. Let me count. We got 25. Yep, 25 is correct. Okay. Can I react to it now? If you're in the Discord, sweetie, yeah, if you would like to, you can, I'll just double check and have one last look. Rot, yep, I will put you on there too, sweetie. Rot Fox. All right, I'll give you guys 10 more seconds. If you haven't reacted to it in 10 seconds, that's it, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, that is it. That's it. All right, we are spinning now. Whee! Who gets 100 Canadian dollary news? Jet! Congrats, Jet! You just got 100 Canadian dollary news! We will have to let the amazing and very generous Sweet Sam know. Congratulations, Jet! Thank you guys so very much for your incredible kindness. I am gonna write a quick thank you very much to everybody. Strat, if you can remove literally every single post except for like once you're done putting them in the archive, if you can delete everything except for the ones that I like, the rules and the form, which are on 2 separate messages. That way we can keep it nice and clean. But I'm going to write, oh, and please also don't delete the thing I'm about to write. I'm going to say, thank you all so much for your incredible generosity to this community. Yuki, Storm, Sam, and Briggy, you have made so many pals' days today. Thank you all so much for participating and congratulating the winners. Okay. Thank you guys so much, genuinely. I don't know if I know a community that does this kind of thing. Truly. It is so, it is quite hard to find people. I can say this with confidence. It is quite hard to find people who are truly willing to just give to faceless people on the internet. But I think because you guys, every one of you who is here and who has been a part of this community for as long as you have this pal stamp on you, I think. And that means you're good people. You know, that means that you're accepting, you're kind. You congratulate others when they win out on something, even if it's over you, then you still feel good for them, you know? And that is really, really wonderful. Tao has a face. Gift her too. That's okay. You guys gift me plenty of things. That's why I didn't enter the like any of those, because I was like, you guys get to have this. This is not a Tao. This is not a Tao priority, you know. This is a pouch pal priority. I want to encourage you guys as much as possible to be kind to each other, which you already do. Tao has a pretty face, can confirm. Cutie Catty, you're so sweet. I guess you have seen most of my face. It's not all that, but thanks. Since you were at it, why not check the art channel? Vegeta did some cool art. Oh, sure. All right. Strat's gonna get rid of all that stuff. Storm! Thank you so much for contributing to the video game voiceover demo, sweetie. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. What did I win? Jet, you won the $100 gift card. You won the $100 gift card. Let me go see in the where was it? Art. Did you say it's in art? Oh, art for review. Making a yandere version of somebody. Just looking for any general advice on it, especially if there's any advice or techniques pertaining to the hair or rendering the hair. Ooh, absolutely. Absolutely. I can also show you how to make it even more like scary looking if you want. A little bit more like insane if you'd like. That's insane. One problem, I don't have a PC. Do you have a Steam machine? It's not Steam machine, Steam Deck? If you can't use it, why did you sorry. But or are you gonna give it away? What were you gonna do with it? Oh, you want to give it away? You want to give it away? Do you want to give it away to the community, or do you want to give it away to someone in your life? It's up to you what you do with it now. But if you want me to, I do have everyone still on here. If you'd like me to respin. Who picked this D&D song and where can I find it? I think this might have been a Strat pick. I actually didn't expect to get it. Maybe we need to make a rule about like making sure that, because it's kind of one of those things. I forgot who won last time. Like last week, someone entered one of the region locked things, and they couldn't play it, which is fine, but then they didn't know who to give it to either. So then it was just a handoff to someone who was in Europe. So yeah, that forgot to unreact. Oh, we forgot to unreact. Got it. Okay. Jet, what would you prefer? Do you want me to respin this, or are you going to give this away to somebody in your life? It's not Emily, so I'm surprised it was Strat. I'll give this to a buddy of mine. All right, Jet, that is up to you. That is up to you. The Bardic DM writes this song, then uses AI to make the music. Oh no, really, Storm? Oh, that sucks. For realsies? Oh, all right. Well, I guess that's going away. Damn, that's too bad. I had that on my actual personal like too. Okay, that's no more requesting from him or from them, I guess. Bummer. Hold on, I gotta find it on my personal liked and get rid of it. Ugh. God, fucking AI is such a scourge. Let me see here. Where is it? Oh, I might have actually, it might have disappeared when I said exclude from my taste profile. Yeah, looks like that's exactly what happened. Okay. No more Bardic DM songs, guys. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I moved you guys over there for real quick. I had on my list as well. Yeah, that sucks. Next, we're gonna find out Jason Mraz used AI back in 2004, whenever this was written. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Okay. So Jet's taking that to a friend of his. And now let's see here. That means it's time to get over to AI music and AI art fucking sucks. Tao went on a side quest. I love my side quest. Let's look at what we can work on for our move over thing. Sorry. All right. All right. Gotta get my iPad. Yeah, fuck Gen AI indeed. All right, cutie pies, you guys get to vote on what we are working on today. I'm going to tell you what our options are real quick. I have a few commissions that we can work on that you guys might be interested in seeing. But we can also work on a fuck ton of chibis. We got a lot of chibis. As for our commissions, though, we can work on Frances. Am I saying your name right? Frances. Thank you for the follow, sweetheart. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Where is it? Which? Okay, so we can either work on, oops, I need to remember to like, hold on, I gotta crash this a little bit. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. Okay, so this is gonna be called the, this will be referred to as the MHS3 starting, okay? MHS3 starting is this one. So when I put the poll up and that's what comes up, this is what that is. We also have, like I said, some commissions. So we have a cutie Catashax. Remember Catashax, the cutie pie, one of our many cutie pies in the chat. Cutie Kata and I are working together on this awesome, super in-depth ref sheet of her Drakthir. This will be called the Kata ref. Okay, so if you would like Kata ref, if you would like to work on the Kata ref, we need to work on some wings and some expressions here, but we do have the option if you would like to. Okay, so this is Kata ref. Kata ref. We also have Umbra Calm. This is Umbra Calm. This is a sketch. We are still working our way through the sketch phase of this, but it's basically his OC kind of being possessed, not possessed, but like puppeted by the King in Yellow. Is that what it's called? King of Yellow? King in Yellow? Very cool. I don't think there's going to be any like gore or anything, but it's going to be eerie, you know? Umbracom, another Umbracom. That is what I mean, but I'm not going to put another because it won't fit. So Umbracom. So this is Umbracom. Okay. And then we also have a Precious Politely outfit, which I am still working on. I'm trying to get her her outfit to a point where she's quite thrilled with it. So this is a Politely Calm. Okay. So we have, or we can do outfit, one of our outfits. I'll show you the outfits real quick. These are Tau outfits, Tau fits, if you will. One of which is the magnificent, wonderful Witcher himself, Geralt, a potential Halloween outfit for me. And then, let's see. And then we also have a beautiful Sadu Tau fit. which Seru won the tavern wench contest. So we can work on that one as well. But I'm not gonna put, I don't have enough room in the polls to put both. So I'll just put outfit. And if you guys, if you like either of these a lot, then we will, and we get majority vote for outfit, then I'll do a secondary poll. Okay, and then we also have the chibis. So let me put this poll up to work on today. We have chibis, we have Umbra Calm, that's the one with the puppet strings. We've got Kata Calm, that's the reference sheet. We've got Politely Calm, which is the adorable outfit one, and then we've got Tau Fits. All right, you guys, I'm gonna give you guys 3 minutes. Please vote. The poll is now live. Sita Sunny, thank you so very much for the care package, honey. Welcome on in. How are ya? Oh, fuck, I forgot about the Monster Hunters 3 starting stream. Sorry, hold on. This could be an issue. I just realized there isn't enough. That's why I forgot it, because there's not actually enough space for it. Okay, if you guys would rather work on the Monster Hunters 3 starting soon screen, choose Tau Fits. Okay, choose Tau Fits, and then I'll put a sub poll, another poll up for the 2 outfits or the Monster Hunter 3 starting soon screen. Sorry. I always forget that I always go for just a little bit, like one extra option that there's not room for. My bad. We can lump it in the Tau Fits. Exactly, yeah. Another poll winner versus starting soon screen, yeah. Yeah, or if you guys even it out, then we can do chibis, both of the Tau Fits and the starting soon screen. Looks like Chibis is winning though. That's 9 and Tau Fits has 6. So please do vote, cutie pies, if you would like to have a sub vote for that. You'll want to go for the Tau Fits if you want to do Chibi, Monster Hunter starting soon 3, Monster Hunter 3 starting soon, or or either of the outfits. Valiant Vash, thank you for the pal hat. Thank you. You got 1 minute left, cutie pies. Please do vote if you haven't yet. Please do vote. Looks like most of you have probably voted. I'm not seeing any shift in the numbers here. So you might just be going with Chibis unless we get like a sudden influx of like 3 Tau Fit supporters. Brother, hi! Umber, you're so cute. I love this relationship between Fashion and Umber. It's so cute. I do have like 1 million chibis. That is true. That is true. Oh, we got 7 in the Tau Fits. If we get 2 more on the Tau Fits, it'll tie with Chibi, and then we can do a secondary poll for Chibi, Geralt outfit, Seru outfit, Monster Hunter Stories 3. We can do that if you guys even this out, but we do need 2 more votes within like 10 seconds in Tau Fits. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it's just gonna be Chibis. Yeah, it's Chibis. Okay, all right, now we gotta decide on which Chibi. Which Chibi do we work on? Let's start, because I have so many. Let's start with people in chat. And I don't want a repeat of last time where I asked who has won a chibi and wants me to work on it. Only say me if you have won a chibi from the raffle. Who is in here who I owe a chibi to who would like to be on the poll? Okay, Kata, Ozzy, Yuki, Lav. Kata, Ozzy, Yuki, Lav. I think literally I have room for 1 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's only 5 options. Precious Politely, you as well? Precious Politely, did you, I don't know who voted for me. I didn't. Oh, okay. You don't want me to work on yours on stream then? People win chibis. But mine is not a chibi as discussed. Yeah, that's fair, Storm. That's fair. You, Orca, would you like me to work on yours? Okay. All right. I'm going to put these to a poll. I adore what you've shown me so far, by the way, Tao, but I'm in no rush. Sounds good, sweetie. Thank you, hun. But I will put all of you. Chibis today, what are we, or actually say who to work on? Beep. And beep. And beep. And beep. And beep. Okay, you get another 3 minutes. The following are available for chibifying. Cutie Kata, Awesome Aussie, Yummy Yuki, Lovely Love, Outstanding Orca. Please vote. What would you like? We still haven't figured out what to do for mine. Oh, fair enough, Precious Politely, fair enough. What do people do with the chibis? Oh, it depends. Do you just, like, whatever you want, kind of. Ideally, you don't sell merch of it without getting, like, a licensing fee or something, and certainly don't claim it as your own. But besides that, you can you can use it on PFPs, you can put it on your overlay, you can do kind of whatever you want. You can put it on merch if you want to get yourself merch of your own stuff. Please do vote, Cutie Pies. It's actually quite close. We have 5 votes for Lav, 3 for Yuki, 3 for Aussie, 2 for Kata. Just looked at what is sitting there for me. There's no chibi, just character sketches. Oh, so skip me. Oh, okay, Orca. Okay. Thanks to the VAing video you sent, I shall make an Inquisitor Tau. Oh, let's go, Sadu. I love it. How good. Thank you. I'm excited. Ooh, Yuki and Lav are tied. How do I get an art redeem? Wonderful Witch. That's actually a great question. I need to be better about mentioning this. So, over here, this little moon, every week, if you guys hit 100 subs in the week, I put you guys on a raffle wheel, which you just saw, whoever it lands on gets a free chibi style piece from me. Now, how do you enhance your chances and stuff like that? Just so you know, anyone who subscribes even once with Prime or their first subby or just a regular resub or whatever. But also, if you guys if you are being particularly generous and you want to gift more subs, you actually do get put in that many times. So let's say Lav subs, Strat subs, Yuki subs, and Bublin subs and then gifts 5 subs. Bublin will now be on there 6 times, right? Because subbed and then 5 subs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So that's how you get it. That's how you get it. But alternatively, if you would rather just be 100% certain that you will get a chibi, I do have open commissions if you'd like to go have a look at my artwork. Or if you'd like some further examples of my chibis, you can go look at that. Okay, sorry, let me catch up with you guys real quick. But I hope that helps, Wonderful Witch. If you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to let me know. I'm happy to let you know. I want to change my vote to you, Laptom, but I clicked too fast and my mind is not quite braining quite right. Oh, sweetie. That's okay. Okay, it's a tie, which means we do one more. We got a Yuki versus Lav chibi. All right. Which chibi? I'll make this a really short one. Yuki or Lav? We got 2 minutes. Please do vote. Tiebreaker, precisely. Why did I immediately tune into when Tao started sounding like a math teacher? I think my brain went, oh shit, I need to pay attention in class. Nah, you never have to pay attention to me. I just say random. I don't even remember what I said 5 minutes later. Come on, pals, let's tie this one up as well. Oh, no. Cuties, please do vote. It's pretty close. We got 5 on the Yukis, 8 on the Lavs. Please do vote. Please do vote. We got 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Oh, it's getting closer. Yuki's got 7, Lav's got 8. Yami, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, Dolan. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much for your dedication and support. Oh, Lav's got 9, Yuki's got 7. 8 for Yuki, 9 for Lav. It's like a race to the finish. Who will we be drawing today? 8 for Yuki, 9 for Lav. 9, we are in a tie. Who wants to be the tiebreaker? We got 9 Yuki, 9 Lav. Art is amazing on VGen. Saving cash for Tomadiv life. It's like an Uma race. Oh my god, 10 and 10. Lav's got 11. Yuki's got 10. 20 seconds left. Lav is pulling ahead. 12. Yuki's got 10. 10 seconds left. Yuki has 10. Lav has 12. Who will win? Oh, Tomodachi life. Gotcha. See. Oh my god, Yuki's got. Oh my god, you guys fuck. How? There were like 3 seconds left. Holy shit. Okay. I'm not gonna make you guys do it again. What do I want to do here? Okay, I've got an idea. No, I've got an idea. I'm going to do a sketch of both. I'm going to do a sketch for Yuki, and then I'm going to do a sketch for Lav. And then you guys are going to tell me which you like more, and that's the one that we will continue working on, okay? So let's do that. I think that's probably the best way, the most educated way for us to do this. That is actually insane. You guys are so funny. Yuki, Lav, duel. Do a poll to see who gets a sketch first. No, that's okay. It's okay. My sketch, I promise this will actually be quite a quick sketch. I'm going to do it on the same page. And then I'm not going to put any details. We're literally just going to do like posing, okay? And you guys will decide that way. So. Alrighty. Now, Lav has sent me what she wants. Yuki has sent me what she wants. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go have a look. I think because probably Yuki has sent it. She sent it to me a while ago. So we're gonna go work on that one first. Just like I said, very quick sketchies. Let me go find exactly what she wanted. I remember it, like, I remember the vibe, but I just want to make sure that I don't fuck anything up here. Let's see. Do we let a duel decide the fate? No. I'll let you guys. I'll do both sketches, and then you guys can vote on which one you prefer. Okay. Combining. Let's see. That's right. Okay. All right. Firstly, like I said, this will not take very long. So really, really rough sketches. So we have Yuki over here. In a high kick, okay? All right, and then I am over here. I'm gonna be blocking you. It'll be a friendly sparring match. Do you see what I mean by quick sketches? Oh shit, sorry, you can't actually see shit. My bad. I didn't even have the window up. There you go. Okay, so this is what I mean by quick sketch. So, is this about right, Yuki, by the way? Is this kind of what you're picturing? So we have Yuki. How? I was wondering what you're doing. Yeah, sorry. I forgot that you have to, like, you guys have to see what I'm doing. What do you mean? Zalazara, thank thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for your dedication and support, Zelazellrog. And I'm glad you have corn. Good job. Okay, so that is for, this is the Yuki one. All right, now let me go have a look at what Lav sent real quick. Hold on. All right, so that's cute. This is cute. Okay. I really like this one. All right. This one's going to be a little bit harder to tell, I reckon, because they're like right on top of each other, but this is for Lav. This is... Oops, hold on. Okay, so they are literally on top of each other. I'm very sorry. But basically, this is Lav on Pierce's lap, sleeping, and he's gonna be like looking at her and she's sleepy. Believe it or not, this is how all of my sketches start. They're always this crazy and hideous. Let me see. Okay. So, do we kind of understand how both of these are working? Here, I'll label them too. So this is Lav, Pierce. All right. Is this pretty much what you're thinking, Lav? As far as like, again, obviously very rough sketch. These are both really cute. I'm very excited to get to both of them. Yes? Okay, great. All right. Now, let's try this one more time. I swear to God, if you guys tie this up again. Which chibi? We got Yuki left or Lav right. You got 2 minutes, cutie pies. 2 minutes. Let me know which one you like. Over here, this is a friendly sparring match. Over here, this is a cuddle session. Both are adorable. I genuinely don't know which one to pick, so you guys, please do vote. Please do vote. Remember, your vote is anonymous. No one's going to be able to tell who you voted for. Time to tie a third time. Ah, fuck. And then we'll go on a break. Okay, you got 1 minute left. Yuki's got 4. Lav's got 10. Anyone wanna try and tie that up again? Oh, you got a giveaway up on Discord. Awesome, Ozzy. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Oh, we got 6 on Yuki, 10 on Lav. 1 minute until the end. The end of time. Just kidding. Make sure to tie it, just for the funny. Just as a treat. 7 on Yuki, 10 on Lav. Yuki is catching up. Tie it again. It'll be funny. Okay, quick reminder, you guys, if you would like to participate in the giveaways, again, sorry, I won't show you my unread messages. I know they disturb some viewers. Over here, community giveaways. This is the only place where you can post giveaways now. Ooh, Yuki's at 8, Lav's at 10, 30 seconds left in the game. Can Yuki pull it off for the tie? Looks like lovely Aussie has put a new game in here, and perfect. Thank you so much, Strat, for cleaning this up. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Oh, nice. Okay, Aussie is raffling off the TCG Card Shop Simulator, which is very fun. 9 on Yuki, 11 on Lav, 5 seconds left. Go, go, go. I think we might be working on Labs. Looks like Labs. It is Lav. All right, all right. That was a tough one. That was a nail biter. Awesome. Okay, we will work on that. Now, Vegeta, would you like assistance before we get started on this? Would you like some assistance with your Yandere character? All right, I'm gonna hide this one for now, but I'll keep it on here. And we will work on this one. Yes, my vote, finally my vote counted, Yuki. You're very sweet, honey. All right. We also do need to go on a quick break, but I just want to know, Vegeta, would you like me to do some stuff for you with the yandere character once we get back? Like live on stream, or do you want me to do something offline? It's up to you. 'Tis up to you, sweetie pie. 'Tis up to you. Yes, please? Okay, great. All right, then we're going to go on a quick break. I'm going to set that up so that when we get back, we can get into it. And sweethearts, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It's not very long. It is just long enough that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to, you don't have to worry about missing content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. You guys get to play some games if you want to, but honestly, you should probably also walk away from the computer. I run the ads, and that's about that. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Mwah.
I
God,
thought
he's
as
scary
fortunate
looking, dude.
when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Look at those pauldrons. Man's got the biggest shoulders in history. Surely that would be bad for his posture. Right now it looks pretty good. His posture. He looks intimidating as fuck, but I think his shoulders gotta stop right there. He's got like 4 extra shoulders here. Sorry, okay, sorry. Wow, shoulder pads, true, Saralyn. These different rewards you could, oh, hey, well, yeah, let's hatch, well, we have 6 eggs to hatch. Fuck. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Cute. Cute. The approximation, yes. Time for hatching. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all. Wait! Oh, okay. Oh! Sorry, for some reason I thought that those were gonna be different. Thank you very much, Tasmania. Oh my god. Oh, we made it. Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. You know what? We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! Say hara hara. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibis. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on ice. She said, we're all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gather for the feast. Hey, me, almost at all. Take my infections as like a pleasing threat. And by infections, I mean cause I'm not sick. Scary lady. Redeem. Legacy of Kate, and that's it, Ducky. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't. Oops, hold on. 入り餅と生チョコの滑らかな口どけ meaning the smooth melt in your speak speak let me Persona 5 cool here we are. killing energy to killing energy. Tao with the power of being blunt with precision. Yeah, look at me go. One day I'm gonna be Hokage. Believe it.
Did you wonder what that was? It's my demon side!
I'll let you guys finish your game there, and then we will get back into the orting.
Welcome back, beautiful Bublin, amazing Umbra, precious brightly, sweetest Shadow, zealous Zalrog, cutie Kata, sweetest Cyber, lovely laugh, so it wasn't part of the... No. Go get food, lovely Umbra. Welcome back to the demon side, Tautan. Thank you, Yuki. That is definitely not the voice I imagined. Thank you for the work, amazing Umbra.
Yay! Take my
Yay! Welcome back, next Mato slash Jam slash. All right.
Really the way to put that?
Let's go back over here.
All
right, we're gonna do some work on this very cute and potentially very scary yandere girlie. Also, awesome Aussie, some ubbies for you. Yee, good Aussie. Cutie Cyber, thank you so much for the ubbies. Yee, good Cyber. Lovely love. Ubbies. Yee, good love. Welcome back, everybody. All right. Oh, fuck, the battle is still going. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm terrible at this game. The game of life, the game of streaming. There you go. Sorry, my bad. All right. So, let's see here. I can show you how to text your hair, but it won't be traditional anime texturing. I can show you how to do that too, if you want. Can Lav be resting on Pierce's chest? I just forgot that I failed to mention that in the original message. Sure, Lav. Can you remind me once we get back to your piece of art? I'm just gonna do some quick arting here for lovely Vegeta. Thank you, sweetie pie. Okay, so one of the best things that you can do is get some eyebrows in here, especially if you want her to look like more menacing. And the deeper and lower the eyebrows go, the more intimidating it's gonna be. So I'm gonna show you down here as well. You can actually go like so deep that it actually, the eye almost looks like it's coming out of the eyebrow like this. Like so. Also, well done on the boss, you guys. Excellent work, cutie pies. And beautiful Blue, you heading out? I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right, so that's one thing that you can do. You just do that in 2 seconds. Yeah, it's pretty quick for me. But when you do something with the eyebrows, and I will say, this character is much more like traditionally anime than how I typically draw. I really like big puffy eyebrows, but anime is going to be a lot more like this kind of a thing. And anime, though, will still... Oh, wonderful witch! BRB, no worries, sweetie. We'll see you soon. Okay, start... Hold on 1 second. All good, honey, all good. Is that not... I figure that having the link in there is probably basically all you need for the item name, no? But best of luck, sweetest strat. Okay, so something that you can also do to make someone look either really pissed off or really insane, depending on how you want to like have the rest of their face, is put little wrinkles, and you can do this even when hair is overlapping. Have like the more, especially in more simplistic styles, like anime is technically a simplistic style. And I don't mean that negatively. I just mean like when you have something where a lot of features get kind of absorbed into the style,
Like if you look at an actual human face, right, if you like really pinpoint everything, you'll see wrinkles, moles, acne, fat deposits, like you'll see all sorts of stuff, but you never see any of that in anime, right? Unless it's a villain or like a really creepy old person or something like that, because that's the only time that you get things like gauntness, right? Stuff like this, stuff like this, stuff like this, stuff like this kind of a thing, right? These are all things that make particularly anime characters look a lot more either unhinged or like aged. What I'm doing here is much more for like the unhinging. I was just showing you that like having the gauntness can also have an impression on like how friendly or like cutesy a character looks. But for your character, I would definitely, depending on how like genuinely insane you want her to look, I would say, because a little goes a long way with anime. You really don't have to show a whole lot in order to get the effect. You'll see in just a second. See, even just having like the inner corners where on an actual person you have like this like grimacing, just having the suggestion of that can automatically make someone look quite scary. Would that character lose the gauntness if they redeemed themselves and became a hero? Certainly could. It's totally up to, I mean, or you know, you could go from like this character, because she looks like she absolutely could be incredibly cute, right? If she wasn't like trying to be, if she wasn't being particularly terrifying right now, she could, this character absolutely could be that character too. But the other thing I would say, and this is one of my favorite things to do, is just put a little lip here. You really don't need much. And then we will put a tiny suggestion of like truly a very minuscule suggestion here. And you can already see that just by doing that little tiny thing, that makes it look so much more unhinged, right? Let's see. Now, on top of that, you could also, and I did see that you were working with, your shadow. I really like the direction you're going with that. When you're trying to portray with simply light that something is like, and I'm gonna be doing this big time with like Umbra's commission, right? The like puppet one. You want incredible contrast. So what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm going to imply, you can do this one of two ways. You can either have her be backlit, where her eyes are like the only thing kind of glowing, they almost look like fire. Or we can run with kind of what you've already done, which I think I'm going to do just because you already have a grasp of that particular angle of lighting. As an example, this is what I'm talking about. So she's being lit from the lower left. So let's keep running with that. So she's being lit from the lower left. That means that practically nothing except for like, and we got to remember the form, right? So the head is round. It's a sphere. So basically nothing past about, and I'll refine this a little bit more. Sometimes I even have to like see it before I commit to it, you know? And remember the surfaces that cast shadow. So the lower lip, if we're lighting from the bottom left, the lower lip actually creates a shadow here. And that means that right up here will actually be lit, even though it's underneath the lip. That's not where the light is coming from. So And then we might have, if we're lucky, we might have a tiny bit of light that's getting reflected over here. And the eyes, we're going to keep those pretty lit. And again, we got to remember where the lower... Shit, am I on? Okay, cool. Where this lower lid is, we want to make sure that that doesn't get drowned out by our lighting. But we also don't want to... we also don't want to... like, we don't want to ignore it, but we don't want to overlight it either, right? So all of this. Hold on, I'm gonna just get rid of your background real quick. Cool. Okay. 1 second. I'll make this fairly quick. There's obviously a lot more that you can do here, but just to show you how much the lighting can sort of, there you go, something like that, right? And then we've got, oopsie, sorry. And again, the lower lid is casting a slight shadow, so we're gonna put that right up there. You can soften this for like reflective surfaces like the eye. Again, we wanna reinforce that we have these like unhinged little wrinkles and like tired marks and shit like that. I was checking out a bunch of different references for all the angles of lighting. Yeah, bottom lighting is quite spooky. That's true. Trying to get that spooky feel. Yeah. Hold on, I've forgotten where the nose is. Where are we implying the nose is? Let me see. Say it's here. And then the upper lip, again, is going to cast a bit of a shadow up here. And a little bit of this. We can have the hair casting a shadow as well. Anything that you can do to like ground the character by having the like every part of the character should be reacting to your lighting, especially if it's a really important angle of light. So, and I will actually erase a little bit of this. Whoop. All right, and then hold on. Oh yeah, no, I did that right. Okay. Okay, and then let's... And then the color that you shade with is also very important. So if you saw, that black is quite stark. It doesn't really actually represent anything. If you move this into like that colder blue-green or like hotter red, stuff like that, you'll get a much more severe impact. That makes sense? Oh, hey there, Terrific Trixie. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Life has been hectic, but good. Wanted to stop in and see what's happening. Aw, hi. It's good to have you, hon. I hope that work's been I hope, well, everything has been going well. How much light to get a Cheshire smile? You will, for a Cheshire smile, you want to have like complete darkness and then just have the mouth apparent. That's kind of it. And obviously, like I said, the darker that you make it, the more intense it'll be. Like that vibe. And you can pinpoint this even more. Like if you feel like this is too much light, you can close that gap even more. If you want to. But yeah, I hope that kind of helps. Did you have any questions, hon? So we've gone from here to here. And you can see, even if we light it properly, if we don't have like those marks, those wrinkles, it's not quite as impactful. Makes sense? Yeah, but hopefully that was helpful. Yeah, those wrinkles go crazy. They do indeed. And of course, without the lighting, it's still not quite as, but the wrinkles help a lot, even the tiny bits. Yeah. Like I said, a little goes a really long way. I do love this character though. She's very, very creepy, very cool. But yeah, there you go. Would you like me to send this in the Discord, or have you like taken a screenshot, or are you pretty happy to like go wild with it? If you could send it, sure. Can do. All right, one second. Let me just do that real quick. Okay. There you go, honey bunny. I do hope that's helpful. Okay, let's get back over to Lav's artwork. Oops, wrong button. There we go. All right. So that's right. Lav is very small. Right. Okay, let me redo the sketch real quick. That's so awesome, Tao. Thanks again. My motivation has returned. Yay! I'm so happy it's come back, Valiant Vegeta. Woohoo! Well, I don't think you needed much help. I think you just were like with your motivation. I mean, I think in a lot of cases, a lot of artists are like, I know what I'm doing, but like, I don't know how to go about it. And so then you lose the motivation because you're like, well, what the fuck do I do? Like, I could do this, or I could do that, or I could do that, or I could do that, or I could do that. And then before you know it, you're kind of like overwhelmed. But yeah, awesome. I got to start getting your input more often. You're amazing. Oh, thanks, Vegeta. That's so sweet of you, hun. Anytime we do an art stream, you're always welcome to come on through for redlining, tips, textures, whatever. I love doing it. Lav isn't small. Lav is fun-sized. Okay, fun-sized then. For me, most of the art I've done is more abstract and compositional. This is the first time I'm drawing stuff myself. It's great. I really love it. It's very, very cool. Is this an OC of yours or just something you doodled? Small Lav-chan means chibi already. So are we getting a portrait? Also, Lav-chan is beautiful. Lav-chan is beautiful. All right. Let's see. Small. Okay. Hold on, you're bald for a little while here, Lav. Gotta work on the boyfriend now. Oh, woo! Hello, Uwu Collector. It's been a minute. How are you? Fanart of a cutesy VTuber! I love it, Vegeta. That's awesome. I can't wait to hear what they think of it. The queue is so long. Not sure if my request will be on today or not. Let me see. Holy shit, it is long. Damn. I think it will be on because we have about, we have a minimum of about 3.5 hours of music to play, from this point, but you can vote for another 2 hours if you want to keep working on art. So it might play today. Doing well, just finished playing approximately up with my girlfriend and a mutual friend of ours. The plane we made had me playing the jankiest possible flight simulator. What is approximately up? That sounds like a great name. But by God, did I get that package and somehow get us back? Good job, Uwu Collector. Well done, well done. All right. I guess I could actually make the brows more neutral for sleeping. There. The queue is wild. It is wild. Yeah, 6 hours if we continue with art. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that got screamy. I know, I was like, I better skip this, but it was only the last like 20 seconds. But yeah, that was quite screamy. There's a demo for it right now, but you basically make a plane or spaceship depending on the mission, and you have to wire, and the wiring is hard. So we had our friend do it while I built the shell of the plane. Oh, wow. And my girlfriend was our navigator and I was the pilot. That's crazy. That sounds like fun. Did you see my reminder? I couldn't hear you over the VC if you did. About making lav small. That's what Storm was referring to when he was like, lav isn't small. Madarts! Hi there, magnificent Madarts. Welcome on in. How are you, sweetie? Thanks for the raid. Raiders, if you need a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Honey, how was your stream? You guys, this is the lovely Madarts Treasures, who has graced us with their presence fresh from their valiant adventures in the headliners. This jolly giant with a heart as vast as their streaming repertoire seeks to forge bonds and cultivate a community as warm as a dragon's embrace. Their realm is one of chaos and adventure, where D&D-like quests and chill vibes reign supreme. Welcome in! Thank you so much for coming in to treasure us. We treasure you. Welcome, welcome. When's your next stream gonna be, sweetheart? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. We're doing art today. I hope you will stick around with us. Maybe request some music. Resting her head on his chest as well. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ooh. How am I gonna do that? Hold on. I'll try and get like the body work in here first. Okay, like this. Hand probably needs to come further out, actually. Hello and greetings. It didn't show, but before headliners we played Shadows of Brimstone. Very cool. What is that? Yeah, I don't think I've heard of Shadows of Brimstone. What is that? I'm leaving my chibi style behind at the moment. I gotta gotta get back to it. Alrighty, let's see. Lend me some other languages in my songs. Not understanding them makes it seem cooler. I could see that, Trixie. Yeah. A board game that's a roguelike D&D. Okay. Lots of fun and action-y, but hard. Oh, fair enough. I hope you have fun with it, though. Oh, Phil Russo! Am I saying your name right? right, sweetheart. Welcome in, Fabulous Phil Bosso. It is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Sorry, this is not typically how I look, but here we are. Oh my gosh, you're live right now. I'm someone from, oh, let's go. Someone from the class, that we're taking. Oh, how cool. Oh, Phil Bosso, it's such a pleasure to meet you, sweetheart. I am so sorry we meet like this. I promise my scary eyes will go away in relative time. How are you doing today, hon? Did you enjoy John today? Hi there, amazing RT. Welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. How are you doing tonight? And I'm loving your style of art. It's looking amazing. Oh, thank you, Mad Arts. I appreciate it. We're just doing a rough sketch at the moment. I'm really glad you're liking it. Oh, here we go. Fabulous Phil Busso. You guys, this is Phil Busso. One of my fellow wonderful classmates. We've had a couple of people come in from class, which has been awesome. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance as well, darling. Thank you so much for being here. Greetings and bienvenue, Trixie. Damn, classmates. Trixie, you haven't been here for a while. This is, I'm taking a voice acting class at the moment. And so this is one of my fellow classmates. Another Tao classmate. Yeah. How you been, Tao? Been good. Besides Gen AI stealing my job, which you may not have been around for. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm officially made redundant now, which is why I'm taking taking my voice acting more seriously. No cursing. Oh, shoot. Fine. I hate it. We can't talk about Gen AI when there's a no cursing redeem. It's not fair to me. I miss that. How dare the AI ruin things? Oh, it's just ruining everything, man. Man, that means you haven't been around for a couple of months. I hope things have been going well for you, though, terrific Trixie. Hopefully it's warming up for you, but not too much. Okay, Inquisitors have a cool hat. Do you want a cool hat, Tao? I love a cool hat, Sedu. I love a cool hat. It was a misclick? You can curse? Can I curse? Do I have permission? Okay, Cyber said I can say fuck! Thank you so much, Cutie Cyber. What were you intending instead? No, I can't. Why not? Cyber said. Ew. Oh gosh, the joy you're spreading is so infectious. Oh, fabulous people. So I'm so glad that you're enjoying the energy already, darling. Thank you. I'm starting the timer again. Strat's a bully. Strat's such a bully. Had a super short winter. I'm hoping that here in Tassie it's not going to be short, but who knows? Who knows? That's odd, Cutie Caution. 1 second. Let me go see if I can find that one for you. Hold on. Lol, what? I know. Hold on. I don't know why the bot was like, you get nothing. Nothing for you. Okay, for some reason, as soon as I paste that, it works great. I fixed it. Saw googly eyes, was gonna add bald. It's right below it. Oh, I understand. Okay, I see where you're coming from. Yep, got it. But yeah, the class with John was fun. It was my first time attending his session, but I love hearing people perform, and he's been so nice with his feedback too. Right? Fabulous Phil Bosso. He is so sweet. He is such a delightful man. I kind of adore him. I love sitting in there, even if I never get to like perform for him. He's just so sweet. No, fish. Bad fish. Why, Jet? Why would you do that to me? Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Let's see. Fiddle Busso, have you gotten to perform? You do not have to tell us your real name or anything. But I was just wondering, have you gotten to perform for Cassandra or John yet? Oh, well, not John, probably, because it was your first time. Or maybe you did. Maybe you did get to perform today. What was your script? HQST? URAQT? Hope you learn well and grow powerful in the voice. Well, terrific, Trixie. If you want to go listen, actually, you know what, Trixie, I feel like my most recent voice acting credit, you'd probably quite enjoy. If you go click on the top one, that's the thing that literally released like yesterday. It's
It is a humorous audio drama based in like Pathfinder slash D&D, if you want to go have a listen to that. Sadly, I do have to go because I need to rest from the day's event. Oh, absolutely, Magnificent Mad Arts. No worries, sweetheart. Have a great night. I hope your art comes out half as beautiful as yourself. And if it does, it would already be divine. You are so sweet, lovely Mad Arts. Honey, hopefully we will see you again very soon. You go get some good rest if you're going to bed. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you have to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And hopefully we will have the pleasure of your company again in the not too distant future. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie. Ho, 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 you say? Oh, well, I didn't say ho, 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 but you know. I'll have to give that to Ganda. Please do. There's also a video game credit in there if you want to go check that out. It's not out yet, but I am in it. I'm still trying to get over how fun you are as your VTuber. Thank you so much, Fabulous Philbo. So I appreciate it. Do you mind if I ask, are you one of the people who was like considering becoming a PNG tuber, darling? I'm so glad that you're enjoying the vibes, sweetie pie. I'm not sure if you saw in the thread where I posted it, but Philbuso, some of the stuff that we are doing, obviously I'm an artist, that's like my main thing here. Let me actually show you like a completed piece that I recently did that I'm quite proud of. That way you can get a good vibe for like how my art looks. Typically, this is obviously just a start, whereas this is a completed piece. Oh my God, you'll also learn that I have really, really bad memory. What was I saying? Oh, we also play Persona 5 Royal on Sundays. I've never played it before. So when people bring up stuff in the chat, I'm like, I'm not paying attention. Like in the chat, I've seen it quoted multiple times. Like people have been like, oh, this character. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I don't want people to confirm or deny things. But I have, I'm playing it for the very first time. We're also playing through Final Fantasy 14 for the very first time. I'm not sure if that is interesting to you, but if you are interested in joining us, you're welcome to. That's on Tuesdays, Aussie time. And on Wednesdays, we are playing Monster Hunter Stories 3 for the very first time. I haven't performed yet. The thought of it has been making me too nervous. Oh, no, sweetheart. Ooh, nom, 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 nom. Thank you for feeding me, Storm. But I think I'm going to push myself to perform next week. Let's go, Fabulous Philboso. You can do it. I believe in you wholeheartedly. I will be there. I will cheer you on. I will cheer you on hardcore. The community is so fun and lovely. Yes, very sweet community here. Very sweet community. But yeah. Fabulous Philboso, you got this. I believe in you. I absolutely do. I'll have to have you. So you haven't performed live, or have you also not put anything in the chat in Cassandra's like weekly forum thread thing? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, the pouch is behind you, Philboso. That's this community is the pouch. And now because you followed, you're a pouch pal. There you go. You shared some Tau Riz. Let me have a look, sweetie. I do love some Tau Riz. Oh, Inquisitor Tau. This looks sick. Oh my God, I love this already. This looks awesome. This is so cool. Great pose. Awesome pose. Love it. That is badass. That is badass as fuck. I can say that now, right? You guys are too nice. Please have mercy on me. You're so cute, sweetheart. No, please don't. Do not worry. Do not fear. It's very, very, very warm in here. Very, very warm community. A lot of very, very, very kind people here. Speaking of, awesome Aussie, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the Fabulous Philboso. Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate it. Also, Philboso, let me know if I'm saying your name wrong, okay? I'm happy to be corrected. Thank you so much, awesome Aussie, for your generosity and kindness, darling. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. I have posted stuff on the thread and gotten feedback from her. Oh, cool. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to go listen. Not on stream, obviously. I will listen another time. Oh, you've got the name down, fam. Oh, let's go.
awesome, fabulous. Okay, great. I do love, you may have also noticed, I like to do things with a positive alliterative adjective spin. So we got Sweet Strat, Fabulous Ferocious, Awesome Aussie, Cutie Cyber, things like that. The bot added the wrong song. It added Army of Lovers, Crucified instead of Top Self-Crucifixion. Oh, it was Trixie that requested. Oh, thank you, Cutie Cyber. I will fix that right now. Let me see if that's going to even come up. Ooh, I don't know. Let me try just searching self-crucifixion. Hold on. The reason it may have done that is because it doesn't look like I have access to that one out here in Australia. Do you have something you'd like to substitute for that, hun? Yeah, sorry. It looks like it's probably not on here. You can find it in Top's new album as a K-pop band. Okay, let me give that a shot. Hold on. T period. O period. P period. Okay. Oh, nope, I found it. I found it. You were right. You were right. That is correct. You are a smart being, darling. There you go. Cool. No, it is there. It's just not showing up in the search, but once I go to the actual album, it's there. Let me see here. Gravity, if this one doesn't work, looks like it worked. Yay, I am sort of not stupid sometimes. Sweetheart, you are never stupid. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. You know what is stupid? Spotify. Spotify's a little stupid. Just a teeny little bit. All right. Let's continue working on Labs chibis here. Dude, I swear they are out to get Top, suppressing the poor guy. Yeah, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. It's okay. We are working together to combat Spotify's bullshit. Oh, shit. Sorry. Fabulous Filboso, if you would like to request any music, you are welcome to. Just read the pinned comment. Yeah. And then you can just, I think it's like 100 channel points, I'm pretty sure, to do a art song request. Those are always open on our art days. For what you said earlier, P5 and FF14, goated. Monster Hunter has always looked dope, but never played it. But I hope you have such a good time playing through those games. Thank you so much, Fabulous Philboso. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Definitely enjoying both of them. They're a great time. They're a great time. A friend recently got me into Top, and I have fallen in love. He was even in Squid Game. Oh, was he? That's cool. The chibi is so cute so far. I'm glad you're liking it. Amazing Umbra. Okay, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna pose him. He was Thanos in Squid Game? Oh my god, I cannot even. Oh, no, I remember. That's a second season, right? Anard Food Fighters in a grip. I'll sure to try to make it to some of the streams. Love being around Happy Vibes. Absolutely, sweetheart. Well, that is the whole name of the game here. I always try to make sure that we maintain those warm sleepover-esque vibes. Fabulous Philboso, also, if you would like to join our Discord, you're welcome to. Please do not feel any pressure. I am not bringing it up to, like, pressure you. I'm just letting you know we do have one. And if you would like to, you are welcome to join. We do have, like, weekly giveaways that a lot of the pals have been doing recently, which, like, most recently, a pal just very kindly gave away 100 Canadian dollars for Steam. We also have people giving away, like, games that they get from, like, Humble Bundle and stuff, like keys. Beta testing keys, like for Soulframe. Lots of cool stuff. Yeah. All right, you convinced me. I'll join. Yes. Awesome. Just please be careful to read the rules all the way through, because we try to maintain like a really cohesive, secure, cozy bubble in the internet space. We do have some like extra rules that we insist people read through, and in order to make sure that you do, we have a keyword for you to put into the verification channel. And it's not, it is a manual approval. So like once you enter that keyword, it won't be like instantaneous. Myself or a mod will let you in. Ow, my fucking neck just cracked out of nowhere. And then we'll just let you on in. Out of curiosity, Fabulous Filbuso, do you have any interest in any other kinds of art besides, obviously, voice acting is an art form in and of itself, but are you a muso? Are you a writer? Are you an artist? Yeah, I'm always curious. Because you're welcome to share all that stuff. Assuming that you don't use AI. We're not cool with AI here. Very much not cool with Gen AI. Okay, my chibi style is disappearing rapidly. I'm gonna have to do a lot of squishing and stretching here of some of these limbs. Banger of a song. Should we ship Tau with, wait, should we ship, hold on, I can't see. One sec. Chat, should we ship Tau enough googly eyes to cover the toilet seat with? Oh my God, Storm, have I told you guys this story before? The roommate that Nath had before I moved in, they put googly eyes on everything. I do mean everything. Took pictures out of the frame so that they could put googly eyes on the people in the pictures, put them back in the frame, set them up where they were supposed to be, put googly eyes on the shower head, on the toilet seat, on the toilet handle, put them everywhere. Very funny. I was finding those years after this person moved out. AI bad, correct, Fabulous Filibusol, correct. You understand. Wonderful Witch, welcome on back, Nikki. How are you? It's good to see you, sweetie pie. Welcome back. Did you get done with your VA homework? I don't really have VA homework at the moment. I have a really long segment to watch about LinkedIn, which I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel about getting a LinkedIn, but we'll see. That was you at your last workplace, Storm. I love it. I've taken a small interest in drawing, but I never got far with it. You're mostly playing games or sports. That's cool, Fabulous Fitable. So what kind of games and sports do you like to play? Whenever Gen AI is mentioned, Tau wants to say, fuck, that's true. Correct. Tau, would you still like me if I was made by AI? I would pity you, Trixie, if you were made by Gen AI. I happen to know that you are not. I guess you had a googly taste. It's such an AI. I'm gonna stay for a little bit. We would love to have you, Fabulous Witch. Thank you so much for deciding to stick around. Never considered LinkedIn? Apparently, Cassandra recommends it. So, I will probably wind up doing it for the sake of like the website, the class. But I've had some bad experiences on LinkedIn, so I don't really. I don't know. I'm hesitant to. Oh, that's why I'm hearing an echo. You guys wouldn't have heard it, but fuck, you've stolen my eyes again! If I told you I was an AI trained on animated shows from 1997 to 2012, would I still be a pal? Trixie, don't make me answer that. Oh my gosh. Googly? An AI. Maybe I'm an AI myself. You're not, Cutie Caution. This is the version you like, right? Yeah, I love this version! I'm low-key all over the place with all the games I play, but recently I've been playing ZZZ and SF6 a lot. As for sports, I mostly play tennis. That's awesome, hon! Very cool. We have a lot of gacha players in the community. I don't know how many are playing ZZZ. I know there's a few. But I do believe that you are among friends. SF6, is that a racing game? Is that a racing game? I feel like I'm dumb. Sorry, I'm so stupid, sorry. But tennis is very cool. That's very cool. My dad would like to play a game with you. He is a big tennis boy. Well, he was. Magnificent Maid, sweetheart, thank you so much for the 125 stream streak. That is amazing. Thank you for the 125. Incredible. Thank you so much, Magnificent Maid, and welcome on in. How are you doing? How is our sweet save doing? Are you still hanging out in there too? Oh, there you go, Cutie Cyber, another Zenless player. Perfect. All this is just making my brain go, would you still love me if I was a worm? For some reason. Oh, Street Fighter. I'm so sorry. I'm dumb. I told you I'm dumb. My bad. My bad. Sorry. Street Fighter. Got it. It is in the brain. Insane in the membrane. That's me. I just know Zenless got the Yabos and the Wolf Boys. I tabbed him up before I left for work, so I'm still kind of there. I love that maid. How's work going, honey? That was a vibe I'm going for. Would you still love me if I was warm? Well, Trixie, you have successfully asked the question. And I feel just as stuck as a boyfriend who's being asked that question. It's how this really happens, but you would be the second VTuber to become one of my Aussies? Oh my god! I'm an Aussie! I would like to ask you what type of food or drink you like to add you to my Tomodachi to Kutim Island. Thank you, wonderful witch, that's so sweet. I would be honored. My favorite, actually, you know what we haven't shown for a while, and I'm gonna show now because we have Wonderful Witch and we also have Fabulous Fiddlebusso. I'm gonna show you guys this.
VTuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Anyway, the short answer is I love corn. Corn is my favorite food. And I love sparkling water, aka TV static. Sorry, I'll bring your music back. Sorry, it's very awkward to not have the music, sorry. That was beautiful. I'm sold. Yes! I'm so glad. Thank you. I figure that video helps people to decide whether they want to stick around or not. Also, Norigami! Fabulous Fiddlebusso. Please tell me that you have also watched Link Click. I love Link Click. It's like neck and neck with Norigami for me. Sparkling water tastes like static to me. Well, there you go. I knew how to converse with you in your language, cutie cata. Sita said, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you. Caramel popcorn for you so I can keep your hair color. Oh, cute. Okay, I like that. That's a good midway point there, Wonderful Witch. That's very cute.
Static is just soda? Surprise! Wait till you see the clips during break. Just a demo of the chaos you can expect. That's true. It is a cozy, chaotic. You see, it's a hyphenated. They are not separate. I've started it, but I got distracted with other stuff. Well, fabulous Filboso, I would be honored to constantly annoy you to watch Link Click until you finish it. It would be my pleasure, darling. I am the worm that consumes the world. Are you... Oh, fuck. What is the snake that consumes the world? What is that thing? I forgot. Matcha popcorn! Yo, I've never had that. That sounds pretty fucking good, though. You get to the end of Persona, and the final boss is just this goofy butt roach that approaches you like, I am the end of all things. Scuttle, scuttle, scuttle. I hope that's not a spoiler. I don't care if that's a... if that's funny, but I'm scared that's a spoiler. The funny thing is, you're my second Taiga streamer that won my heart in less than 5 minutes. Oh, wonderful witch. Thank you, cutie pie. That is so kind of you. It is an honor. It is an honor. I promise to take the best care of your beautiful little heart. Good heart. Honestly, that's fine with me. I fold easily under pressure. Oh no! I don't want to pressure you. I just want you to...
Uncle Storm has posted his last workplace googly-eyed shenanigans photo in Discord. Mama Town.
Or a boss! That's it, thank you. Yes, that's the one. His last workplace googly-eyed shenanigans photo. Ooh, I will have a look. Let's go see. In the IRL section. Did you put them on... on a foosball table? That is a lot of dedication. You even put them on the right side and everything. They're like equidistant. I am so impressed, Storm. Good job. I was clowning on how JRPGs always start fighting green slimes in the end. It's an entropy, the embodiment of the end. Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry, I never know what's a spoiler and what's not because I'm like, I haven't finished it yet. What did I join to? That's a really good question. Art. I'm gonna go with art. Yeah, let's do. Yeah, hello, cutie cat. Welcome on in. How are you? Do mention YouTube as well. Oh, we do have a YouTube if you guys would like to go support there. It is a free subby, and we are trying to get to 4,000 watch hours, which we're a bit of a distance away from, but we are pretty close to the required 1,000 subbies if you would like to join us there. All I know is from Smash Bros. And apparently that's like the first 11 minutes. I know Joker is in Smash Bros, but do they actually mention something about the first 11 minutes of Royal? Or not Royal, of 5? Hello, sorry. Hey, cutie cat! Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, Dawn. I appreciate it. I was so happy I was nearing a 60 streak. I lost my previous streaks 57-ish. That's okay, cutie cat. You know, it's never a problem. Thank you so much for the 5, though. I do appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you for dedication and support. Good news, not required for jury service. Bad news, I don't get paid. Yep. I told you probably wouldn't get in there. It's very unlikely for them to choose you. Which is good if you are busy and want to do other things, and bad if you're trying to, you know, get in to a jury where they're going to be like, okay, help us decide if this person violated the law by running a red light. It's a lot of weight off your shoulders. Good, Ozzy. Good. I'm happy to hear that, hon. Feet. Hey, time to squish the bodies to be chibi-fied. Chibi-fying. Give them a squish. Don't mind if I do. Oh, it is break time. All right,
let's go on a quick break. You guys, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. This is also, actually, I'm going to mention this because we have a precious new pal in here. Every hour, we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to, you still won't miss any content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer and I run the ads. You should probably also walk away too. It's good for your health. Maybe go play some tennis. I have to head out. I'll work, but I'm glad I dropped by tonight. You're such a lovely person, and I can sense so much potential for you to get far with your voiceover and VTuber aspirations. Aw, thank you, fabulous Phil Boisson. I'm so excited to hear your voice acting too. I'm sure that you are at least on the path that I am, if not substantially further along it. So thank you so much for dropping in. Hopefully we will have the pleasure of your company in the not too distant future. But in the meantime, have a wonderful one when you get around to it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And yeah, thank you for the lurk. Thank you so much for the support. You guys are going on that break right now. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Oh, hey, well, yeah, let's hatch. We have 6 eggs to hatch. Look. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Cute. Cute. 4 hours ago! Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log out, but I can definitely see why you'll like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Cyber. And I'm really, really excited to... Did anybody see the random person float by on their bed? That could have just been in my head. I could just be feverish. That was really funny. Yes, Cutie Cyber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Oh, hey, well, yeah, let's hatch. Well, we have 6 eggs to hatch. Look. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Cute. Cute. Okay, that makes sense, lovely Lith, that makes sense. Thank God you went bald while I was chilling. That could cause an accident. The trick is not letting the sun shine directly on my bald spot. The one tiny bald spot that is almost inconceivable. A deeper hole. Oh, we made it! Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! 5, cool. Here we are. All right. Yes, this is our mysteries one. That went from healing energy to killing energy. Down with the power of being blunt with precision. Yeah, look at me go. Scary lady. Redeem. Legacy of Kate, and that's it, Ducky. The Tau be here. The Tau needs pets and attention. You guys give me so many pets and attention. Thank you so much. Thank you for throwing the balls for me to chase. Oh, wow, she remembered all that? Yeah, I definitely don't have a command for that I waited 5 minutes to get to. Sorry. Thank you for the care package, beautiful Blue. Appreciate it. Oh. Comply. Comply! Like googly eyes. Comply. One day, I'm gonna be Hokage! Believe it! Surprise. Bring your alibis. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on ice. She said, we were all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. Cutie cacto! Wait, get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the senpai, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Cause is that correct from Yuki and Precious Politely? My vampires are check. Can you confirm or deny? It's the voice acting does. I don't know about it. You may be surprised at how much they might not help.
It will. 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 It will.
Turbulence! Turbulence! I'll let you guys finish this one and then we'll. The spooky ghost of Tao is here! Welcome back, awesome Aussie, beautiful Bubblet, amazing Umbra, lovely Lith, sweetest Shadow. I will let you guys finish that, which you have. Done? Well done, a 2-star. You advanced 2 levels. Excellent work, excellent work. Here we go. Here we go. Hi. Oh, sorry. Scary. Welcome back, Valiant Vast, cutie cat, sweetest Saturday. Terrific Talon wants some ubbies. Yee. Good Talon. Ubbies for Aussie. Yee. Good Aussie. Lovely love. Ubbies. Yee. Good love. Nix for toast slice jam size. Ubbies. Yee. Good Nix. Lovely love. Ubbies. Yee. Good leaf. Cutie Cyber, welcome on back. Ubbies. Yee. Good Cyber. Nya hello, cutie cat. Nya hello. Aw, thank you, hon. That's so kind of you to say. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, hey, well done defeating the boss even when you can't see. Don't you enjoy the extra challenge, surely? Oh, Cutie Cyber, thank you so much for the lurk. Oh my god, it's nearly 7 a.m., sweetie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm so sorry for keeping you up. Zella, thank you for that, Pat. Thank you, thank you. I'll be taking my leave now. All good, sweetest Strat. Take all the time you need, okay? Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Abby's for you. Good minute. Painkillers don't seem to work yet, so I'll stay in the background for now. More appies. Appies to heal the migraine. Appies, 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 appies. Good, Yuki. All right. Oh, God. Sorry, I separated him from the rest of his body. Classic. We get the uppies! You certainly do, amazing Umbra. I don't get uppies. Wait, Cutie Kata, did you put uppies? Did you put uppies? I'm so sorry if I missed them. I missed you! No, you did put them. I'm so sorry. Extra uppies. Apology uppies. I call these apologies. Nope, that's a real thing. I call these polypies. That sounds like a growth. Sorry peas. Sorry peas. Apollo puppies. Apollo-pies. 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 These are Apollo-pies for you, Kata. Good, Kata. It's almost run time. Oh, it is! Precious politely, have a wonderful run, sweetheart. I'm sorry. If I ever miss uppies, feel free to resend them. I promise I do not intentionally miss uppies. Sometimes and often what happens is there'll be like a bunch of uppies and then I'll be like doing them, looking at the camera, doing them, and then I'll glance back and then I didn't realize it, but like 1 or 2 people have messaged and it's pushed the rest up and then I don't see them because I don't see anything like, this is what I see. So anything past like hugging mosh pit, I don't see anymore. Like I've got a good amount of messages on the screen, but still not all of them, obviously. So if I ever miss an uppie or something, just send me more uppies. Polypies does sound like a Greek name, Witch. You're so right. Upologies. Oh, Sadu! That's good. I like upologies. These are my upologies. Alrighty, let me see here. What can we do about Monsieur Pension? Oh fuck, why? That's my politely alarm. Precious politely have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful run, sweetie. Polites? Polites? Polites?
Okay. I'm gonna shorten your legs. Sounds very painful. Okay. Lovely Lav, what do you think of this rough sketch? Are you happy with the position and stuff? Polotes. 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 Love how the artwork's coming along. Do you like it, Mac? Thank you, honey. I'm really glad that you're enjoying it. You love it? Yay! I'm so happy. Do you have any changes, hon? Pancakes and glasses, for those that know. I know this. This is pancakes are better seen with glasses on. Maybe that's not it. That might not be it. No, Tao. No changes? Or not seeing pancakes better with glasses. You cannot tell me you can't see pancakes better without glasses. With glasses? I forgot what I said. No changes? Okay, awesome. Now I will go look at your references. We'll have a little looky-loo at your references. Pancake is an Epic reference? Epic the musical? Okay, let me go find a Lav ref. Where is the Lav ref? Oh, Lav, should I just use your, which ref should I use, hun? You want me to use your chibi or they're on our other DMs? Okay. Do you remember if you pinned them or no? Zellor! Did somebody say Thunderbringer? I mean Epic? Yes, Lav said it. You became a Greek nerd because of them. I love that. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? I think I did. Okay, cool. Let me go see here. You did. You are correct. Okay, I see refs of Lav. I don't see any of Pierce. Or do you want me to just use the Minecraft one? Minecraft ref that you sent me? Does it matter which of these I use, or are you okay with me using, do you actually mind if I use the previous ref, not ref, if I use the previous chibi I did for you? Were you pretty happy with that? Started watching an Aussie found footage horror film just recently called Apocalypse Cult. It looks very interesting so far. Ooh, that is interesting. Have you seen Talk to Me? That's a really, really good. It's not found footage, but it's an Aussie horror movie. It's really good. Nice alien art piece. It's not an alien. I'm happy with that. Okay, cool. All right, 1 second. Let me go put that. Let me go and grab the ref for that. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Talk to Me is pretty fun, true. It is good, isn't it? I love it. In fact, Talk to Me was made by YouTubers. Was it made by YouTubers? I didn't know that. That's really cool. For Pierce, you can use the official design from the poster. If you can't see it well enough, I can go and find a few fan art that is close enough for the official design. I have two posters here. I have this one, and I have this one. Although I do need a full body one. So I'm hoping that, is he on the right, left, or? Okay. Let me work on you first. He's the one on the top left of the first poster. Okay. This one, he's up here. Do you want him in this getup as well? YouTubers who made Talk to Me were responsible for Roland McDonald dark comedy horror videos, which was what helped them take off their YouTube channel. That's really cool. I did not know that. That's sick. He only has one other canon outfit design, so I'm tempted to ask you to get creative with this one. Oh, okay. Do you not like the one that he's in that poster? Witch with the twerking. Break spaghetti. You accidentally summoned the entire country of Italy with the kitchen. So random. I am a heathen who does break my spaghetti. I don't have a big enough pot to fit the whole things in. And then, so if I wait until they're like the bottom parts are soft enough to go into the pot, then that means that the rest is too hard. So I have to break them. The Italians would understand. Wow, I'm giving you floppy ears because it's cute. Rule of cute. Although it does cover up Pierce's face a little bit. Just suffer in silence, don't break the pasta. Which? Hello there, sweetest. How was your stream? Welcome on in. It's so good to see you. You guys, you know what I'm about to say, right? Surely you know. You gotta know. Everybody, please, everybody who knows me well, please just speak for me. I'm going to read about Save File 17, and then you guys are going to tell me what I normally say. In real life. You guys, this is the fabulous and majestic, sweetest Save File 17 who have graced us with their presence fresh from the Hearthstone arena. With over 50 times on the leaderboard, they be a true champion. Their streams be filled with nerdy banter and arena action.
From fresh Tess rogue drafts to druid nerfs. I don't know what that means, but SafeFile17 keeps it lit. Join them for some epic card pack openings and support their stream. Welcome in, Magnificent Maid. Thanks for coming in with the raid. Sweet as thank you so much for coming in with a raid, or bringing the raid in. You guys, please do check out the absolutely astoundingly awesome SafeFile17. What an absolute treasure of the internet, genuinely. He is such an extraordinary sweetheart. So sweet. He is genuinely an incredible Hearthstone player as well. Tess says, I'm going to replay a bunch of cards you played earlier. Random BS, go. So we don't like Tess, is what I'm getting. Is that right? Oh, I get to put in a song quest? Okay, Nix, I will do that. 1 second. I'm gonna brag some more about save. I just gotta put You Are Not Alone from Final Fantasy. There we go. You guys, SafeFile17 may be a flesh tuber, but that does not make him inferior to us. No, seriously, Save is amazing. Even if you are not a Hearthstone player, even if you do not typically enjoy TCGs, you will enjoy his stream. I guarantee it. I go in there and I think I probably got hundreds of hours of watch time, even though I don't have any fucking clue what's going on. I still don't know what's going on after hundreds of hours. But I know that he's very interactive. He is hilarious. Hilarious! I swear to God, he's really fucking funny. He's also the ultimate in, like, super enjoyable nerddom. As in, he knows so much about pretty much every sci-fi IP that you can come up with. And he's got, like, a dictionary of clips that are relevant to every little thing that you will say. He will, like, he'll be like, oh, wait. And then he's got one for it. Like, it's amazing. He'll click the button, whatever, the button. He'll click the button within like 2 seconds of you having typed something very niche, and boom, it's gonna pop up on screen. It's gonna be from episode 78 of Star Trek: The Next Generation, from 13 minutes and 42 seconds in, and he will know. He will know.
Click the buttons. Click, 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 click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. Save clicks those buttons. Those buttons. Yes, he is actually incredibly funny. He's very smart. He has like the best memory. This man, I feel like I might need to start paying him to like stay in my stream at all times, anytime we stream, because I don't remember half of the shit I say, and he's able to just be like, oh no, Tao, you did say that. Oh no, you did not say that. Actually, what you said was, it's very helpful. And he is just such a delight. Please do go check him out. Genuinely, even like I said, even if you're not into flesh tubers typically, even if you're not into TCGs typically, he is absolutely the exception that you should be making for that. Just go give him a try. He is a delight, an absolute delight to watch, to interact with. Yeah. Seriously. The other thing is that he doesn't only stream Hearthstone. He does do Hearthstone for most of the hours of the day, but oftentimes he'll have like a piece of like sponsored content. So like he's played like Esoteric Ebb. He was actually playing Resident Evil 9. That wasn't sponsored. That was on his variety channel, but he does play other games as well. And he's very amusing with those too. So please do check him out. Seriously. He is a dear, dear friend of the channel. He is a genuinely lovely, sweet, brilliant, like quick as fuck, clever guy. Yeah, it is a genuine privilege to spend time in his chat and to have him spend time in our chat. So make him feel very welcome. He will make you feel very welcome when you go visit him, which you better do. And yeah, welcome in, Sweet to Save. Welcome into your lovely community. When is your next stream? I was gonna say stream. Random BS Go is why I'm still playing Hearthstone after 11 plus years. We love Tess. Wait, I'm confused about Tess. Please update me on this lore. I heard Hearthstone. Cutie Kata, please go follow Sweet to Save. I follow because I like looking at cards. He also does do card openings. He got like a fucking like $2,000 Charizard, which was crazy, amazing, cool. I can't English. That was not English. Charstring, welcome on in. How are you? Hundreds of hours. That's a lot of dumbe. Tau, far too sweet. We did open up 2 legendary Star Wars cards today, which aren't really worth any money, but they're fun for nerd talk. See, exactly. That episode of Star Trek. That's where Dr. Crusher says, congratulations on the birth of a large baby, something. This is not true. Probably. I think it probably is true, Save. It's just in the deepest recesses of your mind. Trust yourself. I would go for Save's butt, probably. We should all go for Save's butt. Hi there, amazing Asta Bunny. Welcome on in. How are you? Tau is so sweet for like 5 minutes of praising me. Next time I'll just be like, Tau's pretty cool, yeah, and feel so insufficient. No, that's okay. You can say Tau's pretty cool. Yeah, that means a lot to me. It is just I have this for better or worse, I have a terrible tendency to just go on and on and on about whatever is making me feel a certain way. It's why we've gotten into like 45-minute conversations about how much I hate Gen AI, and people have had to be like, Tau, can you just like stop being a bummer? And I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, I guess I should stop doing that. But I also do the opposite. When there's someone or something that's like that, I'm like, wow, this is amazing. This is an amazing person or an amazing movie or an amazing game or whatever. Then I do that for 20 minutes too. Save, when is your next stream? I sent you a couple more pics of Pierce. It's hard to find accurate fan art of him because some don't include his ponytail, or they draw him with the wrong shaped ears, and there can also be some inconsistencies in his tattoo across different artists. Okay, fair enough, Lav. Welcome back from your mile run, Precious Politely, with 7 minutes, 16 seconds. That is incredible, hun. That's fantastic. Is that your best? No, 7:12? Was 7:12 your best? Regardless, that is incredible. It's getting late, Terrific Trixie. Do you want to head to bed, sweetheart? I tend to go either way. It depends on how my brain is going. I can't read. I know when Tau snuck in, I couldn't stop praising her. Oh, you're so sweet, cutie Kata. I try to be quiet some of the time, but then I'm like, ooh, relevant thing for me to comment on. I can't stop myself. I gotta be up in 6 hours. Oh shit, yeah, Trixie, please go sleep. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. Accurate fan art of Save can be found from Tau. Do you mean? Hold on, I gotta find it. Do you mean? This is in fact what Save looks like. 7:12 is my best. I have 2 runs who have clocked in there. That's awesome, Precious Politely. And it'll be even more. And then you'll get like 7:10. It'll be amazing. Update me on Tess Lore. She's the queen of the Worgen, but she herself cannot turn into a cute werewolf girl yet. Her dad can. That doesn't help you with the card, with what the card does though, I guess. Next stream is in 19 hours, probably. You guys, please go check out Save in 19 hours, probably. You better just follow him, just to be sure, just to be safe. Save is 8 feet tall. Save is 8 feet tall. That is canon. That is canon, and that is what he looks like. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it, Fabulous Save. Thank you so much for the very, very generous read. I really super appreciate it. We're working on chibis today, as voted on by the community. Save, do you know when you are going to be finishing up Resident Evil 9? Is it 9? Or is everyone just calling it Requiem? I think everyone's just calling it Requiem, huh? When are you going to be finishing that up over on your alternative channel? Do you know? I want to get more people over there too. Hope your arting is going well as I massively disrupt it. No, you didn't disrupt anything. You did exactly what I wanted you to do. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Our art streams are basically just a just chatting stream with like a background art stream happening. Oh, chat, I want to make stickers on a theme, not fan art, sorry. I just opened up my commissions, not public, and it's for IRL stuff. It's open to anything. I just need to have extra stuff so I can get money faster. That makes sense, Witch. That makes sense. And Vetalina, hello, Valiant Vetalina. It is a pleasure to see you, and thank you so, I absolutely love the nodding Save and the wagging Tau tail. That's fantastic. Requiem? I heard Requiem. You did. Did I type this right? I guess we'll find out. Yes. He's playing it over there, sweetie. If you would like to go and check him out on that channel as well. Thank you for the care package, Osmozy.
Thank you, thank you. I like the cinema with the hands. That's cute. Wonderful witch. Most people are saying Requiem. That'll be on Tuesday, your Wednesday, I suppose. May only take like 3 hours since I played extra time this week, thanks to kind and generous raid from Amazing Tao. No. Neither kind nor generous nor amazing. Just Tao. Save, have you seen Project Hail Mary? Amaze. I'm obsessed with Rocky, so cute. But that actually sounds great. Do you know what you're going to be playing after that over there, Save? And do you have any idea what your next, like, sponsored piece of content will be? Or would you like to reveal it? Save has played some other varied games on Save File 17 on this account as well. And you may be in for some very fun surprises if you go over there. Wait, what? Have I gone mad? Did I just get thanked for a head pat storm? Did I say... Oh, I'm sorry. I saw that you did a care package. Stormed at the head pat. Sorry, I glanced. You get another one. Thank you, Storm, for the head pat. And thank you, Will, for the and Ozzy, thank you for the care package. You did not get ignored. I just gave you a longer purr because I fucked up. I have not seen it yet, though I'm not sure, though I'm sure to when it comes to streaming at the latest. Enjoyed The Martian, so I'm sure I'll like this one. You will. It's really, really good. I haven't seen a movie in theaters for like 8 months, but it was really good. I might be biased. Wonderful witch, BRB, no worries, hun. Tao is deaf, kind and generous and amazing and pretty and all the nice things. You're so sweet, cutie cat, huh? No, you are those things. Also, my brain has deemed Tao a safe person and his friend, and I give gifts for her. Oh, cutie cat, you're so sweet, darling. I promise not to betray anyone who thinks I am a safe person, because I endeavor to be exactly that. Hail Mary is probably one of my favorite movies now. If you like Martian, you will like it. Yeah, amaze, truly. I was going to see it tonight, but I hate going to the movies alone, and my friend bailed. Oh, trust me, Storm, it's totally worth going by yourself. I would have gone by myself if Nath didn't want to go. No, it's really, it's very good. Very good. I have literally not gone back to the theater since the pandemic. The last one was literally Rise of Skywalker. Star Wars will also force me to return with the Mandalorian movie next month. I did see the trailer for the Mandalorian movie when we were watching Project Hail Mary, and I was like, oh. Nath was kind of bummed though. He was like, oh, a new season! Movie. I got something else I can do instead. Oh, okay, fair enough, sweetest Storm, fair enough. Whatever your preference is, darling. Gotta do some numbers after all and learn how the heck to do more things. Yeah, there you go, Storm. Fair enough. I'm glad you had so much fun.
Almost 10 whole years.
Gorgeous
JK, JK, love ya.
Holy
Bean.
shit, it has
Keep
almost
doing
been a whole
great,
10
Ghosty
years. I think since we've been
177 hype.
friends. But sweetie, thank you so very much, gorgeous Ghosty. Thank you for, holy crap, 36 months. That's a full 3 years. Okay, I guess I'm officially, wow, that's crazy. I'm elderly. I'm elderly with my 3 years of streaming. Thank you so much, gorgeous Ghosty. I so appreciate you, darling. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you for your amazing generosity, kindness, and support over 3 whole years. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. No one seems to know whether they'll actually be doing a season 4 or not. Maybe it'll depend on how well this movie does. They're also supposed to be doing a big Avengers-style team-up movie in a few years. Really? Nath doesn't like the movies. he likes the series. He prefers the series. Oh, your new desk arrived today. Let's go, Lav. You're getting there. You're getting there. I'm so proud of you, hon. That's really exciting. Thank you for the care package, sweetest spider. Nom, nom, nom. I thought my full year was impressive. It is massively impressive, sweetest shadow. Don't put yourself down. A full year is incredible. No, not at all. That's awesome. I greatly appreciate that you've spent a whole entire year with us, sweetest shadow. That is incredible. Thank you so much. I really like Rogue One particularly, but most of Disney's best stuff has been the shows for sure, except Kenobi. I don't think we watched Kenobi, actually. Sweetest Spider, how are you? It's good to see you. Yeah, Nath's like a huge fan of Mandalorian, so he's desperate for more of that. You just bit your lip, owie! I hate that. I hate that. When I was eating popcorn the other day on stream and I bit my cheek, I was like, oh no, I regret everything. Hold on, I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Let me just finish Lav. I'm confusing myself with Pierce's leg. This is a cute pose. This is a cute pose. I do like it. Mandalorian and Andor are both quite spectacular. I don't think we've seen Andor. I think that might be on the list, but we also want to watch the D&D shows that are out. I think they're on Amazon. Like is it Mighty 9? Is that right? Is that like a kind of Critical Role adjacent show or something? A year of love is still felt. Exactly right, gorgeous Ghosty. 100% true, sweetie pie. How have you been, Ghosty? What you been up to? But Skeleton Crew was also something that... Oh, Art! Look at Art! It is a cute pose. My brain too easily locks into Star Wars mode. That's okay, Save. Let me just, like, gently pull that lever and put you back onto the Star Wars track. Go ahead. I know you want to talk about it. I'm listening. Go ahead. Oh, it is Critical Role. Is it, like, another campaign? Is that what it is? The Mighty Nine and Vox Machina mentioned. Haha! Yes! I haven't gotten to finish Mighty Nine. I think we might be up to date on Vox. I'm not positive, but we haven't even started Mighty Nine, but we do want to try that one. I haven't heard as much about it as Vox Machina though. Is it as good as it? Oh, it is peak. Okay, cool. Okay, great. Oh, that makes me very excited. Okay, awesome, Umbra. Mighty Nine is peak. Okay, fantastic. That's what I want to hear. Cute. Mighty Nine is honestly so much better than Vox. Really? Do you reckon? It's another one of their campaigns that Matt DM'd. Okay, I do love Matt. He's great. What do you, without spoiling anything, Umbra, what is it that you like more? Do you like the characters, the characterization, or the plot, or something more? I've been good. I was just relaxing after doing an anime night with some friends. Oh, that sounds lovely, gorgeous Ghosty. What did you watch? Just getting over being sick, so I'm not totally nasally anymore. Congratulations! I'm so glad that you're getting over being sick, sweetie. Both are peak. I've watched the actual D&D campaigns. The show just brings it to life and makes it even more witty and entertaining. That's awesome. That's really, really good to hear. Very cool. Okay, okay. We'll have to push Nath to watch it. We actually still need to finish Free Run, though. I heard Mighty Nine Redacted dies. Thank you for redacting that. Andor is definitely the most adult-targeted Star Wars series. Skeleton Crew is the opposite. It's what if the Goonies were just Star Wars and had Jude Law? Oh, I love Jude Law. It's not particularly essential lore-wise, but I thought it was a lot of fun by the end. Takes a breath as Star Wars fixation gauge decreases from 98% to 96%. So save. Tell me more. It's gonna be so sad. I finished up the dragon egg. Dragon egg? My favorite Yuri ship is gonna happen though. Thank you for redacting. Thank you for redacting. Thank you for not spoiling. I might be making Lab's boobies too big. Sorry. Yeah. I love this song. I wish I could, you know, empathize with it. I have no idea when the last time I actually had a break was. Oh, that reminds me. I have been asked by several people that I'm gonna be with this weekend to not work this weekend. I don't know if I'm gonna succeed, but you guys have an assignment this weekend. If I say anything in the Discord that is not like a necessity, like if someone's being inappropriate or something, or someone's asked me a direct question, if I say anything in the Discord, you guys have to yell at me and tell me to get off my phone, okay? Because I've been told that the speed and gusto with which I am working is gonna kill me. So I'm supposed to take this weekend, just these 2 days, starting tomorrow and then Sunday, to disconnect. Wish me luck. I doubt it's gonna happen. I'm probably gonna draw commissions and stuff anyway. But you gotta help me by telling me to not say anything on my phone. So if you don't see me saying like my good main morning stuff or evening things in the Discord, I'm fine. I'm just being someone has slapped the phone out of my hand. Okay. Let me see here. The characters, I think, are much better, and the story is more planned out from Vox. Vox was a campaign that started Crit Roll, but Mighty Nine was the second one that was much more planned out than the accidental blow-up of the first campaign. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, that sounds fun. Interesting. Okay, so I'll probably notice, like, a more concrete storyline. Thank you for the care package, Orca. Thank you. Hi, Radical Realm. Welcome in. How are you? Shared the egg in your WoW chat. Ooh! Let me go see it. 1 moment, please. Scroll, scroll, scroll. I have so many messages to reply to. Sorry, guys. I swear I'm not forgetting anyone. In fact, the reason I'm not
The reason I have not replied to you guys is because I don't want to forget anybody. I know it feels the opposite, but trust. Oh, cool egg. Oh, the nether. Wait. Isn't the nether warp drake an old, isn't that a burning crusade? That was a hard burning crusade boyo to get, wasn't it? Let me see. Oh, no. This is, okay, this is different. I just still remember getting my drake and it was such a grind. But that's really cool, hun. Congratulations. Very cool. I kind of want to, oh my God, seeing the graphics and the asset style, it makes me want to play Warcraft again. We are taking turns showing each other anime we like, and currently it's mine. We are on the 2nd season of To Your Eternity. That's awesome, gorgeous ghosty. That's so cool. Oh, that's fantastic. I need to watch that actually still. Gentil Jackalope! Hello there, joyous Jackalope. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Lab's reaction to the VC was priceless. What, to the artworks or... Oh, sorry. I'm making Lab's boobies too big with zero context. Oops, sorry. I had no way of knowing you were across the room. Star Wars Ahsoka is a direct sequel to the animated show. Wait, sorry. Let me read this more appropriately. Star Wars Ahsoka is a direct sequel to the animated show Star Wars Rebels, to the point that they recreated the last scene from the animated show in the live action. Oh no, the gauge just went up to 97%. This isn't helping at all. I think it's helping. I think it's doing exactly what I hoped it would do. Keep going, save. And thank you guys for holding me accountable this weekend. I'm playing that guy who slaps the phone out of your hand. Yeah. Oh, paying that guy. Playing that guy. Paying that guy. I am up for some slapping. Sure. Uh-oh. This might be. This may have escaped me. Have you seen the music video for this song? It features Leonard Nimoy, the original Spock. He was already retired and a billion years old. But he did it as a favor because Bruno Mars was his wife's nephew or such. No, the hyperfixations can't be stopped now. I'm sorry. Please don't apologize. Keep going, save. Tell me more. I actually did not know that it features Leonard Nimoy, but that is really funny. I love that. It's an old model that was in the background. Oh, the Nether Drake mounts are the rep. Oh, they are the rep back in BC. Okay. I can't believe that my shitty brain still remembers that. Vox is just friends hanging out and BSing. 9 is just friends working together while still BSing. That's a good team. That's a good team. Hello, happy to hop in. We're happy to have you. I love Jackalope. Hop. That is not lost on me. That's very good. I love that. Jackalope, are you one of Save's wonderful viewers? One of his fantastic community? Thank you for the lurk, sweetest storm. We just hear distant but a very panicked, huh? It's pronounced Ahsoka? Ahsoka. Oh, Ahsoka. Not gonna lie, I was thinking about requesting a Kristen Hater track, but she might be a bit too much on the dork wave of things. Possibly, cutie caution, possibly. Thank you for the lurk, sweetest strat. Okay. Sorry for scaring you, Laugh. Yep, I'm a saver. Oh my God. Do you save? Is that what you call your community? Why haven't you told me that you call them savers? Could you call me jaunty? Oh, of course. I took an adjective, I intentionally misspelled it, and now it's my name. I can absolutely call you jaunty. Do you want me to just call you jaunty? Because one of the things that you may notice about this community is I tend to choose like positive, alliterative adjectives. So like sweetest save, cutie caution, awesome Aussie, stuff like that. But I can try and not do that for you if you'd prefer just jaunty. Like I would probably inherently move to like joyous jaunty. But if you don't want me to do that at all, I don't have to. It just might take me a few tries because I'm so used to doing it for everybody else. But I never want anyone to be uncomfortable in my chat. So if you would like me to avoid that entirely and just call you jaunty, I can do that. She used to go by lingua ignota, if that rings a bell. I don't think it does. How long ago was that? Jaunty is no mere viewer, certainly part of the VTuber army. The VTuber army. If you want to add on to my name, I'm fine with it. Joyous Jaunty! Yay! How good! A fellow VTuber. That makes me very happy. Oh, Jolly Jaunty. Jolly Jaunty's cute too. Jolly Jaunty, Joyous Jaunty. Jumpin' Jaunty. Jumpin' is not necessarily a positive adjective, so I probably won't go with that. But I do like Jolly Jaunty. That's cute. That's the jaw sound. Oh, that's cute. I like that. But that's awesome, hun. It is such a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for coming on in. Savers is interesting. Generally, I say our fans are called save files, which I just put in chat because it doesn't work out loud at all. Yeah, I think savers is good. I think savers is. I think you should embrace that one. Not that I have any. It's not that I have any skin in this game. I don't know if I want to. Welcome in, save files. So good to see you. Zelazar, welcome on in. How are you, hon? It's great to see you. Welcome. Jolly Jaunty, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. That's a very cute emote, by the way. I do love that. That's really, really cute. Oh, catch some hearts so I can go. Ow. Thank you for feeding me the sticky hearts, Zara. Cutie question. She quit as lingua ignota because the name carried some bad memories. So now she just goes by her real name. Okay, that makes sense. I read that as sticky notes. Sticky notes. Sticky heart. You can put notes on the hearts if you want. I think Jolly Jaunty deserves some credit for savers save. Okay, I'm gonna do this on a separate layer. We're gonna figure this out this way. Bruh, it is pouring outside, dude. Holy shit. I have clothes hanging up outside too. They're gonna be more wet than when I put them out to dry. What are you working on today? Zelasar, we are working on a chibi for the lovely chibi style piece for the lovely Lavin chat, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. And how have you been today, darling? Maybe I'm just very anti-labeling. Everyone be rebels. Rebels without a cause. That's a long name, but you know what? Welcome in, Save Files Rebels Without a Cause. Rewash may be required. I don't know. I don't mind the rain washing my already washed clothes. They tend to come out smelling like, once they're dry, they kind of smell like fresh mountain air, you know? Okay. This song's pretty. What is this? Oh, it's a Bleach soundtrack. I like it. Is it sunny where you're at? No, it is pouring rain. Pouring rain means super overcast. There's also a reason your viewers aren't known by several words, because this way we can be rebels without a cause. Aha! Joyous Jaunty's got your back there, sweetest save. Don't you worry. Been good. Hope you are too. Just become a little bit older. Zarul, happy birthday. Happy birthday. One exchange. It's pretty sunny out here. Oh, no. I'm just acknowledging it's raining. I'm not complaining. I love the rain. I love the rain. It is a bit inconvenient with the clothes out there, but we have a dryer for a reason. I just will hopefully not have to revert to, drying absolutely drenched clothes. We shall see. We shall see. Storm! Storm, thank you for the storm, Storm! Please exchange, please. Oh, I see how it is. Okay, sure. How is so sweet to think Jaunty has my back, missing that Jaunty just wanted to make a claws joke. A claws joke? Oh no, what have I missed? What have I missed? I just assume that all the savers have your back. But okay, I need to go look at ooh! Who am I talking about? Lav! Sweetest Lav. Oh god, fuck, that was scary. Thanks for that, Storm. Lav, what outfit would you like? Would you like this outfit? Or would you like a different outfit? Would you like to be in a cute little skirt? A dress? Some shorts? Pants? I don't know what accent I'm doing. Zara leveled up? It was your birthday. You just turned 23. Let's go. Happy birthday, sweetie pie. Would you like me to sing you a happy birthday? I do have your back, but I will be a word gremlin about it. Good morning, Zelazona, and lovely day to you. God, Jesus Christ, fuck. Storm. Oh, hey. Hi, Umbra. Okay, I might have lost Lav. Lav may be preoccupado. Oh no, she's there. Okay, not too fussed with the outfit. Okay, maybe we'll go with this one then, if you don't really mind, because it means easy. Because I already have this here to reference, so. No, I'm here. I almost forgot to rat my brother out. It was his birthday today! In the States! Happy birthday! Happy birthday. Where is the birthday boy? Put a little hat on his head. Boop. Wait, I have one of those. Hold on. I gotta hold on. Okay, we got many birthdays in the chat. It's birthday day. It's not my birthday. It's your birthday. Here's the birthday hat for you. Yee. I know he be lurking because I be in VC with him. Happy time zone, y'all. Sleep calls to me. Take care and stay safe. Thank you so much, Joyous Dunty. It's a pleasure to have welcomed you, and hopefully we will have the pleasure of your company again in the not too distant future. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Let's see you later, darling. Vash, would you like me to sing you happy birthday? Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything from Zeller, whose birthday it is. Did wish Vash to level up, but I hope he opts in for a song. Happy birthday, Valiant Vash. We're so happy to have you. Wait, should I haunt him? I shall. Wait, let me haunt. Okay, the haunting is ready. Haunting. Ooh. We do have to go on a break. I'll catch up real quick. We just do a combo one with us, Tao. You 22nd, me 24th. There you go, cutie cat, huh? That's the way to go. We're not streaming on Mondays anymore, are we? No, we are not. I'm sorry. Been a while since I last been to a Tao stream. Gosh, I miss your lovely energy, Tao. Oh, sweetheart, we missed you. It's so good to have you back. Yes. Umbra, you paid me for this. You could have asked for it without the happy birthday. Perhaps there is a secret part of you that enjoys the pain. Hi, lovely Lorna. Welcome on in. You're in a busy pinch. A busy pinch. Ooh, Well, lovely loner, I hope that you take care in your busy pinch. Don't be too pinched. And thank you for coming in. It's good to see you. Trifecta! Yours is the 21st of September? I love it here so much. We love having you here, Valiant Vash. Thank you so much for being here. Yay! Happy birthday to you! This doesn't count as singing. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Vash Zelor! Happy birthday to you! Aren't you? Yippee is right! Aren't you glad I did that? Where did the birthday hat come from? Oh, there's just multiple birthdays. I figured I should put it on. We have to celebrate mine on the Tuesday or Sunday then, because I've got that Sunday off. Oh, then the Sunday it will be, lovely lab. Absolutely. Amazing Agar. Welcome on in, sweetie. Thank you for the biddies. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you, thank you. Thought I'd make my donation here. Hope you're doing okay, Tassie. I'm doing great, sweetheart. Thank you for dropping in. I do appreciate you. Thank you for your generosity. Why is talking like an old-time vampire? You get to catch a full Persona stream. Let's go.
Scary lady!
Zeller, I'm not that scary. I can do the happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Zelor. Happy birthday to you. And Vash. Not until October 13th. The pain at this point. Can I be turned into a vampire or undead to avoid birthdays now? I'm sorry, Ember. I've turned your beautiful artwork into a yoke. Mox! Hi there, magnificent Mox. How are you? It's good to see you. I have arrived to wish Vash a happy birth. We sang it to him in VC. It was awful. I bet it was magnificent. I bet he loved every second of it. I bet. So my birthday is on the and I was thinking instead of you do what do you say? Might need a little more info. I'm too old to have birthdays now. That is not true, Sweetest Storm. Okay, I might have found a track from Reverend Hater that can work for song request. Okay. Yuki, can you turn me, please? No, unless you really want her to, and she wants to. Consent is important, even for vampiric undead turnings. I did love it. I told you he loved it. I know him. I know him very well. You shared Save Riz! Sweetest Save, are you aware of the Save Riz? Look at this, Save Riz. This is great. Save, you're gonna have so much fan art now. This is sick. This is so cool. Awesome work, Sweetest City. That's fucking sick. So cool. So cool. Don't take a break for the next 3 minutes. I have to take a break though. I have to take a break for the next 3 minutes. Okay, you guys, gotta go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder. Nope, you can't not yet. Wait, why not? Can I actually not? Or are you trying to do reverse psychology here? Sadu is very kind, isn't he? Damaging winds. Cool. Just got... Don't you interrupt Amma. Oh! I'm afraid that if I do it too much, my dog's gonna be like scratching at the door. The Tau be here. The Tau needs pets and attention. You guys give me so many pets and attention. Thank you so much. Thank you for throwing the balls for me to chase. Oh, wow, you remembered all that? Yeah, I definitely don't have a command for that I waited 5 minutes to get to. Sorry. Thank you for the care package, beautiful Blue. Appreciate it. So, okay, so Save is teaching me vampire etiquette. So you can generally say, oh yeah, my friend's a sucker. But you can't go from Yuki and Precious politely. My vampire is in the chat. Can you confirm or deny? And in the master's chambers, they gather for the feast. Take my infections as like a pleasing threat. And by infections, I mean because I'm not sick. I'm not sick and I don't take pills for anything. I don't have any conditions to manage. So the only infections I provide are energy infections. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. Cutie cacto! Wait, you get heart. It looks like I'm hearting the senbei, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Oh wow, she remembered all that? Yeah, I definitely don't have a command for that I waited 5 minutes to get to, sorry. Thank you for the care package, beautiful blue. Appreciate it. Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Mushrooms as in to eat? As in, can I find a spot and just sit there and go getting high on my own supply? Sorry, that was not a pouch appropriate quote. Yep, you got that right. Oh my god, this thing running at me scared the shit out of me. Dude, you're so deformed. Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a rope. You can tell me that is a trap and I will still go to it. I don't even know where I am. Are those lemons? They look like lemons and I grabbed them over. No, they're not lemons. I died. I didn't die. I'm sorry. 4 hours ago! Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log out, but I can definitely see why y'all like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Cyber. And I'm really, really excited to... Speak. Speak. Thank you very much, Tasmania. Oh my god. Okay. Can you tell that I'm kind of sicky? Sorry, I'm so gross. My apologies, genuinely. Hi. Awesome, Ozzy, what's up? Hi. Good, Ozzy. Thank you for the fart level helmet. Oh, Zeta Space, thank you so much for the 7 to sub to you. Hello. I see shadows. Thank you for acknowledging me. Give me attention. Give me attention. Give me attention. I will let you guys finish this word search. Welcome back, Zeta Stat.
Melt in your mouth texture.
Welcome back, Amazing Umbra.
Melt in your mouth texture. Filled mochi and raw.
Ooh, well done.
Hi, Pie.
My cat's 24/7. Give me attention. Give me attention. Ooh, nicely done. You almost got a perfect score on that one too. Excellent work. Excellent work. Oops, I just realized I was looking at my own chat. My bad. Beep boop beep boop beep boop bah.
Should I just add this link in here, or
Don't worry, I remembered this time. Look. Shit. Sorry, I'm off to the side. There we go. I fixed it. I fixed it. Look at what I've done for you, Strat. Don't say I never did nothing for you. I just restored an old song for you. All right. Awesome, Ozzy. Abby's for Umbra too. Abby's for Umbra. Yay, good, Umbra. Beautiful Bubbling. Welcome back. So you start. Are we going to have the poll next break? I will need to see when Nate gets home. I will ask him when he gets home. Abby's for you. Terrific, Ozzy. Yay. Good, Ozzy. Zealous Zelrog, that is the, oh my god, that is quite possibly the scariest emote I've ever seen. That's gonna give me nightmares. Welcome back. Next Photo Slice, Jam Slice, Abby's. Yay. Good, Neeks. Lovely la. Abby's. Yay. Good love. It's not a black screen this time. Hallelujah. Welcome back, cutie Kata. Abby's for you. Yay. Good Kata.
Oh, before people come in thinking that it is my birthday, I should probably remove my hat. But know that my hat is with you in spirit. I see what you did there, trying to balance the mean and the nice. I just had to have a reason to go out with a screeching giggle. Zelrog, that's so fucking scary. Oh my god, it's so scary. I can't look at it. I cannot look at it. Oh god, it's still, even though it says deleted, I still see it. Oh no. So scary. Terrifying. I do enjoy the maniacal laugh. I thought you might like that. Modded. It's okay. You're not getting any warnings or anything. It's just scary. I can't look at it, but then I realized I didn't do anything. I had to look at it anyway. That was something. Wasn't it something? Something indeed. Ah. Fuck. Ooh, it's PNG time. Okay. Let me go get you guys the PNG. Aha. Hello. It's me in this form. Welcome back, Zeta Sedu.
Pretty lady.
Pretty lady. Ah. The PNG is so cute. I do like this little one. Pretty cute. Pretty cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could. Dollary Lav, do you want a tail in this? Would you like a tail? What's this called? I mean, there's a technical term, right? A PNG? GIF-tuber? And there goes Maxie and Finny. Yes, please. Okay. A tail you shall have. Cute. A gift-tuber sounds good. Yeah, gift-tuber. When I be back home, I need to request meows to see if my cats respond. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'll do it. I'll do it. I think gift-tuber suits you better. Gift-tuber, that's cute, Strat. I like it. I like it. All right, let me go find this message with Lav. Let's go have a look at this men. This men. Glad you like it. Now give me my gift. Is it your birthday? No, I do owe you. I owe you many things. I owe you many things. Oh.
I was just going to say, does it have to be? No, it doesn't. I owe you at least 365 days of presents. um, my song is probably not going to go before I sleep, but no need to bump it. No, I'm happy to bump it if you like, sweetie. That's a thing that I'm very happy to do. If you guys are heading out and you want to hear a song, as long as you only do it once per stream, that's all that matters to me. It was such a good intro. Wish season 2 of the anime was better. The newest season was actually pretty good. Which one was that, Umbra? Sorry, I'm just trying to distract myself at the moment. It's better to hang out here so I can ignore the rest. That's fair, sweet Strat. You know I'm happy to provide any kind of a positive distraction for you guys. Including you, sweet Strat, including you. Modager. Don't apologize, by the way. Getting the desk set up, let's go! Very nice. I'm excited to see it. Hey there, Outstanding Otendo. Welcome on in. How are you? Tired, just got off work, now doodling. Nice. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm sorry you're tired though. Sorry to ask Tao, but the song request got the wrong version. It was meant to be by Brad Knobber. Oh, good, hun. I'm happy to switch that up. So wait, don't mine at night. That's supposed to be Brad Knobber, is that right? Just asked Dad if we're gonna wait until my birthday or set up the PC today. We're setting it all up today. Let's go, lab. That's sick. Freedom from work. The weekend begins with a shopping trip. Ooh, nice. What you gonna go buy? Got it. All right, I'll cue that up for you, hon. That has been rectified, I think. Hold on. What did it queue up? Hold on. That's caution. Ah, Shady Vox. That's the one I gotta get rid of. Okay, cool. Set. We'll post pics once it's set up. Awesome. Can't wait to see. How about you? I'm doing great, Otendo. Having a wonderful time with stream. Precious pals. Microphone arm. Good call. Very good call. I got off work a whole 30 minutes early. That means 30 more minutes of drawing. Let's go, Talon. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah. Haven't uploaded on your art channel in a long time now. That's true. That's true. As long as it's safe for work, you're welcome to put whatever you like on there. No, it's because, well, I don't need to explain. You've seen them once. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's not safe for work stuff, yeah. Ooh, what kind of ice cream did you get, Ozzy? Oh yeah, no, go for it. Absolutely, Strat. Yeah, feel free to, if you guys want to make a I don't want like another text channel, but if you want to make like another like audio channel that's like titled, you know, anime watch along, you can do that. I kind of figured that do we not have like a watch along section of the we do have a watch together. I figure is that not sufficient, do you think? We can use the pouch couch to discuss it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Ooh, cookies and cream. Yummy. Well, we all know how I like to eat cookies and cream. I sometimes go into the Watch Together channel when you're live. Oh, cute. I like it, Ozzy. That's a perfect place for it. Couch pouch sounds like a product. Pouch couch. It's a pouch couch. Watch Together channel should be fine for that. Yeah, cool. Welcome back, wonderful witch. It's good to see you. Like a towel? Yes, I would love to get a towel. I know tomorrow is my Easter. Your Easter? Did you get in touch with the Uwu Market guys about possible merch? You know what? I think I did. I don't know if they got back to me. Hold on. Oh, they want me to ping them a little bit later. Ah, in May. Okay. I need to probably do that in May. You had Nazi to Shadow. Thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely. Get some good rest, sweetie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, and we will see you soon. Also, Zelazarog, thank you for the thank you. Okay, I think we're on the way there. Cute. I need to shrink Lav a little bit. Your ears are in the way of his mouth, Lav! Okay, I fixed it. Let's see. I hope now that I don't have to worry about my contract, I can make it for the movie nights. That'd be nice. That'd be cool. Also, thank you for the Dendo. Did you tell the Raiders about your awesome VA work that was just released? Oh, I did not. Hi, Raiders. An hour too late. I've recently, like yesterday, audio drama, comedy, oh my god, dramedy. Okay, it's mostly comedy. Comedy. The top link there is a comedic piece that I got to be a part of, literally released yesterday. So I hope you enjoy it. If you want something giggly, funny time. Hey, Tao, how about a game of Gwent? How about a game of Gwent? Winds howling. Thank you for the care package, Spider. Ew, Geralt, ew. Sorry. Yes, and I've also been in a horror drama recently and just got into a game as well. Those are the other links there. I love how in Witcher games, even when the person hates you, it's all resolved over a game of Gwent. Gwent is immortal. Okay, Lav, could I get your input on this? Are you happy with this sketch? Have you any changes? I'm gonna have your little thingies entwined, but you can't really see it because it's a big fucking mess. I want to try the clip command, so ignore the next few bits. Okay. Actually, yeah, Save is probably the most likely to be a god tier Gwent player. How do you feel about Gwent, Save? That's it. We need to play Gwent music. I'm so down. Ooh, you got a working strat. Well done. Plausible, obedient Caribou Kappa indeed. You know what this song is making me feel? Feels like Ghosts with Heartbeats to me. Hold on. This is one of my favorite songs. I'm going to show you guys. because I have streamer powers, I'm gonna put it at the top so you guys know what I'm talking about. It'll play next. I finally figured it out. Streamlabs was just being annoying. Thank you, Stream Elements. Yay! Capitalism! My other song, the song of that commish. Oh, is this the theme song for that commission? I've only played a tiny bit of Gwent, but the idea of holding back or spending cards between rounds is pretty interesting. Save. Okay, it's been a long time since I've played Gwent, so I'm not going to challenge you, but I would love to watch you play Gwent. Streamer powers. Streamer powers! I literally just mean the person who has access to my Spotify. It's not even streamer powers, it's like having a Spotify account. You excited for PAX this year? Oh, I wish. I can't afford to go this year, unfortunately. I'd really like to, though. Would love to redeem this song request if you ever would be down to sing this one ever. Ooh. I think I'd have to expand my, I will like it. I do like this song. I would have to expand my octave range by more than 0.00000003. Might have to have like a full octave or two. Is there a lav in the chat, or is she busy playing with her new computer? And by playing, I mean building. No! Oh, hi, Lev. I wanted to know if you have any changes to this before we start doing the line art, because we can't change anything after the line art. Oh, Dad's building the desk. Nice. That's so nice of Dad. Thank you, Daddy. Good tidings this morning, you terrific Thylacine. I get to meet my first niece for the very first time today. Sorry, I had to... I started reading it that way, but then it was like modern after that. But congratulations, terrific Ducky. That's fantastic. That is so, so sick. How cool. Damn, now Otter is sad. Sad Tau can't go to PAX this year. I know. Because of my stupid job loss. Otherwise, I would probably just deal with it. Don't panic. I will be dealing with most of it. I just need your approval and input on stuff. Thank you, Strat. Thank you. She's turning 1 week old. Oh, how cute. That's awesome, Taki. Congratulations. Might actually bring your hair down a bit more too, actually. That's cute. The horn on the left looks a little too fat around the ear. Do you mean his left or our left? This is our left. This is his left. How no PAX cause of stupid people that's stupid. Yeah, exactly. Our left? Okay. A little too fat. Let me see. Oops, hello? What have I done? Oh. Way! Sorry. I'm very dramatic. Like that? You like that more? Talking about approval, did you want to read the rules I sent a while ago? I do. I did get to reading them, but I had some notes and I didn't write them down, so I have to read them again. Sorry, Strat. I am the most infuriating person to work with. I'm so sorry. Morgan Save is Dunsey? Oh my god, that's crazy. Hold on, we gotta go see Morgan Save. Here we go. This is one of my favorites. This song. This is really cool. This looks sick. I see. I will send it again. Oh no, I do have it. I have it available. I just need to read it again, that's all. Sorry, Strat.
You are locked in. This is sick. Luck save, it's you. Look, your very own PNG tuber. In case you don't want to use Halveria anymore, which you probably do, but don't you love this song? Isn't it beautiful? At this point, I love music that lowers my heart rate, and this and my favorite song, which is Ocean Eyes, do that. I have successfully turned Save into a furry. Well done. Well done! Green saber choice might match eye choice too, unless that's just light reflection. Looks like green eyes to me. Looks like green eyes to me. Then I will send you a reminder. It would be nice to have the rules before the anniversaries. You are correct. We should do that. I need to do that, yeah. Yeah, that's on me. That's my fault. Yeah, you're right, Strat. You need to add some flavor text? Yeah, I do. This song always makes me think of a day like today where it's pouring rain. There's no thunder, it's just like endless downpour. I love that song. Okay, sorry, I'll get back to work. Well, sorry, sweetie, what are you trying to do, lovely witch? Did you know Luke has a green lightsaber Return of the Jedi? No, but I know someone who can tell me. Go ahead, Save. I know you want to tell me. I know you want to tell me. Okay. Lav, did you have any other changes before we get to line arts? Alrighty. Okay, let's get some line art in here. Just remind me to flip this back because otherwise everyone's gonna be backwards. Did the epic songs play? I don't think so. We have a lot of music requested today. Nope, looks like the epic ones are about 20 away. I think we should add the Q command to the title during the art stream. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, sure. Let me put that on here. Whoopsie. There we go. Okay, that is there. You'll probably have to remind me to do that in the future. They were just going to make it blue again, and it was blue in the first movie trailer.
Make it blue again. And it was blue in the first movie trailer, but then they realized you couldn't see it against the sky. Oh! And then there were a lot of shots of it against the blue sky near the start of the movie during the big Jabba's barge fight in the desert. So they made it green so you could see the darn thing. That is actually really cool. That's a very interesting practical effect issue. Hey there, Terrific Trash. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I like the very excited. Wait. The amount of AMVs for this song is amazing. I believe that. I feel like any of the Arcane songs will net an awful lot of AMVs. Thank you for reminding me, Strat. Have you had coffee today? No, but I did have a caffeinated chocolate. About 2 hours before stream started. Whee! Little tired, but I finished packing my bag for my trip for this weekend. Ooh, that sounds fun, Terrific Trash. I hope you have a great time. Understandable. That little chocolate gives you a lot of energy. I wish that's how it was for me. Yeah, I am so hypersensitive to... I've told you guys... I mean, it's been a while, but I've told you guys about the one time I took one singular hit of nicotine, right, from my roommate in uni. I stole her bike and I rode around for an hour and a half. One... Vroom! Zelda and I will miss you at PAX, but we will send the goodies to you near the end of the year and make it a combo birthday Christmas gifty. Oh, cutie cat, that's so sweet, honey. Thank you so much. That is so, so lovely of you. Oh, you don't have to do that, but that's really thoughtful. Thank you. TauTassieTiger. See, they won't let me have that name. Just kidding. I guess they might, but you know, I gotta keep it secret. Is it copywritten? No. No. But I don't really have a thief motif. And you know how great I am at stealth, you know? One sip of coffee is all that it takes. I think I need slightly more than one sip of coffee, but I definitely only need one inhalation of nicotine. One smell of monster and Tau has zoomies. That is true. That is true.
Gorgeous Geeks, hello! 25 stream streak! Amaze. Hi, sweetie, welcome in. How are you? Welcome. It's so good to see you, Gorgeous Geeks. Amaze. 25 is incredible. Mr. 2 a.m.? Is it 2 a.m.? No, it's earlier. Later? I wish I could give some bad strat examples from school or college, but I didn't get into trouble for anything punishable. I got into so much trouble for punishable things growing up. I feel like the last 6 years of my life since I've moved to Australia have been really boring because I because I haven't gotten in any trouble. I'll admit I have accidentally knocked things off from stores as a kid. I pick something up that interests me, my ADHD kicks in, and I just simply walk out with said item without a thought in my brain. Oh, but that's not malicious, you know? I just woke up to feed donut. Oh, it's 8:30. Woke up earlier than I needed to for work so I could get more stream. Geeks, you're so sweet, honey. Thank you. Good morning. How'd you sleep? Did you sleep okay? Bang, bang, bang. Woo! Hey, I am here to balance it out. How dare you not get into trouble either? Actually, that's true. Good point, Strat. Yeah, slept pretty good. Thanks. Good. You're still drinking coffee? Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. We will let you relax. And I'm glad you slept well. Looking at Discord, who won my games? We have those, should be in the archive. Are you able to access the thread within the community giveaways that says community giveaway archive? Thank you so much again for your incredible generosity, Gorgeous Geeks. Oh, I see. Hold on, I do want to make sure that everyone who, well, I want everyone to be able to look, but, you do see it? Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, it should be in there. And then the winner should be at the bottom of it. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is so incredibly generous of you. We'll get those links sent to people. Thank you, Gorgeous Geeks. We really appreciate it. That's really sweet of you. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, do take your time. Do take your time. Still waking up, can't read? No, that's okay. Don't even worry about it. Not at all. Strat, don't tattle on me! Then I can go grab another 4 games that don't have region locks for the next giveaway out of my humble unclaimed. Oh, Geeks, that's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. Tau no sleep well? Question. Yeah, I didn't get enough sleep last night. We'll see about this weekend. I'm supposed to not be on my phone and I'm supposed to not do any work this whole weekend, and I don't know how to do that because I don't know how to do that. That makes no sense to me. The idea of not working on the weekend sounds really weird. I don't understand. That's my usual weekend, apart from session 0 tomorrow. Ooh, that's so exciting! I hope you have a wonderful time. I wish I could join. It's very easy to not be on the phone if you're catching up on sleep. I won't be doing that, though. I can't. Guess you can drop in if you wanted to. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed. Someone needs to padlock your office closed with your phone in there so you have no choice but to rest. Then I'll sneak my iPad out. Ah, 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 ah. Work on iPad. Oh, geeks, I told Nath that I watched you sleep and he giggled. He thought that was very funny. I am so far behind on the clips upload. It's stressing me out. This unexpected IRL situation is taking all my time. I can't wait to get back to a normal schedule. It's okay, sweetest Dry. You take all the time you need. Tao meant to be sleeping. Join session 0 anyway. Surprise! How are you here? I don't know. Yay, Nath gets it. He does. Yoink the tech privileges for the weekend. That's apparently what they're gonna do, but we'll see we'll see about that. Everyone say hi to Nate. Nate's Tom.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, mi amor. How drenched are you?
'Tis drenchy out there.
Drenchy indeed. Give me just a second, cuties. Hold. Hello, I'm back. Do you like how I noticed that my PNG will like continually, like if I mute my mic, it still picks it up. So I'm just like, ba, 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 ba. Welcome back. Yee, welcome back, cutie pies. Just so you know, oh, and this is a really good opportunity for me to remind you, my darlings, that we will be putting up a poll when I go on a 30-minute dinner break. We'll be putting up a poll to decide what you want to do for the rest of our time together. Welcome back, amazing Umba. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Yes, Nathan is feeling a bit better, although he skipped the gym because he's still not feeling grand. He's still not feeling grand. But we're going to have dinner in about half an hour, so kind of awkward timing on the break part because we need to go on a break in 5 minutes. But then we will continue. So don't go anywhere. Do you guys have a storm over there as well? Because I know a typhoon is developing over here. You guys getting hit too? We sure are, Umbra. It's crazy weather outside. Yes, thanks to being a pro PNG tube lip reader, I can say with 100% certainty that Tao is talking about smuggling stolen paintings into the country or starfish, just, you know, in general. Damn it, Save! How did you know we're talking about starfish in paintings? My favorite paintings to collect are those with starfish. Nath recovered quick. I'm sure he will be at 100% soon. I hope so. I don't know about the fact that we're not going to be... he's going to be sickies during the weekend. Not great. Coastal states are getting hit, and it's summer here. I gotta go eep. Flies off on broom. Bisexual witch out. Wonderful witch, gorgeous. Thank you so much for spending so much time with us today. I hope that you had as much fun with us as we had with you, sweetheart. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you later, beautiful. Thank you so much for being here. Mwah. Good night. And thank you for the care package, cutie pie. Much appreciated. Ow. Yummy. Good water. Lurk. Bye-bye. Thank you so much for the lurk, cutie pie. Red, you heading out, sweetie? Approaching my sleepy limits and can't quite keep my eyes open. I'll catch you in another stream. Might have a witch-related thing for you in the near future. Oh my god, I would love a witch-related thing, Red. That'd be so cool. Yay! I'm so excited. Okay, that's okay. I'll hold off. I won't annoy you. Radical Red, thank you so much for being here, hun. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for being here. Have a good evening. This is hypothetically Tao's last stream for 3 days to make every second of the rest of the stream count. Damn straight. Triumphant Tao, Valiant Vegeta, you are super awesome. You are super awesome, my dear. I love your streams. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I'm so glad that you enjoy them. I enjoy having you here. Thank you so much for being here. Boots, boots, boots for love. Boots, boots, boots for love. Damn straight. Okay, break down. I'm actually debating, since we got to go on a break anyway, in like half an hour, and this is one of the reasons that I do those 2 upfront breaks, like before we even actually get into the stream, because I do actually have like an hour stocked up so that I can have a lot more flexibility. So maybe we'll just go for another half an hour until I do have to go, just for 30 minutes, like I said, and then I will put that poll up and you guys can decide what you want to do. Finally done. Hope you enjoyed my fan art for you. Oh, I bet I will, Zelazarl. I was studying how to draw dynamic hair, and your model hair is just the best to use as study material. I'm so excited. Let me go look. It has been raining all day here as well, and will continue into the night, it seems. Although normally that calms me down, today it seems to have the opposite effect. Oh no, Yuki, I'm so sorry. Geez, this storm is doing a number on all these countries. Holy shit. Let me see your beautiful artwork. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god, I absolutely love this. This is adorable. Oh my god, I love your artwork, sweetie. Zarl, this is so cute. I love this pose with like the interlocked hands. So cute. I love it. It does not have colors. It has red. Red is good. That's so cute. Isn't it amazing? I absolutely love it. It's going in the fan art. It's going in the fan art, and you can't stop me. Try and stop me. Hold on. Umbra, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Zelazarl. I appreciate it. That's so sweet of you. Thank you, darling. Aw, that's so kind of you. Thank you. Oh my god, this is so fucking cute. I am obsessed. This is so cute. This is so cute. This is so cute. So cute. So cute. So cute. So cute. This is awesome. Yo, Pog. Let's go, amazing Umbra. Thank you for your incredible generosity and kindness to a fellow pal. Oh, that is so cute. I love how you do hair. It's so fun with like how it looks like hair, but then it merges. Whereas me, I'm like tempted to put like, okay, that strand ends there, and that strand ends there, and that strand ends there. So yeah, but no, I really like this. Meanwhile, in the Philippines, it's like an oven here. Oh God. I think we could all use a little bit less, a little more temperate weather, hey? Use those amazing emotes wisely. Yeah, I'm so glad you like the emotes. This is so pretty. Oh my god, I love it, Sorrel. Thank you so much. You did such an outstanding job. How fucking cute is that? Thank you. Quick question. Have you seen Equinox Homecoming on Steam? I found it yesterday when searching for games, and the moment I saw it, I thought that is probably a Tau game. I have not, but let me go look at it right now because I have to. I have no option. Equinox Homecoming. Horses! Oh my god, there are horses here! I was like, this sounds strangely sci-fi. But no. It is, in fact, horses! Saddle up with friends and investigate a dark mystery where each trail leads to wonder and intrigue. A string of events have set the idyllic island on edge. Discover the truth behind your mother's disappearance and local sudden death. For fans of horses, murder mysteries, and cozy exploration. Oh, cool! Oh my god, it's very popular. It's very popular. It's very popular. We should take that break. Oh no, like I said, Strat, I'm not taking the break until I'm ready for dinner. We're not doing dinner yet. We will run that ad when I go on dinner, and then we will run it again before we come back. Did I do good? You did so good, Gorgeous Geeks. That's so fun. That's going on my wish list. Boom! It's on the wish list. Nom 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 nom. Ooh, there's horses. There's horses here. Oh, you gotta go to work. Oh, good, lovely laugh. Thank you so much for joining us, sweetie pie. We will see you later. Have a good one at work, cutie pie. And don't let my absence stop you from doing my chibi. Okay, sounds good, honey. Sounds good. Oh, wow. I would play that. It sounds cool, doesn't it? You did so good, Gorgeous Geeks. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Amaze, amaze, amaze. The poll is before you go as well. Yes, exactly, sweetest Strat. Exactly. You did great. Good boy, Gorgeous Geeks. Good boy. I want this horse game. I want this horse game. This is cute. I was like, is this flambe? It sure is. This is indeed flambe. Gotta go now. Good luck finishing this piece, Tau, and hope you enjoy your dinner. Thank you so much, Delasarl. I appreciate you so much, and I really appreciate that beautiful, beautiful piece of art. Thank you so much, sweetie. Thank you, thank you. If you're heading off to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Thank you for the beautiful art piece. I'm absolutely in love. Totally unrelated, I'm gonna need you to accept my Steam friend request at some point. Geeks, very subtle. This broke you during Dispatch Town. Can't forget it. It's true. This song made me like unable to breathe. It was so funny. I love this fiery asshole. Yeah, he's very good. He's very good. Subtle? I don't know what you're talking about. Interesting. It's interesting. Pretty sure I got a clip for it. I think, yeah, I think you're probably right. I think we do. Banger background music. Oh, hey there, Pocket Chalk. Welcome in, hon. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it? I still need to watch your playthrough of episodes 6 and 8, 6 through 8. Had to take a break after episode 5 conclusion, picking the exact opposite options that I did. Oh, that is fair, Geeks. That is fair. Were you rewatching the time that we chose Invisigal or the time that we chose Blonde Blazer? Sorry, I know you've told me this and I've already forgotten. Flowey, oopsie. Always to her long before Oh, you found it, Ozzy. Very impressive. Good job. Good find. Good find. In that weird state between deciding to work another hour or go to sleep at a reasonable hour, but good. That is fair, Precious Pocket. What time is it for you? Half of it was viewer's choice. That's true. That's true. Invisigal was mostly viewer's choice. For the major stuff, I think the best part of it was Waterboy going ham in the bathroom. Yeah, that was pretty funny. So far, it's been the Blazer run, the better run, but that was my reference during the karaoke stream to not revealing your identity to your team. Wow, that scene is way less satisfying. Oh, yes. That's right. I remember now. Yeah, no, it is way less satisfying. That's true. 1 a.m. Precious Pocket Chalk, may I provide some input? I think you should probably go to sleep, maybe a little bit. Wait, what time do you normally go to bed? I like how Setter goes from hello Chalk to go to sleep now. Oh, wait, you typically stay up until 4 a.m.? Well, shit, I mean, in that case, I guess you should stay up. Fashion, I beat Act 3 and Slay. Let's go. I dragged his body to the finish line. Umbra, let's go. That is amazing. Hey, well done, hun, well done. I mean, also, yeah, like, it's not great that you had to drag his body to the finish line, but good job doing it. Good job. That's very kind of you. Nani the fuck? I guess 1 isn't too bad. Yeah, when you put it that way. Chalk gotta be a youngin'. I can't do 4 a.m. sleep anymore these days. Sorry, literally, like, the only Brit in the chat, and I'm like, you're Southern now. The Southern worked. Wish I could pull it off. Gorgeous Geeks, you could. Just repeat after me. Chalk gotta be a youngin'. I can't do a 4 a.m. sleep anymore these days. If you can handle it, go ahead, Chalk. Except you, Strat. You need to sleep. Yeah, Strat, you go to bed. Yeah, Strat, you go to bed. But Cutie Chalk has a regular sleep schedule, even if it's irregular to other people. But that doesn't mean that it's not healthy for them, you know? We should switch time zones. If we do, you still get to go to sleep at a reasonable time, and I get to sleep early. Oh, that is true. We should switch time zones then. Considering the space western inspiration of the campaign, you're only weeks or so away from hearing me attempt the southern accent. I love it, Geeks. I'm gonna DM you while you're DMing, and I'm gonna be like, psst, hey, okay, so what you just said, you want to do this instead? Yeehaw! Oh my God, Space Cowboys. Campaign slows down because I'm being directed and doing multiple takes on NPCs. Geeks, yeah. No, I mean, I do want to continue, but could you just do that one more time? A little more oomph, you know? All right, take 2, go.
Close. That was really, really close. Okay, one more time. Now at the end, can we get a little inflection? Just a little whoop, you know? Yeah, there you go. Geeks, thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night, hun. Tao, can you erase the song I just requested? Oh, sure. There you go. This campaign is going to be the best kind of chaos. Well, with Cacto there, and me trying to direct you, gotta contribute to doing movie night. We get there eventually. That's true. I wonder if you guys are going to want to continue on with our Monty Pythoning. I've been told that I need to watch Clerks, though. I have been told this a couple of times from a couple of people. Did not mean to request the same song twice. Oh, that's okay, hun. You're all good. Oh, absolutely. Ooh, is this a Ruby song? I was like, well, this is a pretty song. What is this? What is this? I was one of those people. You were, Gorgeous Geeks. You were. Please, Monty Python first, Clerks later. Okay, okay. Yuki, thank you for contributing to the Discord movie night. How are you feeling, sweetheart? As a Brit, Monty Python gets my support. Of course, of course. You'll be depatronized, you'll be stateless if you don't vote Monty Python. We need to finish every Monty Python movie. Aren't there like 12 of them? I need you to voice NPCs. That would be so cool. What class is everyone playing? I'm gonna be a warlock. I'm gonna be a genie warlock Goyle. Yeah, I'm excited. I am excited. We are so close to the storytelling stream as well. I think I will share some tales from India this time. Please do. You will have to forgive my pronunciation, as you know. I cannot pronounce Monty Python, Clerks. Try not to watch any more cultural touchstones on your way out the parking lot. This will probably make sense later. Actually, you probably won't remember. I probably won't, but that's like by default very funny. That's still very funny, even if I don't understand the reference. I find that very amusing. You have no idea how excited I am to play D&D with you. Yay! Precious but Lightly is gonna be so much fun! 37 movies? Wait, what? Noggin! Hi there, lovely Noggin. Is the weather still shit on your side of Tassie? Sure is. We're drowning out here, mate. Warlocks are so fun! Have fun with your character. Thank you, amazing Umbra. It's been a while since I played a Warlock. Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast! The 37 is a Clerks reference. Oh, I thought you meant 37. I thought you meant that there's 37 Python movies. I was like, shit, that many Pawnee Mython movies? I know I said it in Discord, but it's safe to say I am rather nervous for this giveaway next art stream, as I have never done a giveaway in my life. Don't worry, Awesome Aussie. It's okay. We got this. We got this.
We will help you right through it, love. Don't worry about it. I'll probably lurk for the rest of the stream. I am starting to feel nauseous too. Oh no, Yuki, honey. If I don't appear again, I'll say a preemptive bye-bye to all you beautiful pouch pals and of course lovely Touch-san. Sweetest Yuki, I'm so sorry you're feeling so ill, darling. Thank you for the lurk, but please take good care of yourself. Make sure that you're hydrating and stuff. And yeah, maybe if you crash and get some rest for like 12 hours, maybe you'll feel better in the morning. But yeah, I'm sorry, sweetie. Please get nice and cuddled up. We'll be thinking of you, sending you positive vibes. And yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yuki. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, okay? Yasaminasai. Beautiful, lovely lady Tao. How are the arts and farts going? The arts are good. The farts are... Hi, beautiful bad. How are you? Thank you for the care package. And yet, you're accidentally continuing the reference correctly. Wait, I am? How? I must go nap. I be the tired as I had to get up early 2 days in a row for work. Absolutely amazing, Umbra. Have an amazing night, fellow pals, and have an amazing rest of stream, Tao. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. I really appreciate you, Ms. Umbra. Thank you for dragging Vash's body through Act 3. And excellent work passing that. That is really impressive. And thank you so much for being here, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. How goes for you, lovely noggin? The way Tess said 37, I thought she'd actually seen a Clerks clip. 37? No, that's just my regular delivery. Always glad to hear things are going well. I hope they're going well for you too, sweetie pie. Things are well, other than hating on Wi-Fi stuff right now. Fair enough, beautiful bad, fair enough. Noggin, thank you so much for the 5-stream story. About your appreciate it, darling. That is outstanding. Thank you very much for your dedication and support. The problem part of the moving the giveaways to the archive, I can't just look at the reactions to find the winning Discord user. Gotta manually check names. Oh shoot, that's true. Dang, sorry, gorgeous geeks. That's a good point. That is a bit annoying, isn't it? Oh shoot, sorry. Maybe we can find a solution to that, I wonder. You'll be a lurky turkey? Absolutely, sweetest Strad. Absolutely. Have a good lurk, okay? The bot does respond. He's supposed to respond mostly during breaks, but does someone with good Wi-Fi want to trade me and deal with my issues? I unfortunately am not educated enough in Wi-Fi thingamajigs to figure out why shit happens with them. Otherwise, I would love to. Oh, geeks, which one is it that's that you're having trouble finding?
I can just add the usernames for the winners going forward. Oh, actually, that's a really good idea, Strat. Yeah. That's probably easiest for those who are doing giveaways. Shadowgun, not sure if blind or change display name or something. Oh, fair enough, Gorgeous Geeks. Should be, let me see. Here you go. This should be the name on there for you. Beep, beep. There you go. Wait, hello? Wait, no, that's not, that isn't what I was trying to do. Oh my God, no, oh, never mind. Maybe Strat will do it. I don't know why it's copying that. That's not, it's 823, not 21. I have no idea why the 1 happened. Is it because on Twitch that's his handle? Maybe. But yeah, it's supposed to be 823. Oh, the username is Shadowgun21. Okay, got it. Found. I'll be sending off gift links to the winners. Thank you, Gorgeous Geeks. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm so good at Discord, dude. I'll just add winners going forward so it's easy to find. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, they wouldn't mind that either. Not slick, whoever added number 5. I wonder how many winners are in stream chat still and judging me for how slow I am sending the links. Oh, trust me, no one's judging you, sweetheart. I actually need to make sure that I mention something because of something that happened a little bit earlier, but people cannot be rubbing it in people's faces that they win things. I do need to make sure of that. Hi there, Motorhead. Welcome in. How are you? Did I miss some mega gloating? Was anyone super sad that they didn't win any of my games? It wasn't like gloating to a point where I felt like I needed to step in, but it was almost there. But they did stop after pretty much. If they had done it one more time, I was about to say something. But no, we didn't have anyone. Everyone's quite kind and understanding here, I think. But hey there, Nito Nedra. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for having a lurk. And I hope that you've enjoyed your lurk and work as well. Was this in the VC by any chance? I don't know if there was anyone gloating in the VC, lovely Aussie. I wasn't in the VC at any point, but it was in stream chat, and I was like, Again, it wasn't like too much, but it was like almost there. Oh, we should probably put a hand over here too. Last night I spent 5 hours to redo the fabric on my couch, and it's looking like a brand new couch right now. Very satisfied. Hey, well done, Nedra. That sounds like a very good use of time. That's incredible. Well done. I would have thought someone would have reported it if there was an instance. No, like I said, it wasn't like, I don't think it was like obvious enough to everybody else, but I was personally being kind of like, okay, calm down. Motorhead, I'm sorry that happened, but this isn't really the place to talk about that, okay? This is not that spot. Hands, my one weakness with drawing. It takes a lot. It does take some time. It does take some time for sure. Strong, independent woman. Yeah, there you go. No, because it's triggering, Motorhead. That's the reason. All right, but listen, every single time you have come in here, you have said or done something offensive or nasty. So your next message, if it is not pleasant, I'm going to ban you, okay? Wasn't expecting to win. My luck just happens. Thank you for the care package, Nix. Appreciate it. That's true. Lots of fun in the dungeon. Absolutely. Water the VTuber. Thank you for the VTuding water, lovely Nix. Much appreciated. Enter the fungeon. The fungeon, indeed. Thank you, Strat. For some reason I thought we had him banned. I guess we didn't? Is he banned on Discord? I don't know. God, my memory sucks. Let me see here. This place is for good vibes, friend. We come to hang out with Tau and get away from all from that kind of stuff. Exactly right. Whoops, too slow, got himself banned. Very valid. Some people, yeah, there's a reason why we have a vent channel. Well, even then, that's right, he did leave on his own accord. We have a vent channel, but even in the vent channel, you can't talk about some of the stuff he's talking about, you know?
Going to have noms. Be back soon, or if I miss end of stream, have an awesome stream. Thank you so much, Kitty Cata. Appreciate you, darling. Appreciate you very much. Enjoy your food. The only venting I'll do is my muscle pain after those 5 hours of refabricating my couch. Oh, I bet you were achy as all hell, sweetheart. I hope that you are rewarding yourself with nice food, a cool or warm compress, whatever is going to help, and maybe some nice tea. Some stuff needs to be discussed with a licensed therapist, not with strangers on the internet. Yeah, yes, indeed. Oh, no, that's okay, Nix. No worries. Yeah, I try to... I actually thought that that was supposed to not be visible to you guys. Maybe that's a restricted. Okay, gotta keep that in mind. With. Oh, my weekend is gonna be great. Tomorrow is fucking the Spanish Day. Turns out this city was the first in 1572 to defeat the Spanish occupation of the Netherlands. Wow. So they have cute little activities all over town. And my best friend is coming over for a sleepover and we'll go together. Oh, that's so nice. And we'll go out for dinner to eat sushi. Can you tell I'm excited? That sounds so good, Nedra. I would love to be there. That sounds so fun. That sounds super, super fun. Ah, the chin is not centered. Ah, fuck. I look away for a few minutes to send out game keys to a winner and return a mass deletion. It's like the community GIF. What is this song? I actually don't know what this song is. A little too rappy for me, I think, but I'll skip it. That guy had to pop in just when I went to grab lunch, but he was monitored, not restricted, so that explains it. Oh, I gave him a warning about it last time as well. For some people, giving warnings is pointless, but we do our part. Exactly right. Okay, that's what it was. I'm sorry to the precious pals who, if you guys saw that and that was triggering at all, I did not realize you were able to see it. Bee-boo. Was debating on dinner, then realized I have a chicken and bacon rice stir fry left over. Ooh, that sounds really good, Storm. Holy shit. Some people just never learn. I'm sorry you and everyone else were subject to that. That's all right. That's all right. I'm just sorry you guys had to see it. That's the most important task of the day done. Everyone has their game keys. That's more important than work. You know, you have your priorities straight, gorgeous geeks. You do. Thank you for that lurk, lovely Netra. Much appreciated. The amazing mod Strat took care of it. He did. Thank you, Strat. I feel bad for them if that legitimately happened to them, but at the same time, there's a time and place, and a streamer's chat is not the time or the place. Yeah, exactly. True. Don't like Lav's face, and I don't mean that of the real Lav. I just... I'm having trouble with this face. Delicate, and I'm not doing it right. Not everyone has their games yet. Hint, hint for accepting friend request. Don't you dare! Nothing, beautiful Bublin. I don't like Lav's face time during an art stream. No, please don't tell her that. That's not what I mean. Please, no. Maybe I should say I don't like what I've done to Lav's face. Actually, that might be worse. Maybe I don't want to say that. No save! Oh my god, look how I've massacred my Lav! Exact accurate tongue quote. Another banger indeed. Precious Pocket Chalk's out here, still working and twerking, so it seems. I really wanted to give away all the classic Mega Man games, but my spare key is so region locked, like UK only. Oh, that is very region locked. I'm tempted to just buy a few keys to force people to play classic Mega Man. Isn't it dinner time for you? It is. I'm waiting for Nath to let me know when it's dinner. Okay, maybe I'm slightly happier with this, maybe. Until I fuck it up, and then I'll be unhappy again. Ah! The low battery! This is good. Tao will dinner whilst I'm in my first and hopefully only meeting of the day. Perfect. Save. I love it. Thanks for gigantifying this boy. What's his name? Ricky Martin, I think. I'm in massive withdrawal. Like, I'm gonna die if I don't get my fix. My fix being Tao playing FF14, so I need everyone to vote for it, okay? Okay. We are gonna play it on, Tuesday. We'll play on Tuesday. You want to know, though, don't you? You want to know, though, don't you? Rick Harrison from Pawn Stars. There you go. I used to love Pawn Stars as a kiddo. As a young'un. I will play games with Tao one day. I wish so badly that I had time to play games with people, dude. I feel so bad. There's so many wonderful people that I would love to play games with, and I'm just too busy to, like, ever fucking do it. It's so sad. Okay, wait, what do we think? How's that? Does that look okay? Do you like that? Do you think she'll like that? What do we think? Technically, you will at D&D. Oh, that's a good point. Once every month. We need the bonus 14 stream to actually get you to Heavensward. That is true. I feel much better about confusing my way with I want it that way now that you confused Rick House with Ricky Martin. Yeah, I definitely did that deliberately because that's funny, right? That was funny, right? Right? Cute. It looks great to me. She will love it. Very cute. It's so cute. Oh, goody. Okay, goody. Oh, she's got her head's floating. Hold on. I should probably connect it to her body by a neck. By a neck. Save, is that a gun you were holding to? Oh, never mind. That's a phone. I thought it was a gun firing at the camera. Zoinks. I wish I had more time to hang out with people. I wish I had more time to draw. I wish I had more time to talk to people. I wish I had more time for everything. Wish I had more time to play games with people. I don't even have enough time to, like, talk to my best friend more than, like, once every 2 months. I haven't spoken to Macheka for, I think, since January. Okay. How dare you not call Sensei every night and ask her how she's doing? I know, I am the worst friend. I am the actual worst friend. I don't know why so many people want to be my friend, because, like, so many of you, like, are so kind and you try and, like, message me and check in on me and, like, you want to hang out? Do you want to talk? Do you want to play games? And I'm like, geez, I sure would love to. But fuck, I don't have the time. I have no time for friend. It's very sad. It's very tragic. I wish I had time for a friend. Ooh, she's missing hair on the back. Whoopsie. Right, Tao? Stratton needs to get FF14. He does. You'll have lots of time once you're rich and famous. I don't reckon that will ever happen, but I hope that at some point I'll be able to, like, you know, have a Saturday off or something. I'm supposed to. I want to be your friend. I know, lovely Ozzy. You're very sweet. When I need to chat to Tao, I drop a message and then wait 2 to 3 business days for the carrier pigeon. Unfortunately, that's true.
I have a friend that I send really long messages to, and it sometimes takes me up to like 2 hours to reply. And and sometimes they just wait like 2-3 weeks between messages, and I'm like, I'm so sorry every time, every single time. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, and they're always so understanding. But dude, I'm like, fuck, I am genuinely so sorry. I wish I had the time. Definitely not a gun level offense. Gee, what do you take me for? It's not like you confused a T-65 X-Wing for a T-70 X-Wing. I mean, as if. I selected this from several hundred possible nerd references. I would never, that's like spitting in your face. I would never mistake a T-65 X-Wing for a T-70 X-Wing. Are you kidding? Basics. How's my parasocial friend? As in, if she showed up at my house, I'd be very concerned, but I like hanging out with her when she streams. That's a very interesting way to put that. I will plan your vacations when you are rich and famous. Oh wow, Strat's gonna be my modager and my travel agent? Let's go. I have to schedule my Tau time months in advance on a monthly basis. I have become used to it. It's actually true. I'm so sorry, gorgeous geeks. I'm so sorry. This is why Tau is best, because I don't mistake a T-65 X-Wing for a T-70. Yeah, I'm pretty good like that. God, the laugh on this guy is so funny. So eerie. I'm so hungry. I hope they feed me soon. I'm starving. Food is taking longer than he said it would. I'm so hungry. Nafe. Nafe. Is food ready yet? Oh, you didn't tell me that. Yeah, but you gotta tell me when the 10 minutes are, because I have a limited time. Okay, food's ready. Okay, I gotta go. All right, cutie pies, I'm gonna set you up with a 10-minute poll. Let's see, here are your options. What to do for a final? It'll be about 2 hours of stream, 2 hours or so. We got continue art. Oh shit, hello. Rip, hold on 1 second, sorry. I'm just putting a poll up. Final Fantasy 14, Persona 5, MHS3, or Demo Night. It is up to you, my darlings. You have 10 minutes on that. And Radical Rat, thank you very much for the raid, hun. Welcome, welcome. Raiders, if you need a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We really would. You guys, the poll is live. Please do vote in it. Descended from the realm of Farming Simulator 25, bringing with them tales of gold mining and Pokemon adventures. This Australian streamer, blessed, with ADHD and autism, swears like a sailor but welcomes lurkers with open arms. From trucker shenanigans to daddy issue simulators, their stream be a wild ride. Truly a jacked ram indeed. Welcome on in. Hi, lovely ram. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Precious Parkour. Hi, honey. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome in. Cutie pies. So how this works is, because we go for a total of 8 hours, but that means I'm starving right now. So I'm going to go away for 30 minutes. You guys get to play some super duper duper fun. Yeah, you gonna eat dinner too? Good call, Ram. You and I are having dinner together. We're going to go on a 30-minute break. You guys get to play word searches. Word searches. Wee! Word searches. We love word searches. You guys, please, if you are going to bed during this time, please make sure that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. But my darlings, I am going to be seeing you in 30 minutes. Normally it would be 3, but I'm hungry and it takes me longer than 3 minutes to eat. So Cutie pies, I will see you in about 30 minutes. I will actually have the countdown going for the 30 minutes momentarily. Let me just actually put that up real quick. Oh, shit. Nope, sorry. Hello. Okay. Perfect. Okay. All right. I will see you guys in about 30 minutes. Please do vote. Please do vote. Please do vote. Whatever you vote here in the next 8 minutes will decide what we continue doing or what we do. We still have about 2 hours left when we get back. So your options are continue art, play Final Fantasy XIV, play Persona 5, play Monster Hunter Stories 3, or do demo night. Art is currently winning, but you got 8 minutes, so think it through, and I'll see you guys in a half an hour. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah. Absolutely. Click the buttons. Click the buttons. We have so many songs and a laser. Ah! Listen. Yes, I'm counting that. Genes are discovered every time you evolve a voidling into an undiscovered path. Raising your Wrangler rank will give you access to powerful new upgrades and Yep, you got that right. Oh my god, this thing running at me scared the shit out of me. Dude, you're so deformed. Comply. Comply! Scary lady. Redeem. Legacy of Kate, and that's it. Take my infections as like a pleasing threat. And by infections, I mean because I'm not sick. I'm not sick, and I don't take pills for anything, and I don't have any conditions to manage. So the only infections I provide are energy infections. This is not really any better, is it? I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole. One day I'm gonna be Hokage. Believe it. Persona 5. Cool. Here we are. All right. Yes, this is the next one. That went from healing energy to killing energy. Tau with the power of being blunt with precision. Yeah, look at me go. Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. She has a YouTube channel, and there's some really cute music on there. Like the microwave song, which I probably still need to learn. Defeat the Taukula, precious pals. You can do it. Murder! Murder, Will. I wish there were more people clipping. Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Mushrooms as in to eat? As in, can I find a spot and just sit there and go getting high on my own supply? Sorry, that was not a pouch appropriate quote. Or the ooh. It's hard to do ooh and sound British. Ooh. Thank you very much for the ooh. Much appreciated. Well, I am a woo. Are those women's? You look like women's. Can I grab them? No, they're not women's. I died. I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that if I do it too much, my dog's gonna be like scratching at the door. The Tau be here. The Tau needs pets and attention. You guys give me so many pets and attention. Thank you so much. Thank you for throwing the balls for me to chase. Oh wow, she remembered all that? Yeah, I definitely don't have a command for that I waited 5 minutes to get to, sorry. Thank you for the care package, beautiful Blue. Appreciate it. Oh. More than help. Oh god, he's scary looking, dude.
That the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Look at those pauldrons. Man's got the biggest shoulders in history.
surely that would be bad for his posture. Right now it looks pretty good, his posture. He looks intimidating as fuck, but I think his shoulders gotta stop right there. He's got like 4 extra shoulders here. Sorry, okay, sorry. Wow, shoulder pads, true, Sarah Lynn. These are rewards you could get for being sub for certain amounts of... oh, hey, well, yeah, let's hatch, well, we have 6 eggs to hatch. Fuck. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a rope. You can tell me that is a trap and I will still go to it. Smooth melt in your mouth texture of choco-filled mochi and raw chocolate. Hi, Pie, they're lovely. Hi, welcome on in. That sounds bomb. I'm so excited to eat this, lovely Yuki. Rating for the matcha senbei? 7. Okay, Lav, could I get your input on this? Are you happy with this sketch? Have you any changes? I'm gonna have your little thingies entwined, but you can't really see it because it's a big fucking mess. I want to try the clip command, so ignore the next few bits. Okay, the approximation, yes. Time for hatching. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all. Wait! Oh, okay. Oh! Sorry, for some reason I thought that those were gonna be different. Little chesticles. Mirrors on the ceiling, pink champagne on ice. Just said we were all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for this feast. 4 hours ago! Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log out, but I can definitely see why y'all like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Cyber. And I'm really, really excited to... Did anybody see the random person float by on their bed? I could have just been in my head. I could just be feverish. That was really funny. So, okay, so Save is teaching me vampire etiquette. So you can generally say, oh yeah, my friend's a sucker. But you can't go into a coven and say, yo, suckers. Is that correct from Yuki and Precious Politely? My vampire's in the chat. Can you confirm or deny? Thank you very much, awesome Aussie. Oh my god. Okay. Can you tell that I'm kind of sicky? Sorry, I'm so gross. My apologies, genuinely. Awesome Aussie, what's up? Then Aussie, thank you for the fart, lovely little bit. Oh, Zena's face, thank you so much for the 7 streams. Ground up. Cutie Cacto. Wait, you get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the senbei, but I'm actually giving you a heart. Speak. Speak. Cute, pretty cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but say hada hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. Or the ooh woo. It's hard to do ooh woo and sound British. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Thank you very much for the ooh woo. Much appreciated. God, he's scary looking, dude.
I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Look at those pauldrons. Man's got the biggest shoulders in history. surely that would be bad for his posture. Right now it looks pretty good, his posture. He looks intimidating as fuck, but I think his shoulders gotta stop right there. He's got like 4 extra shoulders here. Sorry, okay, sorry. So Save is teaching me vampire etiquette. So you can generally say, oh yeah, my friend's a sucker. But you can't go into a coven and say, yo, suckers, is that correct from Yuki and Precious Politely? My vampire's in the chat. Can you confirm or deny? Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a One day, I'm gonna be Hokage! Believe it! You absolutely buttons. We have so many songs and a lizard! Ah! Lizard. Yes, I'm counting that spot and just sit there and go getting high on my own supply. Sorry, that was not a pouch appropriate quote. Cutie cacto! Wait, get heart. Look. It looks like I'm hearting the seme, but I'm actually giving you a heart. That hurts it. I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole. Thank you, lovely with. Welcome on in. Should I just add this link in here, or do you have another specific link for it? You can just add that link.
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to TauTassieTiger, or you won't get any more corn to give you tell anymore. XD.
You can't have that. You don't want that. B.A. ni omo de tao. I'm sorry. Comply. Comply. Like googly eyes. Comply. I don't know. Did anybody see the red person who fly on their bed? That could have just been in my head. I could just be feverish. That was really funny. But yes, Cutie Cyber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our oh, hey, well, yeah, let's hatch. We have 6 eggs to hatch. Fuck. Say, hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. Speak. Speak. Chesticles. I'm afraid that if I do it too much, my dog's gonna be like scratching at the door. The Tao be here. The Tao needs pets and attention. You guys give me so many pets and attention. Thank you so much. Thank you for throwing the balls for me to chase. Oh wow, she remembered all that? Yeah, I definitely don't have a command for that I waited 5 minutes to get to. Sorry. Thank you for the care package, beautiful blue. Appreciate it. Oh. Okay, Lav, could I get your input on this? Are you happy with this sketch? Have you any changes? I'm gonna have your little fingies entwined, but you can't really see it because it's a big fucking mess. I want to try the clip command, so ignore the next few bits. Okay. Actually, yeah, save is probably the most likely to, the approximation, yes. Time for hatching. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all. Wait! Oh, okay. Oh! Sorry, for some reason I thought that those were gonna be different. A little, clipping. I don't want to hog all the fun. That's okay, go for it. Snivy is the only D&D player I didn't get to sub to yet. Cute, very cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could... Awesome, Ozzy, what's up? Good, Ozzy. Thank you for the fart, lovely Spice, thank you so much for the 7 streams. 3. Okay, I'll go back to my corner. Sorry, I'm just being a little weirdo today. Ah, plop, 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 plop. I have a golden egg. I have a golden egg. Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. Just press, just pass. The timing on that, dearest Dim, absolutely extraordinary. Hi, I've ground up.
Did I fix it? Have I fixed it? No, I have not. Do you guys hear that? Why do you have... Oh, there is a voice mod. I don't know why there's a voice mod on, to be honest. Instead of the voices you pop on... Ah! What is the voice? What is the voice that we're hearing? I don't actually know. What is it? You guys hear it too. What is it? There's a chipmunk voice? Uh-oh. This is not good. I'm not sure why. Hold on. Who gave me helium? Ah!
Scary lady. Redeem. Legacy of Kane, that's it. Keep down this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibis. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on ice. She said, we're all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gather for the feast. Say, hada, hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all. Wait! Oh, okay. Oh! Sorry, for some reason I thought that this were gonna be different 4 hours ago. Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log out, but I can definitely see why y'all like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Cyber, and I'm really, really excited to... Did anybody see the random person float by? Speak. Speak. But you can't go into a coven and say, yo, suckers. Is that correct from Yuki and Precious Politely? My vampire's in the chat. Can you confirm or deny? Oh, we made it. Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. You know what? We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! Yummy egg. Yummy egg. Make an omelet for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. For voice acting jobs, I don't know about well, you may be surprised at how much they might not help because I don't know how many people are looking for a British mummy wooing. I don't even know where I am a woo. Is that, are those lemons? They look like lemons and I grabbed them a woo. No, they're not lemons. I died. I didn't. I'm sorry. Help? Thank you very much, Awesome Ozzy. Oh my god. Okay. Can you tell that I'm not kind of sicky? Sorry, I'm so gross. My apologies, genuinely. Awesome Ozzy, what's up? Good Ozzy, thank you for the far lovely lol bit. Oh, Sweetest Space, thank you so much for the 7 streams. 3. Let me... 9% of 5. Cool. Here we are. All right. Yes, the summer's come. Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Mushrooms as in to eat? As in, can I find a spot and just sit there and go getting high on my own supply? Sorry, that was not a pouch appropriate quote. Or the ooh woo. It's hard to do ooh woo and sound British. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Thank you very much for the ooh woo. Much appreciated. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Wow, shoulder pads, true, Saralyn. They used to have rewards you could get for being sub for certain amounts of chesticles. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Yucky. Scary. Cute. Cute. Comply. Comply! Scary lady! Redeem. Legacy of Kane, that's it, Ducky. Thank you, lovely Ryo. You're very sweet, darling. Thank you so much. Discover and document genes to increase your Wrangler rank. Genes are discovered every time you evolve a voidling into an undiscovered path. Raising your Wrangler rank will give you access to powerful new upgrades and Yep, you got that right. Oh my god, this thing running at me scared the shit out of me. Dude, you're so deformed! Oops, hold on. Hairi mochi to nama choko no nameraka no uchidoke. Meaning the smooth melt in your mouth texture. The smooth melt in your mouth texture of choco-filled mochi and raw chocolate. Hi, Pie, they're lovely. Hi, welcome on in. That sounds bomb. I'm so excited, but I'm wide awake now with the Pouch Pals already hyping, and now your energy infecting me again. Yay! Take my infections. Have them all. That's probably not really the way to put that. Have my infections! One day, I'm gonna be Hokage! Believe it! Looks like I'm hearting the senpai, but I'm actually giving you a heart. You absolutely hit the buttons. Hit the buttons. We have so many songs and a lizard. Ah! Lizard. Yes, I'm counting that. Yee! Good, precious pals. All of you are so good and precious. Precious pals. The timing on that, dearest Dim, absolutely extraordinary. Hi, I've ground up. Cute, very cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could. The clip command, so ignore the next few bits. Okay. Actually, yeah, save is probably the most likely to, take my infections as like a pleasing threat. And by infections, I mean because I'm not sick. I'm not sick and I don't take pills for anything. I don't have any conditions to manage. So the only infections I provide are energy infections. This is not really any better, is it? I think I'm digging myself a deeper hole.
Uh-oh, this is not good. I'm not sure why. Hold on. Who gave me helium?
Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a rope. You can tell me that is a trap, and I will. Okay. I'll go back to my corner. Sorry. I'm just being a little weirdo today. Okay, Lav, could I get your input on this? Are you happy with this sketch? Have you any changes? I'm gonna
have your little thingies entwined, but you can't really see it because it's a big fucking mess. You want to try the clip command, so ignore the next few bits? Okay. Actually, yeah, save is probably the most likely to, take my infections as like a pleasing threat. And by infections, I mean because I'm not sick. I'm not sick and I don't take pills for anything and I don't have any conditions to manage. So the only infections I provide are... It's hard to do ooh-woo and sound British. Ooh-woo. Ooh-woo. Thank you very much for the ooh-woo. Much appreciated. The timing on that, dearest Tim, absolutely extraordinary. Hi, I've ground up. Oh God, he's scary looking, dude.
I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Look at those pauldrons. Man's got the biggest shoulders in history. Surely that would be bad for his posture. Right now it looks pretty good, his posture. He looks intimidating as fuck, but I think his shoulders gotta stop right there. He's got like 4 extra shoulders here. Sorry, okay, sorry. Wow, shoulder pads, true, Sarah-Lynn. These different rewards you could get for being sub for certain amounts of... Oh. Speak. Speak. The smooth melt in your mouth texture. The smooth melt in your mouth texture of choco-filled mochi and raw chocolate. Hi, Pie, they're lovely. Hi, welcome on in. That sounds bomb. I'm so excited to eat this, lovely Yuki. Rating for the matcha senbei? 7.
Did I fix it? Have I fixed it? No, I have not. Do you guys hear that? Why do you have... Oh, there is a voice mod. I don't know why there's a voice mod on, to be honest. Instead of the voices you pop on... Ah! What is the voice? What is the voice that we're hearing? I don't actually know. What is it? You guys hear it too. What is it? There's a chipmunk voice? Uh-oh. This is not good. I'm not sure why. Hold on. Who gave me helium?
Cute, very cute. Was that supposed to be a meow? No, I don't think I intended to do a meow, but I could... Down to be doos! Bars in the chat. Can you confirm or deny? Probably the best way to trap Tao is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick. Scary lady. Redeem. Legacy of Kane, that's it. Comply. Comply. The googly eyes. Comply. Can I find a spot and just sit there and go getting high on my own supply? Sorry, that was not a pouch appropriate quote. Oh, we made it. Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. You know what? We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! But I'm actually giving you a heart. But I'm wide awake now with the pouch pals already hyping, and now your energy infecting me again. Yay! Take my infections. Have them all. That's probably not really the way to put that. Have my infections! That's okay, go for it. Snivy is the only D&D player I didn't get to sub to yet. You absolutely click the buttons. Click the buttons. We have so many songs and a lizard. Ah! Lizard. Yes, I'm counting that. Let for a day. I can't freestyle, sorry. I just have voice acting jobs? I don't know about that. Well, you may be surprised at how much they might not help because I don't know how many people are looking for a is mummy wooing. approximation, yes. Time for hatching. Incubate. Wait, incubate them all. Wait! Oh, okay. Oh! Sorry, for some reason I thought that this were gonna be different. Chesticles. Say, hada hada. Again, I'm not good at that one for some reason. I don't get how to do that one. One day, I'm gonna be Hokage! Believe it! Log out, but I can definitely see why y'all like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Cyber. And I'm really, really excited to... Did anybody see the random person float by on their bed? That could have just been in my head. I could just be feverish. That was really funny. But yes, Cutie Cyber, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Have you joined our okay, I'll go back to my corner. Sorry, I'm just being a little weirdo today. You guys give me so many pats and attention. Thank you so much. Thank you for throwing the balls for me to chase. Oh wow, she remembered all that? Yeah, I definitely don't have a command for that I waited 5 minutes to get to. Sorry. Thank you for the care package, beautiful blue. Appreciate it. Oh. Thank you, lovely Ryo. You're very sweet, darling. Thank you so much. Discover and document genes to increase your Wrangler rank. Genes are discovered every time you evolve a voidling into an undiscovered path. Raising your Wrangler rank will give you access to powerful new upgrades and Oh my god, this thing's running out of shit out of me. Dude,
I'm back in time. Okay, it's getting a bit cold out here.
Okay, well, yeah, let's hatch.
As you know, I do prefer, but it is cold. Hi, how is the food? It's okay.
Scary. Yucky. Scary.
Nathan wanted to try this tikka masala recipe, and it was it's not great. But that's okay. He agrees, so I'm allowed to say it.
It's for radical generous mushrooms around you.
All right.
Interesting. Mushrooms as in
Wait,
eat?
what do
As
you
in,
mean everyone missed
can
my
I find a
corn?
spot and just sit
Not
there
my corn! At least to try. No, yeah, true. Welcome back, cutie pies. Welcome back. All right.
That was not a pouch appropriate.
I want to make sure that.
Quote. One day
Okay.
I'm gonna be
I hope you are full.
Hokage.
I am satiated.
Because we gotta jump into the game if we're gonna get anything done. So Abby's.
Okay.
Good.
You guys want to continue on with
You
Orting?
are so
We
good
can
at
make it
precious.
happen. Isn't that exciting? Oh, hold on. I gotta get situated.
Hi, I ground up
Something sweet to ender me on. Now that was very good. I made a strawberry shortcake the other day. Very, very, very yummy. Very tasty. Very tasty. It's gone now. All right, cuties.
Still sorry.
Welcome back. Hi, sweetie pies. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. I just realized my... Okay. That's better? That's better. Hello there, Nix. My toast slice jam slice. Abby's for you. Yee, good, Nix. Why a short one? Make them tall. Valid. Awesome Aussie, welcome back. You beautiful thing. Abby's for you. Hold on. My hands are covered with a sweater. I have to pull the sweater up. Abby's! Yee! Good Aussie. Perfect Talon. Abby's? Yee! Good Talon. How was your meeting, gorgeous geeks? Lith won the Battle Royale! Congrats! Lovely Lith. A legend indeed. Hey, Jasmine, welcome on in. How are you? Lith uppies. Hey, good, Lith. I shall get back to work. I will hop in if you need me. Thank you, sweetie pie. Appreciate it. Thank you. Did you know that you lose feeling in your tongue whenever you smile? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
Ha. Gotcha. Look at you smiling. So adorable. Oh, okay. That's silly goose. You're a silly goose, not a swell tadpole, uwu. It was just a stand-up meeting, and there were technical issues with Teams to the point that I was totally forgotten about. I just sat there and then left without pointing out I hadn't spoken. Oh, geeks. I mean, sometimes that's what you want, though, right? Like, first thing in the morning, you're just like, please, God, ignore me. Horrible joke for the night. What do you call a fruit that loves going down slides? A kiwi. Cute. I'm not complaining. Good, good. Yeah, I kind of didn't feel like you were. I kind of felt like you were basically like, yeah, please do forget about me. Please do forget about me. Oopsie. All right, cuties, you want to keep going with art? So that is what we will do. We still have about 2 hours of stream left. That means you get to keep on requesting music, although I will tell you, I don't think we're going to get through all these. Actually, psych, we may. It'll be close. There are about 30 songs in here, but that's not as many as it used to be. Con! Hi, Cutie Con, welcome on in. Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like banana. I like that one. That's cute. It's cute. Welcome back, Citacedia. Have you heard about the reptilian lawyer having to hire a PI? Yes, the litigator hired an investigator. Cute. I like that one too. My first time ever requesting music in an art stream, doing it as Tau claims we won't get through them all. Typical. Well, I mean, I don't know. We might. Like, I'll show you. Like, if we just kind of assume that each one of these is 3-ish minutes, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, we have 19. Yeah, we'll get through it. We'll get through those. Everything on there we should get through. Reviving one from a few months back. I must give a quick shout out to my grandmother. I don't think she'll hear me, though. I like it. It's cute. How's your vocal cords after singing, Stars? Lovely Nalo. Hi, sweetie. How are you? They're squeaky. They're squeaky. Squeaky chords. What do you call a group of deaf bears? B. Their ears don't work. Anyone else leave yesterday's stream super energized? Is that because you realize that you have a much better singing voice than me? I understand. I'm okay to take the L if it made you guys feel good. But did you have fun? I was very nervous. I think I started to have fun in about the last hour. I was so nervous though. And the whole time I was like, I sound so pen. Reminder, please go to the Discord and go to the suggestions for stream and Discord so that you guys can let me know what you would like to save up for next. For some ungodly reason, there are people who have already suggested a karaoke stream again. I'll do it if you want, but still. Fabulous Fiddlebussa! How are you, hun? It's so good to see you. You're still streaming. I'm off to bed, but have a nice rest of the stream, Tata. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate you dropping back in. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, Fabulous Fiddlebussa. And I hope that you've had a wonderful day preceding it. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully we will see you again very, very soon, darling. First, let's assume all songs are 3 minutes. Tao the streamer. First, let's assume all cows are shaped as perfect spheres. Tao the physicist. You probably won't believe this, but when I first made my name, TauTassieTiger, I did not realize just how many options you could put in those sections, those segments of my name. We've had so many. I think we've probably had 50 or 60 alternative Tau blank Tiger or Tau blank blank, or like now we've got Tau the streamer and Tau the physicist. No way, you are a better singer. I got my karaoke videos and just stared at them for a while, deciding if I should send them or not, because oh man, are they bad. Wait, did you send them, gorgeous geeks? But Tau, you have a lovely singing voice. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. You're very sweet. I wonder that could be. How now? Sound bad? You singing? No way. You were angelic. Oh, you're so sweet, Bublin. You are so lovely. You sure did start opening up much more towards the end. Yeah. Well, of course, it sucks because like I start to open up more towards the end, but that's when my voice has gotten exhausted. I want to suggest another character with this name. Saru, I see you. Twitch's greatest Thylacine VTuber didn't fit, hey? Shucks. Also the only Thylacine as far as I know. I thought we were on cows. TauTassieTiger. You know what? That would actually be very cute. That's a very fun name. I didn't send them yet. I need to trim them because I doubt she wants her singing made public. Have a 6-minute video of us duetting Tenacious D. I would love that. That sounds like a blast. How long have you known Slee again? When are you going to edit my name to Sleepless Strat from Sweet Strat? Let's try and be a little more honest here. But that takes you see, Strat, that takes away from the positive adjective thing that I was talking about. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. Quick, everyone love Bomb Tau for the rest of their mortal existence. Please don't do that. I think I might wind up with a bit of a cavity in my mouth. Too much sweet. Too much sweet. We went to secondary school and high school together. We've been besties for, oh my God, 24 plus years now. That's awesome, geeks. I'm so glad that you still have that incredibly rich and fulfilling relationship. That's awesome. Is it time for a hug spam for Tau? I always accept huggies. Hey, sleepless also means I'm more productive because I stay up and do work. See, that's a little too... I feel like it requires too much explanation, but you deserve all the sweet. Nico Nilo, you are the sweet. Hey, welcome in, cutie pie. Yay! How are you? It's good to see you. Huggles for you, awesome Aussie. Caffeine! Ah! Pass! What if I catch one in one hand? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna position it. Okay, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Fuck! They're jumping off of me! Oh no! Thank you, Talon. Thank you, Setter. Thank you, Ozzy. How have things been? You just woke up. Did you sleep well, lovely Lily? Things have been good, sweetie pie. Thank you for asking. Tomorrow marks 11 years clean from self-harm. That is great, Nala. I'm very, very proud of you, hon. Congratulations, honey. Very, very proud. It just bounces off you. I can't catch them. Fuck. Yes, fill my hands with sticky hearts so that I can go delicious. Thank you for the sticky hearts, magnificent maid. Ooh, Thank you for feeding me, terrific talent. I only keep the best people around, hence why I'm here with you, Tau and the Pals. Gorgeous geeks, you're so sweet. You gonna make Shlee come in? We're just gonna throw things the rest of stream, I think. For 2 hours? Holy. Have you ever caught corn? I have not. In real life I have, but not in the game. Not in
very mixed feelings on love bombing,
not on stream.
since it's so often used as a preamble to joining a cult. Anyway, 7 months in the pouch. Pouch for life. This is my pouch tie, the Illuminati.
that's crazy. 7 months? Have we known each other that long? It feels like even longer, but at the same time, in case you guys didn't hear that because I was fucking laughing over it, I have very mixed feelings on love bombing since it's so often used as a preamble to joining a cult. Anyway, 7 months in the pouch. Pouch for life. This is my pouch time. Thank you so much. Same. Thank you for always making me laugh. It's so funny. Oh my god. No, it's not a cult. No, it's not a cult. You were waiting on your ropes? Oh, those are on the way. Thank you so much, sweetest Save. I appreciate it. Maybe it's not a cult, but we'll never tell, woo. The only cult I want to join, woo. Woo. Thank you for the wav baby talk to a Victorian woo. Thank you for the timer woo. Thank you, sweetest Save, for the 7 whole entire Monty woos. I am legit still waiting on my muds to be dispatched. I am so desperately excited for them. I am so desperately excited for you to get them, woo. So it's not a cult. Doubt. No, it's not a cult. I swear. Unless it's a cult that I don't know I made. And I don't know how to be a cult leader, woo. I don't know how to be a cult leader. Someone teach me. How do I become a good cult leader? Anyone else bought their merch? Any idea how long it takes to dispatch? I'm pretty sure it's been a week already. I think it does actually take widowy hitting the widowy about 2 months. Ooh. I ordered some stuff from a different streamer at one point, and I think it took widowy a month or two. This is why we can't be a cult, no matter how hard we want to try, because you see, if we are a cult, we have to get our cult items into our cultist hands a lot more quickly than what it will market allows you. I want to express my concern for Umbra. A typhoon is making a beeline for his location, and I just want to wish him safe. I hope he will be okay, Lou. I'm sure he will, but we will check on him, Lou, again. I'm sure you guys will be checking on him tomorrow, and I will be talking to him hopefully on Tuesday, Lou. A charismatic widow is all a cult needs, and sometimes the widow doesn't know they're charismatic. I'm definitely not charismatic. I know that for a fact, Lou. Wise, why do we have an account called the Cult Fund then? You're not supposed to tell them about that twat! If they can get on it, I might get my merch for my birthday. They got until May 15th to make my 36th a banger. Ooh, Will! What are you gonna do for your 36th, gorgeous geeks? Hopefully not get Willy drunk again and feel sick for 3 days, you will? Beautiful blacksmith, welcome on in. How are you, Will? I'm not charismatic. That sounds like something a charismatic cult leader would say. I feel like to be a cult leader, you have to have like you have to have like narcissistic personality disorder. No, wait, that was not public knowledge. My bad. Ooh, woo, indeed. Ooh, watching Apothecary Diaries, woo. That sounds very fun. Are you enjoying it, woo? I have to get this guy's colors. Please wait a moment. Okay, he's got blue horns. They're like a white blue-ish? A white blue-ish. Watched 12 episodes in one go. It was a bad idea. Was it a bad idea? Do you not like it? My only plan is to take the full week off work for my birthday. Good man, Woo. No idea what I'll do with that week, but I sure as heck won't be working. Sounds to me like you should relax and forget what day it is, Woo. You're enjoying it, yay! Mau Mau is now more loved than Momo in my heart. Really, Strat? You like Mau Mau more than Momo? Also, I don't think I said your singing voice was very nice to hear yesterday. Thank you for the karaoke stream. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, terrific Tao and Uru.
you're very, very lovely. Thank you for the compliment. I'm afraid you are remembering things a bit faultily, but that's okay. That's okay. I gently pet in comfort, will. I have energy issues, and doing anything for too long exhausts me. Oh, that's fair, blacksmith. Okay. So you gotta take a break. You gotta take a break. I can probably make all the streams that week. Who needs sleep when not working? Whoa! Good point, Will. Good point. Man's got a good point, Will. Yes, I do. Will we start? What are we talking about? Oh, you. What color are this man's eyes, Uwu? I cannot tell, Uwu. He has a tattoo, Uwu, and you don't know what that was on the babadam. Yes, I'm eating dinner, and then I will stream or watch what I will watch Apothecary Diaries. Sounds like a plan. No, bad. Both you geeks and Tau, you need sweep. Sweep-oo! Man's got a good point, Uwu. It's a soundbite I need so I can play it to make a point in the future. You are more than welcome to quote me on it, hun. You are more than welcome to quote me on it. You just have to promise that you will use it in the soundboard. That would make me very happy. Using a soundboard for our campaign. When we hit summer vacations during school days, I used to play from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And only went home to eat. It was a lot of fun. Wow. 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. That is some stamina. Tau, Valiant Void, hi. I watched 6 episodes last night, 12 episodes today, and I can probably get through the rest of season 1 tonight. But are you feeling energized enough for that, hon? Okay, he has blur eyes. Some blur eyes. Let's put the blur where the blur belongs. Blur! Thank you for the foul tag, Valiant Void. I need strat level skills to rip that soundbite. That's fair. Strat, can you rip a soundbite for Gorgeous Geek so that he can put it on the on the DM board? Man's got a good point, Uwu. Man's got a good point, Uwu. Probably that one. Use that one. Thank you, Strat. Geeks would appreciate that, and I would appreciate it too. I was a young one back in the days. I say that like I'm a century old. Yeah, Strat, you're quite young. Don't even worry about it. I'm going to bank it and use it when you least expect it. I'm going to be like, was that my voice? Was that my voice? Not really, but watching anime helps me recover. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Clipped it. Now time to extract. Carefully extracting like Talmebas. You have an accent for country? Do you mean like Southern? I can do kind of an Arthur Morgan kind of bit of a deep South sort of cowboy kind of thing, if you like. Alternatively, I would go for your butt. I can also do a Southern belle if that's what you prefer. I'll go for your butt, definitely, Blacksmith. Thank you so much for contributing to the Discord movie night and the storytelling stream, Nolan. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're such a doll. Bless your heart. My girlfriend is Southern. Don't use those curse words on me. It truly is the mark of someone who either is Southern or knows someone Southern when someone goes, oh, bless your heart. Everyone else thinks it's a compliment or like a blessing, but it means you're stupid. I don't say it with the meaning, but I just want to educate everybody. More Talres! Ooh!
this is looking pretty fucking sick. Bless your heart is so condescending. It is very condescending, but shh, don't tell everybody. It comes off as being very thoughtful and cute. This is so cool, hon. This looks awesome. Absolutely awesome, awesome, awesome. I love it terribly. Bless your heart, boy. What do you want to call the clip? The man's right, ooh-woo. I went to a steakhouse over here in the UK where they had a framed poster that said that, and I laughed so hard. My family did not get it and took it at face value. Yeah, so many people do. Even Americans do. This looks amazing, Sita Seru. Excellent job. So sick. Thank you so much. I love it. 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 I always say bless your beautiful soul and just hope that isn't condescending. No. I wouldn't say that people would by default assume that was condescending. The reason that bless your heart is considered condescending is because you only use it, and it is exclusively used in the South. You only use it when you're trying to, it's basically like, let's say that someone says something really dumb or kind of ham-fisted, and instead of, and how most other people would probably handle it would be like, okay, or like, whatever you say. That's kind of the rest of the world's equivalent of bless your heart. It's to comfort the naivete. Exactly. My girlfriend loves to surprise me with the Southernisms. Oh yeah, the Southernisms are very fun. My family is originally from Kentucky, so I'm very used to Southern insults. The Always Sunny music. I always expect chaos with this music. Yeah, well, you're in a Tau stream, babes. I mean, what else? How much more chaos do you want? Am I right? It's a way of politely calling someone a dipshit. Yeah, kind of. It's basically like, we're gonna kind of try and move on from this because I don't think we're gonna agree because you're stupid. But I want you to know that when I say it, I don't mean it that way. I mean it because I'm in the midst of my Southern accent. That is all. Yes, basically, yes. So if I say I ate an uncooked whole chicken, they'll say, yeah, exactly, Seru. If you say, I don't feel good, I ate an uncooked whole chicken, they'll go, oh, bless your heart. Hope you feel better, darling. They will also be deeply concerned and want to shoot you instead. Not necessarily. Transition to black screen. The pounds of soda cones. More like if you said something that would get your teeth knocked in any other situation. Oh, I don't know, because you also don't, I don't know about you guys, but I've actually not heard bless your heart from any of my male family members. I've exclusively heard it from the women. I feel like it's a southern dame's way to kind of just be like, you're so stupid, you know? But no, bless your heart. No, I did not eat it, actually. No, that's okay, Setter. I assume that you probably cooked your chicken. I think you're pretty smart. You sure? I mean, I do have pretty bad memory, but I grew up with family from the Deep South, and I don't recall the men ever saying it. My cousin is a professional MMA fighter. I never count out a woman wanting to knock someone's teeth out. That is true. That is true. That is very true. But my Deep South family is very, very, very traditional. So they don't believe in women being able to defend themselves or anything. Disappear for a bit? All good, sweetest strat. All good. I like your clown emote, sweetest storm. Clap, 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 clap. I'm losing it over this song. It's a pretty good song. My cousin had to beat her dad in a fight to go pro, and she folded him like 30 seconds. I believe it. He was trying to do macho bullshit and backfired horribly. I love when that happens. Maybe we should have got Tao to karaoke one of these covers. I couldn't do that. There's no shot. Oops. What is this tattoo? Fuck. This needs a karaoke cover next stream. Oh, you guys, that reminds me. Let me show you to your room. And by room, I mean, here, look it. Okay, I need you guys to please go into the Discord, go over to suggestions for stream and Discord right here, and suggest ideas for the next Twitch community channel point goal. Community game night / stream. Good call. More karaoke stream. Bad call. Discord game night or stream game night. Good call. Whatever you guys decide, I will, of course, honor. But I'm probably going to put that up tonight so that I don't have to think about it over the weekend. So if you have any suggestions, please do post them here. Alternatively, you can thumbs up anything that you really like. Okay, if someone else has put something else on here. Bongo Cat singing stream. Fucking Aussie! We just love when Tao sings. Karaoke, good call. I enjoy your singing. Thank you. Tao would probably veto another D&D collab. It just takes so long to arrange for everybody is the problem. Unfortunately, it takes so long. Maybe Tao should start her debut album. We ain't even streaming our game and it's months in the making. Exactly, geeks, exactly. God, I can't even imagine if I was trying to stream it, there'd be no chance. I was typing at the speed of sound in hopes you see that on stream. Tao reviews the effectiveness of scam baiting telemarketers on YouTube stream. Good call. Bad call. Good call. Fuck, maybe that's another maybe that's another command we need. Good call. Bad call. Good call. Album 1, Tao Mao. Tao Mao. Tao Mao. Capitalism! Capitalism! Good call. I'm just kidding. Bad call. Okay, sorry, I'll actually drop. Raw, darling. Raw, darling, indeed. Oh gosh, I'm so worried. I'm gonna fuck up I'm gonna fuck this up. I'm gonna fuck this up. No. This tattoo is hard to draw. Wee. Message deleted. Bad call. Hypnotic powers. Dumbe.
Can't go wrong if no one knows what you're doing. Someone doing art one day. There's a plosive at good point. You may want to say that line again. Oh, damn. Okay. What is that? That's good. Wait, man has a good point. What did I say? Man has a good point. Ooh. Good point, man. What did I say? I will plosive away from the fucking microphone. Point. Or do you just need me to say good point and you can insert it in there? Probably not. I think I spoke too quickly. I think you'll get some clippies. Yes, the man's got a good point. Okay. Man's got a good point. Hold on, let me try again. Man's got a good point. There. Please someone make like 2 audio excerpts for that now. Man's got a good point. A good point makes it inexplicably British. Man's got a good point. Geeks is like, I have muted the stream at this point. The man does have a good point, I must say. You seem to think I dislike your attempts at British. I find them endearing. I'm so used to Australians fucking hating my Aussie accent, which to be fair, I will confess, my British accent is leagues better than my Aussie accent. I don't know, maybe Australians wouldn't mind as much if I was as good at an Aussie accent as I am a British one. I remember when the song first came out, the internet was so hyped. I'm glad you... Zombie again. You said it earlier, but it's probably forever lost in Tau says sweet things after 4/10/26 raid part 8. Now it's safely in Tau says Dumbe. Your Aussie accent when it slips out every now and then is actually great in my opinion. Well, I think that's the thing, right? When I do a British accent, I actually do I consciously slip into that, right? So that's intentional. But I think the reason that the Australian accent sounds better when it kind of slips out is because that is not intentional. I do not actually try that. But my British one I do, and when I try to do an Australian accent, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Quite terrible. We have to take a break, right? Yes, I do believe that we do. Let's ooh. Let's go on a quick break. But first, gorgeous geeks, no one laughs at the Brits more than us Brits. The RP accent works. The peasant accent genuinely makes me chuckle. Could make it more chavvy though. The problem is, the more annoying I get, the more kind of, the more I think different accents think I'm trying to imitate and mimic them, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to be more chavvy, but I think that a lot of Australians think I'm trying to mimic Australian, which I'm not, I'm sorry! I'm just really bad at Australian accents! And now I've lost all confidence in my peasant accent. Go on, give us your coat, love. How's that? Go on, give us your coat. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Ain't that the truth, Void? Storm, did you hear that? You probably did, and then immediately dissociated from it. Oh, I added the love in there. You didn't even say love. Go on, give us your coat, love. I love when I go on VR chat, every non-Aussie or Brit thinks us Aussies say in it when we clearly don't know, but you guys do say nor. Which Aussies also hate when people point out, which is really funny. Go take a break. Don't threaten me with a good time with that gun. No, we don't. No, we don't. This is a threat. Oh, okay. If you're confessing to a threat, that means it's a real threat. I better go. Thank you for the care package, Austin Orca. In it is the most chiv you can get. I may just stick with this accent. A piece for you, Orca. Sorry, the later it gets, the more unhinged I'm getting. There's an episode of Doctor Who where the doctor suggests giving a stripper a jumper, which, due to American perspective, I was like, how does he know her car battery is? I love that. Surprise, Elfie! Oh man, that just seems like normal unhinged levels to me. Maybe it is. Maybe. What if I'm always this unhinged, but I only realize it late into the stream? Terrifying. Terrifying. Ladies and gentlemen, the English language. Sent. Thanks, Strat. Let's go. Oh my God, geeks, you have officially received a good point. Uwu. Tau unhinged? Never. I am never out of pocket. What is a pocket? I can't be out of pocket if I was never in one, you know? Don't think about that one too hard. See you in 3 minutes. Thank you, lovely Ryo. You're very sweet, darling. Thank you so much. Discover and document genes to increase your Wrangler rank. Genes are discovered every time you evolve a voidling into an undiscovered path. Raising your Wrangler rank will give you access to powerful new upgrades and Yep, you got that right. Oh my God, this thing running at me scared the shit out of me. Dude, you're so deformed.
Did I fix it? Have I fixed it? No, I have not. Do you guys hear that? Why do you have... Oh, there is a voice mod. I don't know why there's a voice mod on, to be honest. Instead of the voices you pop on... Ah! What is the voice? What is the voice that we're hearing? I don't actually know. What is it? You guys hear it too?
Sporadically generates mushrooms around you. Interesting. Mushrooms as in to eat? As in, can I find a spot and just sit there and go getting high on my own supply? Sorry, that was not a pouch appropriate quote. 4 hours ago. Cutie Cyber, I'm so sorry. So I'm thinking now might be a good time to actually log out, but I can definitely see why y'all like it. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Cutie Cyber, and I'm really, really excited to... Did anybody see the red person float by on their bed? That could have just been in my head. Probably the best way to trap Tau is have corn on a plate with her favorite chips and a Switch 2 under a box with a stick and a rope. You can tell me that is a trap and I will still go to it. Scary lady. Redeem. Legacy of Kate, and that's it, Ducky. Bring your lullabies. Mirrors on the ceiling. Pink champagne on ice. She said, we were all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. I have a voice acting job. I don't know about that. Well, you may be surprised at how... One day, I'm gonna be Hokage! Believe it! The approximation, yes. Time for hatching! Incubate. Wait! Oh, we made it! Oh, we didn't make it. Okay. You know what? We're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this path. Whee! Thank you very much, Tasmania. Oh my God. Okay. You absolutely
Lift the buttons.
We have so many songs and a lizard. Ah! Lizard. Yes, I'm counting that. So okay, so Save is teaching me vampire etiquette. So you can generally say, oh yeah, my friend's a sucker. But you can't go into a coven and say, yo,
Scary lady.
Alternatively,
Scary lady.
Alternatively,
Scary lady.
Enjoy. Speak. Speak. Get anything done. So, Abby's. Well, shit. Did you guys realize I am going to be gone for another 27 minutes? Sorry. I did not send that back to the time when it belongs to being the time. Hi, I've ground up. That's a big break. Sure is. I'll let you guys finish this and then we'll go draw some more. So much. I informed Nath of the Dumbe meme, and it's funny. And I told him that he should come in and say it sometime. How's break? The second course. The second course. Wait. Tao's break. The second course. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. A piece for you. Wait. Hands, squeeze hands. A piece. Okay, good, Aussie. Crazy Tao. It's true. I am a little bit whoopee. This is the most grassroots meme spreading I've ever heard of. To the next room. I also told the cat. Welcome back, Terrific Talon. Oh, fuck your boss fight. I'm so sorry. Sorry, hold on. There you go. Welcome back, Magnificent Maid. Uppies for Talon. Good, Talon. Uppies, not scuffies. Silly Tao. Is this song broken? Why is this not playing? It literally won't play. Weird. Lovely look. Uppies. Good lift. Okay. Time to try and figure this tattoo out. Hi, Cedar Space Cat. Welcome on in. How you doing, hon? It's great to see you. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I just, did I just bald myself? I accidentally, oh no, I didn't. Okay, phew. I moved my, my keyboard and I didn't mean to push so hard and it bumped my Stream Deck onto the boop. I was gonna say this is a literal version of the sound of silence. It really is. Is this the Pillar Men? The Pillar Men. That sounds like a cult to me. No, this is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is, it says Pillar on it. Oh, it does say Pillar Men's theme. Nope, you're right. You're right. Sorry. You're absolutely right, geeks. Instant bald down. No, wait, flash bald. Blink and you miss it. Like we didn't see it. I want tofu. I want udon. Dombe. Please send this way. Meow. 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 Meow, 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 dombe. Meow, 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 meow. It's Awaken, the theme of the Pillar Men. Oh, okay. that's where the confusion lies. It's a 20 word song title. How do we force Tao to finally watch JJBA? Well, currently, I'm still trying to get through JJKS or whatever. Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't know. Oh, JJK! It's just JJK. Okay. I'm still trying to get through JJK. So once I'm ready to add another couple of letters, I'll let you know. Does please send this way work in place of deliver? Sure it does. Why wouldn't it? You sent me another thing? Sleeps. Tao's different. It's not what you wrote. Tao's sleep deprivation is coming to a climax.
Meow, 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 meow. The Pillar and the main antagonist of JoJo Part 2. They're about vampires. That's all I will reveal from the anime. Whammoo. Whammoo. Did nothing wrong. Whammoo. Not great. Just woke up to my period. Oh, I fucking hate that. I'm so sorry, Space Cat. Had a breakdown over being tired. Basically still very tired, but too awake to sleep. Oh, I'm sorry, hon. Hopefully you can get like an early night tonight. JJK, LOL. I'm stuck at episode 10 of season 2. I think I'm around there too. Ozzy got my dombe. Last time I watched it, there was a lady JoJo. Jolene? It's got vampires, gentlemen, and music references. It's bizarre, tempting. The newest animated part that is 1 episode in has horses! Shit, okay, you know what? I'm gonna skip ahead to that one. I don't need to watch the whole thing, right? It's 6 a.m. What time did you go to bed last night, sweetie? That's a steel ball! Rondo! Okay, maybe I don't understand the reference. What is this reference? Kakyon? Who is Kakyon? What does that mean? I never miss a Tao stimming moment. Part 7. The current anime part is a soft reboot, new timeline, so technically you could skip to it, but you'd be skipping some absolute peak. But do the rest have horses? You can actually skip to the latest one. It's more like a standalone one, more so than the others. Don't overwhelm Tao with JoJo references. Do it! I'll repeat after you. I have no clue what I'm saying. This is how streamers get into trouble, I'm pretty sure. But it's fine. I trust you guys. Who eats people? Yare daze? Yare days? Yer daze? Yer days? A special rollada. What the fuck is this fucking show? You're speaking a totally different language. I try to be quiet, respectful, and privately clip any of my narcissistic memes. This is the only channel it doesn't work, and I end up hearing it on a break screen because someone else grabbed it. Rough life you lead, say if that's a rough life you lead. Any quote, any of my narcissistic memes. Hey, well done on the boss, you guys. Great work. Muda. Ora. 7-page Muda? Muda. I feel like you gotta put this to a beat or something. 7-page Muda is legendary. The main reason I bought all the special edition manga. Sorry if I clipped any of that. No, that's actually very funny, Ozzy. Keep doing it. It's funny. The only thing I know, JJBA, ZA Worldo. ZA, is this a Pokemon reference? Oh, Zaworldo? We're just gonna break Tao. No, it's okay. I have a special guard in place. It's like a helmet. But it's made of naivety, and so it just like it's super aerodynamic, and like all of your references just go and I just say them, and then they don't mean anything. As long as Tao is amused, I am amused, and it's great. Yay! I am very amused. There are 2 types of people, JoJo fans and those who haven't watched or read JoJo yet. Damn, that is some high praise, geeks. Do you reckon? Do you really reckon? 7-page Mudo? I looked it up and I'm crying. Should I look it up? Will I get it? Probably not. Oh, hating JoJo is a JoJo reference. Wait, really?
don't have to understand the memes and references. You just go along with it. Basically, yeah. I have like I have a pointy invisible horn that like splices through all of your references, and I just say them as they sail past my face, and I have no clue what I'm saying. I'm partly responsible for sending the Uwu song clip a while back, and I am quite proud of it. As you should be, Magnificent Maid, as you should be. I've only seen the early episodes of JJBA. I need to find the time to watch more. I haven't really watched one. Imagine being paid to just draw 7 pages like that. I mean, I would want to get paid to draw 7 pages. 7 pages is a lot of work. Part 1 is weak but short because the author was influenced by Fist of the North Star and hadn't fully found his footing yet. Part 2 onwards is just incrementally peak to the point that you find JoJo references in so much other media. Really? How old is JoJo? I didn't think it was that old that like a bunch of other media would be able to like reference it. No? Wow, 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 Ozzy! Thank you so much for the babies! Oh, easy candy. Thank you very much, Sweetie Pie. JoJo is like a 20-something-year-old dude. The manga started in the 80s! Oh my god! Shit, the anime everyone loves is fairly modern. Oh! Is the manga similar to the anime, or is the anime like its own thing, basically? I'm pretty sure I'm using stream as some people use, dacing fruit right now. I have no idea what's going on, but it's helping. Oh, I'm really glad. What is dacing fruit? But I'm really glad that it's helping Sweetest Space Cat. Aussie Hype Head. Aussie Hype Head indeed. The most legendary reference. Like part 1 was being released when FOTNS? What is FOTNS? I need to take my leave. Things are proceeding finally. I may actually get home in a couple hours. That would be very good, Sweetest Strat. No worries. Have a good one, Sweetie Pie. Thank you so much for hanging out. The anime is adapting the whole manga. Each part's slowly getting adapted, and it's reasonably manga accurate. Okay. Oh, FOTNS, Fist of the North Star. Right. Okay, my bad. Got it. You thought it was dacing fruit, but it was me, Dio. I've not seen JoJo. I know that reference, kind of. I know it's from... I know that it's from JoJo's, but I'm so used to. Okay, here's a peek on the to the IRL Tau. But Nathan and I have this like shared like shopping list, and whenever one of us needs deodorant, we either put like Nath deodorant or Tau deodorant. But recently we've just been putting Nath Deo, Tau Deo, DEO. And now whenever I read it, I hear it's me, Dio. I don't even know who this person is. Who the fuck is this guy? But he's invaded my fucking shopping list. Crazy. You thought it was another Dio meme, but it's us, the Spanish Inquisition. I'm off to work. Enjoy your day. You enjoy yours too, Valiant Boy. Thank you for hanging out, sweetie. Have a great work day, darling. That's on brand for Dio, and it is often Dio. Well, there's brands of deodorant. Yossi! Hi, lovely Yossi. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I just love that all the characters outside of the JoJos. Wait, there's multiple JoJos are named after music or fashion references? Oh my god! What the fuck? Holy shit! Elias? Oh my god, hun! Shit! Thank you! Oh my god! Holy fuck! Thank you for the 10,000 biddies! What the heck? Thank you! Holy crap! Precious Philaly, thank you for the 100! Whoa! Oh my god! Fuck!
my bats! Vampires! Dads! Ooh, an entire cart of candy, thank you! Oh my god, Terrific Talon! Sweetie, thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, darling! I so appreciate it! Thank you, thank you! You just completed level 5! Bananas! Thank you so much, darling, I appreciate it! Holy fuck! Elias! Thank you so much for the biddies. They just keep coming. Oh my god! Kids, don't gargle jewels. Ooh, I caught some. Wait, can I catch them if I am very close? Hands, stay close. All I heard was gargle jewels. Very well. Who am I to ignore instructions? Amaze, amaze, amaze. You're very welcome. I did not realize I would be remembered. It is nice to see you. Of course we remember you, sweetheart. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity. Holy shit. Thank you very much, darling. How have you been, lovely Alliance? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Breaking news, Tau drowns in biddies. More at 11. Ooh, Spider, thank you for the googly eyes. I really want more people to read or watch Project Hail Mary so they can get the amaze and watch you sleep references. Maybe it's better that they don't, you know? Maybe that's just for us, geeks. Shall I watch you sleep again tonight? Lovely. What? Thank you for the 67 bitties. Oh no. 67 tick is killing me. I can't drink properly. No. It's okay. I'm just being really fucking dramatic. Thank you for the care package, Spider. Oh shit! Sweetest Striker, welcome on in. How are you? Welcome back. It's so good to see you again. Welcome to your dreamland. This is how I look in your. Oh, sorry. I thought that was gonna last a little longer. How'd you sleep, Striker? I doubt you'd add that emote here. That emote. How Fanart done, Z? Licks sugar-coated face towel consensually. Let me go look it. Look at the artworks. Elias, thank you so much for the insane 10K biddy cheer. That's crazy. Thank you ever so much, darling. I really appreciate it. How have things been? Oh, this looks so cool. Look at me. I look so cool. Time to put it in a fan art. This is a Inquisitor Tau. I constantly recheck my Teams messages before I press enter. There have been a few times where chat almost got a work message and my colleague almost got a message intended for chat. I would love to know what messages you have nearly sent to your coworkers. If your coworkers are any fun at all, then they will happily accept an occasional watch you sleep or amaze. Surely. I think I'm okay, just kind of in some limbo and floating around confuzzled. Oh, Elias. floating around confuzzled, sweetie pie. But thank you for being here. Is there anything that we can do to help you? Thank you guys so much for the absolutely amazing halfway through level 6 hype train. That was crazy. Again, I want to say thank you so very much to lovely Lith, Terrific Talon for the 5 gifted, Precious Politely for the 100 biddies, Fabulous Elias for the 10,000 biddies, and Awesome Aussie for the 100 biddies. Thank you guys so much. My coworker almost got a muda, and an amaze. It's all because of that Tau VA video. That's right. Oh, hey, if anyone hasn't heard the most recent voice acting stuff I did, there's a little, it's the top one. That one got released like literally today. Muda means useless? In what language? Amaze, Lith! Sneaky plug, Sadie. I see you. Thank you guys so much for your amazing support. Amaze! Thanks for the plug, Ozzy. Who wants some much? All the plugs. Just need one for the sink now. You downloaded the VA video. You did, Seru. Why? ¿Por qué? Why not? Okay, fair point, actually, yeah. Why not? So I can listen to it every now and then. Do you like it that much? I'm glad. I'm really happy that you do. For posterity. For posterity? Sorry, I thought you were going to say prosperity and then posterity, and then I read the both of them. Posterity. When you make it huge, we can have it as a collector's item. I wish that I would be able to comfortably live and just keep doing all the fun things I get to do right now. I will try for another 3 months, and then I have to get a real boy job. That's cute. Do you like it, Sweetest Striker? This is a piece for a lovely Lav, who is currently at work, but she was here for a while, and she was able to help me get an understanding of this character. Do you know Afmao? My Inner Demons or something? Have you heard of that? I've been here for 15 minutes and I've calmed down. Thank you guys for the brain break. I'm going to try and get some more eeps. Happy time zone, sweetest space cat. I hope that you do manage to get to sleep. And I hope that when you do, you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us. Sorry, Strika, did you tell me that you slept well? I hope you did. Considering the fact that we won't have Tau for 3 days! Scary, I know. What we really need to do is get Tau into JoJo Part 8 when they finally get there and need English VAs. Oh, let's go. Oh my god, let's do it. I'm so down. Then you'll share a series with Matt Mercer. That is the dream, dude. That would be so cool. I would love to share a series with... I think I have a few people. I would love to voice in something with Johnny Young Bosch. I would love to voice in something with Alejandro Saab. I would love to voice in something with Matt Mercer. I would love to voice in something with Amelie and Monica Real. I think those are like my goals. I would love to voice in something with them. Oh, and Zeno Robinson. Oh my god, Zeno Robinson for sure. That'd be so sick. Afmao, YouTube famous because of Minecraft roleplays. Right. I've never really seen it. I don't want to start howling Tau. 3 days might be a little much. I have to. The pouch feels very much like my internet cabin home. Warm and welcoming and filled with lovely people. So I really don't ask advice, but I'm a very awkward bat and would hate to stamp over anyone's boundaries or rules. Well, sweetheart, I think you have a pretty solid understanding of what the boundaries and rules are within the pouch, and you have never gotten even close to, like, surpassing them. So welcome to ask for advice. This is the cozy internet cabin home, sweetie pie. Collab with Amelie, it's Strat's dream. I think he could die happy if I did that. Lovely lady, hi there, Abiel. Welcome on in. How are you? Ooh, that's looking good. Thank you. I'm so glad you like it. I'm actually shocked that Johnny Young Bosch hasn't been in JoJo yet. I'm guessing Bleach returning ate his schedule. Oh, is Bleach returning? This is the best pocket of the internet. I'm just a little bit biased, but I agree. OCT is on. OCT. Is that who we're listening to? Hold on. It is. It is. Oh, this is the one that you thought that we were like, oh, you might not be able to hear it. And look, we still have like an entire hour left. Well, almost an hour. I'm saying this out of facts, not bias. Dude, if you get to collab with Zentrea and Amelie, I can die. That would be pretty sick. Just go back to 2007. It'll be hard to not do something with Johnny Young Bosch. That's true. I'm pretty sure I'm in a car radio ad with him despite not voice acting. I gotta know the story behind that one, Sam. Incredible. Oh my God. Now you're probably right, though. He was in literally everything, wasn't he? I have 2 questions needing said advice if possible. Is that okay to ask 2 of them? I'm sure it is, sweetheart. I'm sure it is. Go for it, Elias. I'm good. Just trying to survive in Minecraft. Ooh, I'm terrible at Minecraft. You are going to do great. Anyone else think of Power Rangers when Johnny Young Bosch is mentioned and not voice acting? I did actually think of him for many years as Power Ranger, like in the Power Rangers context, but for the last probably 10 years, I've exclusively thought of him as a voice actor. I would like Save to be in a podcast with Tao. Oh my God, that would be so much fun. We were talking about doing a podcast. Save, would you be down to be on a podcast with me? Yes, Power Rangers. I hope I can collaborate with a few people if I ever get the chance to. Who would you like to collaborate with, sweetest striker? They brought him back for the MMPR special on Netflix. MMPR. Nani the fuck? What is that? But only as a supporting role. Would have loved to see him suit up again. Oh, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Got it. Sorry. I was thinking in like Bleach terms. My bad. Pocket Jock, you're heading out. Good luck with the rest of the art. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I always appreciate seeing you here, darling. If you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. Thank you so very much for coming in. A Save Tao podcast would be amazing. I would love to do that. That'd be so much fun. Sure, probably. Sure, probably. Don't be in distress, Save. Nothing is going to happen to you. Fear not, fear not. What are you afraid of? Talk about corn. No pressure. Save, we can go through. Oh, wouldn't that be fun? We could go through every single Hearthstone card and find any that have like a remotely similar hex code to corn. Doesn't that sound like a great time? Or like a pattern similar to like corn kernels? Doesn't that sound like a fun time? And you can talk about how effective these corn cards are. Sound good? Amelie is one. Cotton VA, yeah, Chilled Chaos and a few others, at least stream-wise. Acting with a whole lot more. That's very cool, Striker. These are good. These are very good options for sure. If anything, Tao is probably going to die of laughter. I think so. I mean, if I think about it, if I laugh as hard as I do when Save is like writing things, imagine if I were able to like talk to him. He would nonstop. Just thinking about the possibilities. I would probably not be able to breathe. We can get sniping politely at it. Yeah, let's go. Oh my God, I love it. I'm glad we're on your hyperfixations now. We spent too much time with mine. I don't think that's true, Save. Give me more of your hyperfixations, pretty please. While not a VTuber, Ray is a massive streamer in the VTubing community and one of my all-time favorites. Ray. Why don't I know Ray? Are you speaking on behalf of politely there, Save, with the politely teacup and the Warhammer? There she is. There's Precious politely. He's done tons of stuff with Chibi, Loki, Cotton, etc. Damn, I am so out of the loop. I often don't really consider myself a VTuber despite VTubing because I am so out of the loop. Oh, I was mostly saying, imagine! We're probably gonna witness the first ever Tau snort laugh. Yeah, that's probably, I think that's true. I can imagine that if, especially since like half of what Save says makes me laugh even in type form despite not knowing the reference, I think that if you were able to deliver the exact meme with proper cadence and rhythm, I would probably cease to breathe. Lovely. Welcome back, uppies. Good laugh. How was work? I watched Ray and Achievement Hunter. I was watching Rooster Teeth stuff before there was a website. Yeah, I'm old. Wait, Ray. What is Ray's full handle? If we make Tau into a vampire, maybe she won't need to breathe. That's a good point. Yo, what if that was a character arc? I become a vampire Thylacine. There was a live action promo video from Haruhi Suzumiya where the person he's interviewing with was also on Power Rangers. They look at each other suspiciously. Do I know you from somewhere? No, I didn't think so. It then cuts to them both doing Power Rangers action poses. Yeah! Attack of the Vampire Thylacine! Formerly Brown Man, formerly Ray Narvaez Jr., now simply Ray. I don't think I've ever heard of this person. How have I never heard of this person? Work was quiet. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I hope it was still good. I hope the quiet was enjoyable. Zen, even. Seeing our DM again makes me think of vampires in space. Yeah! Oh my god, imagine a vampiric spacecraft just floating around, invading other vessels and sucking the blood out of everybody. I feel like, I don't know, actually I feel like vampires would be at a pretty severe disadvantage if they were in space, because then they'd come into contact with a bunch of like literal alien races, right? Whose bodies and bloods and stuff may not, like best case scenario, may not help them at all. And worst case scenario, like poisons them or something. Interesting. He writes a lot of, quote, scripts, unquote, hence why he is the narrator. I genuinely feel crazy. I cannot believe I've never heard of this person. I see them having ships with no windows. Gotta keep that sun/starlight away. Good point, actually. But geeks, what if, oh, hear me out. What if vampires are only affected by the sun's rays because of how it interacts with the atmosphere? So when they are in space on a ship, it doesn't impact them because it's actually the interaction of the UVB rays going through the atmosphere instead. What about that? Crazy. Thank you, Tau. You just wrote lore for me. Perfect. I was hoping you might grab that one. I'm glad you like that, geeks. Imagine a vampire planet sending off scouts to find suitable species for drinking to save their own species. Trust me, you don't want to be in the planet Veltrum. You don't want to do it. Just trust me on that one. You don't want to do it. There's some bad shit. Time for a vampire Tau. More art from Sato. Ooh, Sato, you should do a vampire Tau and a Thylacine politely. Now politely is just creating an arc for me to use. There you go. Time for the gym. Sweetest Striker, have a great time at the gym. Thank you so much for dropping in. It was a pleasure. We'll see you later, hun. Thank you so much for being here. Best of luck with the gym. Okay, sorry. I actually have to probably do the art. Hold on. Hi, I'm back. Sorry, that was probably like really weird. Hi, I'm back. And Tau's gone. Riot! Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, sorry. I gotta grab my iPad. It's over here. Got it. Got him. I was about to write time of death, 8:27 p.m. Your model dipped. Welcome back. Yeah, Vampire Bat dead. Okay. Elias, 1. I've been working as an animator and some other stuff for the folks who established Boomerang, if that makes sense. That's cool. Scooby-Doo / Pink Panther / restoring old cartoons, but I was fired and replaced with someone with an AI-generated assistance. Oh, yucky. I worry if my art or animation still deserves to exist or if it is best to give it all up. No, please don't do that. If you give it up, then AI wins. AI wins if you give it up. No. Don't let them take that from you. You clearly, you love what you do, right? There's always going to be a place for human-made art, and we're hoping that the bubble actually pops pretty soon. Yeah, I'm really sorry that that you got let go for AI bullshit, hun. But no, don't give up on your craft. Definitely don't do that. As someone who messes around with AI at a hobbyist level, I'm still genuinely amazed that companies are trusting it to replace people. It is so not there yet and won't be for quite some time. Well, obviously, as you probably know, Geeks, the biggest issue right now is actually that it's putting a lot of creatives specifically out of business. And people are relying on it for like the most human possible things, writing music, directing, acting, art. Like, it's one thing, and I do believe there is a place for AI, and it's, you know, in like, it's to like generate a custom vaccine or a custom like chemotherapy or something like that for a specific person in the span of 2 hours, you know, something that would literally take human beings like years and years and years to like genomic sequence, and AI can do that like that, right? So that's what it's for. But people aren't using it for that as much because that's not fun or flashy. But what is fun and flashy is taking creative jobs. Boo! I may ask it to be known that this isn't the song I requested. Please don't yell at me. Oh, that's okay, sweetie pie. Is this sorry, hun. Hold on. Let me go see. Oh, hold on. Let me go find your song. There you go, darling. I have just pushed that. That'll come through next. Yeah, it makes no sense to me. I see when it does what it does well and does poorly. Part of my job is to use and understand it, but it absolutely isn't a workable solution right now for creative work, and it's obvious to anyone who sees the output, even from corporations that put tons of money into it. It's a terrible replacement for people. Yeah, it is, huh? Keep the song, don't skip. AI and Gen AI are different in my view. I dislike Gen AI a lot, but AI can be very useful. Yes, 100%. Yes, definitely. No, I often try to, I try to make sure that I always clarify that because yeah, no, AI, I have no problem with. Generative AI is a problem. Generative AI is a problem. Don't worry, lovely Yossi, your song will play next though, okay? I've just made sure of it. Sorry about that, sweetie. My bot's a little bit, my bot's a little bit glitchy, hey. 2, it was pointed out to me, by kids especially, ouch, that I've become so out of place and the on-ball in so many situations, and it's unintentionally crushed my confidence. Kids aren't bad, but they can be really mean sometimes. Now all ages are pointing it out, and I cannot tell if I'm meant to be socializing or trying to make a friend, or if it's simply, and trying to make a friend, or if it is simply not what I'm meant to do anymore. At the heart of me, I am softer than I like to admit, and I feel guilty for wanting friends and belonging. Honey, I'm sorry, sweetie. Listen, kids are kids are not, it's funny because people always say that, oh, kids are really honest. I don't necessarily think that's true. Sometimes what I think is that kids are impulsive. So what they do is they say things and then they, and they don't, it's not that they don't think about it, but it's not that they don't think about it because they're being honest. It's that they don't think about it because they don't think about, like, for example, my dad, right? After being hit by a truck, as you might imagine, that caused some serious damage. And he now has like a lazy eye. And these kids, they point out and they go, "Oh, mister, your eye looks weird." That's not exactly honest. Because if they had the thought process to be like, something probably happened to this man. Look at these scars. Look at like how he's walking. Look at how he's behaving. And my dad is not a subtly differently abled man. It's pretty clear at this point. They're innocent, right? They're naive, right? So that's not the same as like being honest, and it's also not quite, if you are able to, and it can be hard, but I've dealt with a lot of young people who are quite traumatized and quite they can be quite mean. But you gotta remember that every kid is coming from a different perspective than you. And if you let them bother you, that same kid, in a matter of years, months or years, may come to the realization that, oh, what I said is not really appropriate, / it's not actually even true. And maybe they just need to, learn a little bit more about how the world works, learn a little bit more about how like different people look, act, think, express themselves, and so on and so forth. But then there are some who are just being bullies, and those ones, just like every other bully in the world, you should ignore, because kids can be bullies. And yeah, don't let it. If you can, try not to let it crush your spirit of trying to find a place where you belong. You know, you belong here. You belong amongst the Monstera pack. You belong to all of the many people that you have gathered over your life. It can feel really othering, really lonely when you've moved to a different place, or when you've, come upon a different life circumstance or something, such as losing your job. That can always feel really lonely. But yeah, keep in mind that is not who you are. That is something that is happening to you. You know what I mean? So try and keep that in mind, and keep on putting yourself out there, sweetie. Like, maybe I recommend this to a lot of my friends. I don't know where you are in the world, but meetups, I think it's meetups.com or something. They have like stuff all over the world. And back when I lived in the States and I was super lonely, I would go to some of these meetup programs, and they were pretty good ways to meet people, at the very least, to help me to distract myself from how fucking lonely I was. But yeah. It's not your fault. I just didn't want to be difficult. No, not at all, Olivia. Yoshi, you're never difficult. I wish we could go back to more accurately calling it machine learning, but obviously that battle's been lost. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it has. Oh, Precious politely. That's so cute. Soda's saying, I'm turning you into Thylacines. Politely saying, I'm turning you into a friend. Cute. The terms people use, the blanket term of AI ends up with universal hate. When you break them down into specifics, LLMs have great uses in my industry for coding, but I don't see any use for Gen AI in terms of pictures or videos beyond rapid prototyping, meant to be replaced very early in the development process. Yeah. Yep. Ren, you haven't missed the entire stream. We still have like half an hour left. Aw, see, I got you, cutie pie. I got you. Corn? Corn! We love corn here. And if you don't like corn, that's okay too, because that means I get the corn. Which type of corn are we talking about? What's your favorite kind of corn? Surely you like corns on the cobs, or you like the shaved corn, or you like popped corn, or cornmeal? Lots of options. Candy corn? Yep, you can. Yep, candy corn counts. If it says corn in it, you got it. My potentially controversial take. I see a use for Gen AI. That use is at the same phase where you have a quote mood board unquote. I run it locally on my machine for rapid generation for ideas. Then when I have direction, I bin the output. Same as I would with Insta or Google image search. That should be where Gen AI begins and ends in the process. I think the biggest problem with Gen AI is that no one except for you, it seems, understands that you cannot let that be seen by basically anybody. Because the second you start showing that to people, they go, oh, where'd you get that image? Oh, can you send that to me? I'd like to use that, right? But if, like, oh, thank you for the pal hat. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Thank you, magnificent man. What you drawing, Tau? Jasmine, I am drawing a picture for lovely Lav in the chat. Ryoka, welcome in, sweetie. How are you? Fuck, what was that? Oh yeah. But yeah, there's I would say that the vast majority of people just don't use it that way. And the number of times that I have seen productions or game companies or whatever being caught out with like generated images in the final product and then being like, oopsie, I didn't see it there, I forgot about it. I'm like, well, then just don't, like, we shouldn't even have access to it. That's me. What do you think of it, lovely Lav? No! Fuck. Maybe it'll last. Maybe it'll last from Lucky. Just got home from work and you? Yeah, I'm doing well, sweetie pie. Thank you for asking. How was work? I love it, Tao. Yay! I'm so glad you do, cutie pie. I gotta get the wrist arm thing right. I think it's like an off-white, sorta. Yeah, that's my point. In the same way, I wouldn't want a Google image search result in a final product. It's the mood board phase alongside Google image search results, Insta, etc., where I speak to a real human being and actually commission a final piece. I think... Charge your iPad! Ah! Hold on, let me see where my... Oh, my phone needs a charge too. Hold on. I might actually need to get my charger from over there. Hold on a second. One moment, please. Ignore the hands flipping out. Oh, there it goes. Oh, there she goes. Hold on. Wee, woo. Okay. Wee, 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 wee. Ah, fuck. That's not gonna work. Hold on. What am I going to do? What if I tell you guys you're not allowed to see my hands for the rest of the stream? Or you're not allowed to see art for the rest of the stream? Which would you choose? This is your ultimatum. Do you want to see hands for the rest of the stream or do you want to see art for the rest of the stream? You don't get to see the other one. I do not have two USB-C slots on my computer. Unfortunately. Art for the rest of stream? Wait, you do want to see... I put a poll up. I decide everything through polls. Hands or art? Hands, art. Okay, I'm going to say want hands, want art. You got one minute. Tell me if you would like to see art or hands for the rest of the stream. Is this a hypothetical question? No, this is an actual question because
I only have one slot accessible on my computer for either my hand camera or to charge my iPad. I don't have any others. So you basically have to decide between a genuinely just chatting stream where I'm waving my hands around, or you have to decide on an art stream where I don't have my hands available. I can still do this, lots. Don't worry, you'll still see my face, but okay, you want art. Great. Okay. Let me do that. No more handies. That's not that is not. Oh boy. Art. Hold on. I'll go back and read what you guys have said. Let me just make sure this doesn't die first. Oh, yes! Oh my god, please. Okay. Ooh! Yay! We're back. Oh, guys, we're back. All right. Let me see here. Tau art is best art. Thank you, sweetie. Hold on, let me read here. Save. So many people seem to be okay with AI one step behind them. Production is okay with AI concept art. Marketing is okay with AI full products. CEOs are okay with AI everything. The concept artists just get to scream into the dark. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah. I hate looking at big corpos. I hate that big corpos are looking at that and saying, we don't need to take this further. Just let AI do it. That sucks so much. Yeah. I tend to agree with Save where AI, I genuinely would not see an issue with what you're saying if AI wasn't such a threat, you know? It's kind of like how, I think it's a little bit like, no, it's not a great approximation. I was gonna say it's a little bit like how libraries started like faltering and completely falling out of the cultural zeitgeist and everything else once Google became a thing, right? When you could just like search up the whole World Wide Web and stuff. But generative AI actually has potential to do substantially more damage to the creative fields than the internet ever did to libraries and physical media, which is saying a lot because the internet did fuck up a lot of that. Elias, is it okay to want that here? This is generally such a sweet community, but every community I've been in feels like me being there has an expiry date, and then eventually I have to leave. Like everyone has a tolerance level for me, and once it's filled, I gotta go say, I gotta go so they can breathe and get space, so the level's empty. No, not at all, hon. You gotta remember, Monstera was here from the time that they arrived to when they unfortunately passed on. Like they were here that whole time. I mean, they took elective breaks of their own choosing, of their own volition. I'm still gesturing with my hands, damn it. But they were always welcome here. Anyone from the Monstera pack is always welcome here. This is a pretty welcoming place. The only thing that you can't do here is be hateful, negative, mean-spirited, bigoted, like, you know, it's a very cozy space, and anyone who is willing to be cozy and kind and considerate, you can be here forever. Okay, let me see here. Get hang of it more labor work than I thought, and it being 10-hour shifts. So I get the weekend off. Ooh, that's nice, Ryoko. Are you just gonna relax for the weekend? I guess I'm a very singular point. My use case is that I've previously provided absolutely scuffed MS Paint drawings. I'm not an artist, but with the local Gen AI models I can point to, I like this sort of lighting, this sort of framing in the same way I would reference image searches. I absolutely wouldn't want to see AI replace concept art. Its only use in my mind is before even reaching the concept art phase done by a human. Here's what I think, right? For as long as concept art has been a thing. Wait! You're supposed to be charging! on, sorry. Why? What do you mean you're at 5%? Oh, God. You guys, give me just a second. I gotta go get Nath's external charger. Hold on. Thank you. Love you. Bye. Okay. You get hands back, you guys. Aren't you excited? Fuck, dude. I can't even unscuff at the end of stream. Not possible. Ow. Bowie. Aren't you glad you're here to witness this? Isn't this fun? Aren't we having a grand old time? Okay. Give me my hands back. Yay! Yay, hands! All right, let me make sure this is charging. Hold on. It's gone up from 4 to 7% in the last 30 seconds. I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay. Hands. Okay. Having a sweater on is not good for my hand tracking. Shit. What was I saying? I was saying something about that as long as concept art has been a thing, people have been able to make money off of that. And any phase of the process that is not delegated to a human being is time and money that someone who is trained for years is not receiving. You know what I mean? Pierce's hair is a little too dark. Okay, I can definitely lighten that up a little bit for you, hon. It is pretty dark, isn't it? How is that color? You like that one more? Ah. Who's monsters? Who's monsters? Oh, Monstera. Monstera was a very, very lovely, sweet, generous, kind, pretty much OG member of this community, and brought in such wonderful people as Elias and about, I want to say, like 8 other people. All of them are delightful individuals. I agree with you. The awful shame of it is that even my proposed limit to where Gen AI use should cease to be part of the creative process is not where it actually ends in most cases. I'm absolutely of the opinion that it's gone way too far and should be smited and reined in hugely. I want to go. I'm not saying this is specifically against geeks. Everyone does this. I do this, but it's very, very easy to say the only moral use of X is my use of X. Right. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Why am I bad, Alex? You found a ref sheet for politely. Let's go. Monstera was a good bean. They used to be a community pal. Dog furry named after the Monstera plant. Yeah. Is there cable fucked? No, it's actually not. I think maybe it's possible that it's just not powering. It might not have been powering the it may not have been powering. I thought I was charging. I did too. Fuck. This is so funny. I love that. None of the fuck. I love that you guys panicked with me. Thank you for panicking with me. Let's see. Hey, lovely Loudon, welcome on back. Had some pretty good sleep through the stream. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, City Pie. Excellent. Ow. Forgive me if I'm wrong again, not an artist, but isn't the pre-concept mood board phase usually made up of real-world refs, real-world products, and other artists' work before concept begins? I could be misinformed. It often is, but with that said, number one, it's not doing damage to the environment the way that generative AI does. And number two, generating, like when you find Google images and stuff like that, those can be prior to Gen AI, that is, those can be easily immediately tracked down to an original source. People can find out, I love this style. Who's this from, right? The problem with generative AI in this case, even going all the way back to where you're using it, Gorgeous Geeks, is that sorry, I just got a text. Is that if someone, yourself or someone who's looking at the mood board or whatever, wants to track down, oh, I really like this piece of clothing. Who's that designed by? I really like this style of art. Who is that by? What technique is this? You'll never find out because it's a culmination of a ton of stolen art. In a big way, it's a little bit like, cutting apart like museum pieces and then pasting them together and being like, okay, this is what I'm looking for. And someone goes, but what is this piece from? I want to see the original piece for that. And you go, oh, I have no idea. I already burnt it. I already cut it up. It's like me cutting out a holographic ho-oh when I was 6. I miss Sarah. I know, sweetheart. We do too. Can we submit links for you to react to something? I found a YouTube short that gave me the biggest off I've ever felt. Give me just a sec. Sorry, I'm getting all sorts of interruptions today. What was I looking at? Sorry. Found a YouTube short that gave me the biggest off I've ever felt. I don't really do react streams. That could be something if you guys want me to do a react stream. If you want me to make that a channel point goal, I guess I could do that. But I generally don't do too much in the way of like reactions on stream otherwise. And play video games on the AI on the art creative work. It's like those, although can't get the concept of no, you can't take a pic of my one-of-a-kind art I just bought. They look like I offended them by saying no. Yeah. Amazing Alex, welcome in. Thank you for the 10 stream streak. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we have them on star emotes Seru made available for use on Twitch if there's a slot available? I don't know if there is. I think that's what the problem with it was. That's why we can't have a lot of them, because we don't have the slots. Pretty much Gen AI is doing, what it's doing is making an amalgamation of other art. Yeah, I appreciate the discussion on it. Really genuinely hope I haven't ruffled anyone's feathers by bringing it up. Glad I could get opinions on it and learn from you all, especially in a disciple I'm not a part of. Yeah, listen, I think it's a balancing act for everyone involved in that I think that there are quite a few people who are not in the creative industry who don't quite comprehend the sheer damage that Gen AI has done to every creative industry. And creative types, including me, we really get our backs up about Gen AI. And I think that a lot of the time we're kind of getting our backs up, like we're definitely getting our backs up appropriately, but we're getting them up against like tech bros. I think there are, in a lot of cases in the world, not just in Gen AI, but overall, I think there's a lot of cases where the majority of people who take a stance for or against something, we live in such a polarized and divisive world right now that there's not a lot of willingness to sort of see other viewpoints. And I do unfortunately think that in a lot of cases, that's fair. Because as the world gets more divisive, there's more and more and more things that people are just, what previously would have been like, oh, this is a very clear-cut yes or no. People should not be losing their jobs to technology. That is a clear line. But we don't have that anymore, right? Things are muddying the water a lot. But I think there are a few people, potentially you as well, Geeks, and I think based on what you're saying, I think this is you as well. There are people who just don't understand where the harm comes in. And for those people who genuinely are open to understanding where people who are being impacted by these things comes from, those people can have their minds changed, are the type of people you want to have like a civilized discussion with about it. But I mean, I think you've been here long enough, Briggy, to like kind of hear the overall sentiment in this community and from me, which is fuck Gen AI, right? And while I am more than happy to, and I would like to assume that much of the pouch is willing to explain in non-violent terms, why it is such a devastating quote invention unquote. Overall, it is a really, really heated topic, especially for everyone in the creative space. And I can appreciate that you can appreciate that. But it's really hard. It's really hard for me to talk on it because I'm aware of how strongly I feel. I'm aware of the fact that I've lost 2 separate jobs exclusively because of generative AI. But yeah, I think that there are certain people that you can actually explain this stuff to, and they will think on it, bring it home, and be like, okay, yeah, maybe this is a little bit fucked up of me. But there are a lot more people, unfortunately, who just go, well, fuck you, it's just a tool, it's like a pencil. It's like, no. It's kind of like, I've used this example before, and a lot of other people have, but it's kind of like getting like a lean cuisine from the supermarket for $1.50, putting it in the microwave, and then being like, I am a Michelin star chef, you know? It's not a tool. In addition to what Tao said, there is a current trend where previously someone might say, hey, I want a big dinosaur type creature that is powered by and seethes with shadow. And the concept artist got to make something like in their style based on that thought process. Now people are handing over an AI image and saying, give me a non-AI version of this. Yes, that is very true. That is unfortunately very true. Recently, I was asked to do something very similar to that. It stings, dude. It stings so hard. And I'm like, and you know, as an artist, I think you wind up being like, fuck, I'm losing so many jobs to this stuff. Do I not lecture the person who has just come to me with this? Basically, I feel like it's kind of like going to, this is I'm so bad at fucking metaphors, but hopefully you'll get it. When someone approaches an artist with an AI generated concept, whether that's written, musical, cinematographic, photographic, artistic, conceptual, whatever it is, if they come to an artist and they say, here, I want something like this, it's a bit like going to a vegan with a bleeding animal pelt. I'm not even kidding. Like that is genuinely how I reckon it feels when someone comes to me and goes, Tao, so I made this in AI and I go, dude, you're just kind of showing me what you're willing to do and how much you don't really respect the craft. You know what I mean? Sorry, I'm really far behind. Yeah, there you go. So Gorgeous Geeks is learning. Yes, I come from a coding discipline where AI usage is totally different. Right. And that's why we're talking about like the difference between Gen AI and AI, right? Like as I've told the Precious Pals before, like AI is the stuff that back in like the OG Tomb Raider, that's what told the enemies to patrol from here, go here. If you shoot a gun, they go, what was that? Or like Skyrim as well. Like, what was that? That's AI. That's AI. Gen AI is not that. What are your thoughts on using AI in video games if it's only for a small part of development? Like Expedition 33 uses uses of AI for placeholder assets. There's also a new indie JRPG that released on Steam where the devs admitted the AI was used to build the UI and character portraits. They say that they designed the character sprites themselves, though. I would say no. I don't think that's appropriate. I think Expedition 33 is a great game, but I take big issue with them using AI for placeholder assets. If you're going to do a placeholder anyway, why not make it a green box so that you remember to remove it, right? And I really don't like when people use AI in any portion of the development. My knowledge of Gen AI is at best a curiosity because I don't really have much of anything to do with it. My entire knowledge base is from the coding side for my job, so I admit I'm separated from the creatives and those it threatens because it's not my wheelhouse or usage. So I don't really intend to upset people over it. I'm very clearly out of the creative side of the loop. Well, we're happy to educate you. We are very happy to educate you. To me, this is still the dismissive angle of people being okay with things that don't affect them. Oh, we can use AI for UI. That doesn't matter. Right. Exactly, Save. 100% right. Yes, yes, yes. Cutie Kurama, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I want a violently redacted Gen AI. Hugs for you, lovely Eon. Hugs for you, sweet Asetu. Hopefully the Gen AI will fail and go away. I would love that. I vote all artists move to a new island and not share their art to anyone anymore but each other. I love that. Maid, thank you for the huggles. Thanks to input from you and Save, I'm understanding it more and more, and I should hope it's obvious that I'm getting it and agreeing with you guys. I also really hope I haven't caused anyone to think less of me or being misinformed or underinformed. Again, it's something that my inherent, I'm not gonna lie to you, like, I'm a little bit too fucking transparent, I think, yeah, as a streamer, as a VTuber, but like, I'll tell you guys when something offends me or bothers me. And my initial response was, right? But, Geese, that's not directed at you. It is directed at the profound misunderstanding that a lot of people who are disconnected from this realm that we are very much involved in. Oh, hi there, Effie! Welcome in! Hello! Welcome in, Effie! Oh, you were playing Final Fantasy 14, let's go! Welcome, welcome, lovely! How are you? I forgot to turn off my raids! Hi! Okay, we'll go... Actually, sorry, hold on. I promised somebody that I would talk to them. I just need to double check with them real quick. Welcome in, Raiders. A lovely Effie. How was FF14, sweetie pie? How was Heaven's Ward? It is so good to see you. They murdered my boy. Ah, don't tell me. I might not know. I haven't gotten into Heaven's Ward yet. But you guys, please, 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 please go. They massacred my boy. Ugh, I can't. I'm sorry, Effie. Oh no, I can't cry about I'm so sorry, hun. Oh no, I'm so sorry. No spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. I'm so sorry. Okay, hold on. I do need to turn off raids. I am a dummy. 1 second, sorry. Shoot. Welcome in, though, gorgeous. How are you? It is such a pleasure to see you. I'm so sorry that you are suffering. Ow, I'll take that. That's because I didn't turn off raids, my bad. Lovely Effie, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be, perchance? It is a pleasure to see you here, darling. They mocked my sadness. What, your community? Did your community mock your, mock your sadness? The pleasure is all mine. Tonight at 9 EST PM. Hold on. Let me go look up the EST. Time EST. Okay, that is about 14 hours from now. Please go check out Lovely Effie 14 hours from now. What will you be doing? Do you know what you will be doing? ESTPM is a word. Estipum? Dude. Estipum. Estipum. Are you gaslighting me? What's happening here? It's 5 a.m. for me. Time for bed. Absolutely terrific, Talon. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, sweetie pie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. 9 p.m. EST. Yay, cool. That's what I thought. Okay, that's about 14 hours from now. I think that we will be doing, what we'll be doing is I will be riding to hell to avenge my boy and dap his soul as I watch his ghost smile down from the heavens on me. No. I howl to the moon and to your boy, Effie. I am so sorry. I am filled with rage. Can I help you lighten up a little? What a transition.
Self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Welcome to the pouch! Welcome to the pouch. Welcome to the pouch. I hope your stream has been going well. I'm sorry for sneaking in. Oh, please don't apologize, hun. That's so incredibly generous of you to bring your lovely community in. I feel bad because I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I should have remembered to turn them off. But at the same time, we did talk about how you were like, I'd really like to raid you sometime, but you always turn off your fucking raids. So, you know what? I appreciate you. You guys, if you haven't checked out the absolutely fabulous Effie, you definitely need to. She is so sweet, so interactive. She's super quick and knows, like, she's who I want on my like trivia team, you know, my pub night trivia team. She is so I saw the door open, I snuck in. Thank you for bringing your amazing community in, sweetie pie. Do you know when you're gonna next be playing Heaven's Ward? I am so sorry that you can't vent to me about what's happening to your boy. I want so badly to hold you and stroke your hair and comfort you. But alas, I do not know this boy. And therefore I cannot feel anything for him. Not yet. I'm gonna read into you and I'm gonna be like, it was the boy! This will be like months down the road. Oh, they fucked with my boy! Oh, you're gonna be playing it tonight as well. Okay, cool. You guys, please do check out lovely Effie, who is going to be streaming in like 14 hours, basically, doing some more Final Fantasy. Oh my god, laugh. Holy shit. Looking at backgrounds from my new PC, and the moment the intro video said favorite drink, I screamed out, Mao! And then realized when I said, Oh my god. That's very funny. I have approximate knowledge of I read that as anything and then everything, and now I read it as what you wrote, which is many things. But I think you actually, my brain thinks you know everything and anything. Yeah, you will, you'll know. I'm scared. You may have missed my hugs from above. I am so sorry. I did miss anything that was said before the break. Just this once. Feel free to resend anything that you would like from before the break. My bad. Thank you for the pal hat, lovely Eon. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Thank you. Flattering! Oh, darling, you flatter me with your presence. You may have missed my hugs for you! And yes, we got a spirit song. I am off to attempt to become unconscious. Quickly sleep. Have a lovely rest of stream, y'all, and enjoy the following Tau imagery. Thank you, Eon. You're very kind. Am I gonna see you tomorrow? Oh no, I probably won't actually. No. Thank you for taking care of Mr. Boobins, Eon. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yucky. Tau, lovely, darling. Picture of beauty. You, what do you think is my hair? Sorry, that was not what I meant to say. You know what? I'll roll with it. What, do I have some on my face? What is it? Is it, sorry, did I scratch my face? What's, you know what? What's up? You're perfect. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, takes one to know one. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. Oh man. Hey, Effie, how often are you going to be playing Final Fantasy? Take a picture, it'll last longer. Googly eyes, a sister. Sorry, I'm just reading messages. With my sleep towel, I probably won't be out of the house until the Orvo, so travel safely. Oh, thank you, Honey Bun! Please give Mr. Boobins a cuddles. Remember to keep his door closed when you're not hanging out with him, because I have caught his little butt scratching on the couch, and it upsets me greatly. You know me, and I'm not perfect. Sure you are, all my precious pals are. Most playing it Thursday and Fridays. I don't know how I keep on missing you playing it. I'm sorry. I need to come and visit you. Do you have a free company? Not to go back to the previous discussion, I'm just super worried that I might have upset people with that discussion. I hope I'm still cool with everyone. Got a knot in my stomach that I may have come across poorly. Precious pals, what do you think? I personally am happy to educate, you know? I'm happy to educate. And I don't think that anybody here is unwilling to accept this. This wouldn't be the pouch if we weren't able to, you know, learn from mistakes and educate ourselves. And I appreciate greatly that you are willing to listen to the creative side of things, and absorb that information and hopefully take it in and do what you will with it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, the name of the game with us is absolutely, you know, warmth and community. And what is the point of that if you aren't going to be able to, you know, be honest about something and then get genuine feedback on it, and then have people like hold it against you, right? So like, frankly, I have absolutely no issue with you, sweetheart. Not at all. I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate you. I would rather you speak to us about it than go to like forums and stuff and be like, so what's up with all these fucking creatives? Am I right? Which you wouldn't do, but Expedition 33 devs did end up creating actual assets themselves when they got around to it. They only used AI as a placeholder. I personally agree that going forward, dev companies should form teams whose job are to build placeholder assets themselves without needing to use AI. Yep. The less AI, the better by far. I don't think I've got an FC. I don't know if I can visit or not. Oceania, I think, has troubles. Oh, it might actually. That's a good point. Shoot.
Because I was going to say, you should join us. You should join us. I don't know what happened, but sometimes we make mistakes. Working to resolve the issue and be mindful going forward usually is the best apology. So I think you're good. Tao and her bounty pals are super kind. Yeah, thank you, sweetie. We are also learning, beautiful Belbin, absolutely. Problematic people who created those topics are upsetting, but the mention and discussion here was civil and honest in their structure. I cannot see any pals being the problem. No, exactly. And remember, gorgeous geeks, you are also a precious pal. And we like to educate and inform our precious pals. I would like to just mention, I do apologize if I come off at all like... I've spoken about this a little bit, and I try not to go into it too much, but my base impulse is conflict. Conflict. That's the word I'm looking for. I am the opposite of conflict avoidant. But since I've been streaming, and I've been really trying to make this community nice and warm and cozy and friendly, and understanding, my goal is to make sure that I don't come off as conflict seeking. And I hope I did not come off that way, because I know that and I think this happens for everybody, but when there's something that we feel very strongly about, it's really hard to be like, okay, I'm going to talk about this, like, you know, we're chatting about our favorite anime. But I never want to make you feel uncomfortable, because I genuinely, truly just want to inform and educate. And I want to hear your side, and I want to hear, I'm very curious, and I really appreciate that you're so open and willing to listen to the creative side of this stuff. Yeah. And I hope that, yeah, so thanks everyone, and thanks for teaching me about the creative side. It's something that very rarely touches my line of work, so I didn't really get it like I've learned today. Perfect! That's all I want. That's all I want. That is all I want. I want you to be able to learn from what we have said, from people who are on the, you know, basically in the firing range. And if that can change your perception of generative AI, that makes me very happy. You know what I mean? I feel like there's just too much, you know, you believe this thing, fuck you. And I don't want that to be this community. You know what I mean? Especially when someone is as, like, open and genuine and thoughtful about the conversation as you have been. You know what I mean? I thought I had to catch up, but now I can come tank you if you need help. Yes! Oh my god, what class are you playing, lovely Effie? Okay. Let me see if I can get our flats done and get those approved by lovely Lav before we finish up stream. Because we don't have a whole lot of flats to go. I think there's just like this black pattern on the bottom-ish. Elias, the bat has an off-topic question for peeps in chat and Tao. Woo! Please, appies? Yes, go, lovely Elias. I was already only on the sidelines and seeing it from distance, so honestly, the discussion really filled in a lot I didn't know and had not considered. Good, good. I'm happy to hear that, hun. If you ever want to talk about that some more, feel free to DM me, okay? I'm a red mage dragoon. Nice! But I'm going to do Dark Knight? Death Knight? Dark Knight? Fuck. Wow, brain rot. Okay, WoW has Death Knights. Dark Knight? Is Final Fantasy a Dark Knight? A Dusk Knight. When you get to level 70. Nice! Okay, very cool. I'm pretty sure Lav's been appreciating it the whole time. Yay! Tau, gunbreaker. Yeah, I want to be a gunbreaker, will? But that is so sick. Yes, I would love for you to be a wonderful, magnificent Effie tank. An Effie tank! Maybe we should try and do like a collab stream when I catch up to you, which god, that might never happen if you play more than I do in a week. Get Heaven's Word, become a machinist, deliver the power of gun to Eorzea. Exactly. I've been admiring him. Do you like him? Is he a handsome chibi boy? Okay.
Wait, I love doing like patterns on clothes and stuff. Oh, fuck. I think I went outside the lines. That's a good thing. Go outside the lines. Yeah, yeah. Does anyone have a favorite dinosaur or megafauna? Friendly, fresh inquiry. I don't have like a favorite. I tell people this whenever they ask because I am not nearly paleontologist-ish enough to appreciate specific dinos. But I love the Indoraptor, which is a fake dinosaur. He's very handsome. Ooh. Tao Lovely, I'm gonna go eat and do some after stream care. I adore you and encourage everyone to shower you with fame and money and corn, but I'll be back in a bit. All good, darling, all good. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community and sweetheart. We will see you soon. Enjoy your amazing food. That's the other thing, you guys. She cooks like a fucking legend. She makes amazing food. She will make you salivate by the stuff that she's like, oh yeah, I just casually made this, I don't know, fucking, hot honey, lemon, glazed, slow braised chicken or something. It's so good. Rex and Stego are my favorites. Good choices, Prime. Good choices. All right. Are there any other? It's fine. The Jurassic Park velociraptors are like 72% fake. You're not wrong about that, actually. You are not wrong about that. You are not wrong about that at all. Okay. Lovely Lav, are there any? I'll be sure to head over for dinner jokes. Oh no, please go to her stream. Go follow her. She's amazing. Laugh! Sorry. Are you happy with the flats on this? Any other changes before I get to that? Give me a remake of Jurassic Park, but give them feathers. Dude, I don't know why they didn't put feathers on them in the first place. They look so much cooler with feathers. I watched Dinosaurs over on Netflix, like over the span of like 2 weekends. And listen, it's kind of slop, right? It's a little bit slop, but I like feathered dinosaurs. I like was it a T-Rex? It was very cool. They had like a feathered cold weather T-Rex adjacent thing that was like black and white feathers with bright blue eyes. Very cool looking. I want one of those. I want to ride one of those. Did they know about the feathers when it was made? Oh, maybe not, but I still think they should have been like, this would be cool. So I want that. Aspen has finished Coda art and you're happy, lovely love. Let's go. Okay, hold on. Let me go see this. Let me go see. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh my god, he's so cute. Oh, I love him. Aspen, he's so cute. He's going in the fan art. He's so fucking cute. I'm obsessed. He's so baby. Look at his spotties. Oh, he got spotties. He got scratchies. No, he doesn't have scratchies. We don't want Coda to have scratchies. That's so cute. Oh my god. Tao, probably my favorite horse, or what amount of cream is acceptable. Wait, Tao would probably be favorite horse, or what amount of cream is acceptable in tiramisu. Correct, Elias. That is correct. That is correct. You are absolutely right. I can tell you exactly both of those. He's perfect. Don't change him. Okay, perfect. All right, then I will start working on your shadows and stuff, okay? This is so pretty, Aspen. I hope someone's like streaming this to her. Yeah, good. Aspen! Do you hear me? Aspen, do you hear me? I love him. He's so cute. He did such a great job, sweetheart. Oh, he's so baby. I'm so sorry, you guys. You aren't allowed to look at my unread DMs. I have got to answer some of these. Let me see. For inaccuracies, the velociraptors are pretty damn cool and iconic. That is true. They are very cool. I'll put my hand up and admit I have used Gen AI before, but it was to add to the hilarity of the moment and nothing more. Those images were deleted immediately afterward. I still encourage you not to use it, because even if it's deleted immediately afterward, it's really, really bad for the environment. Like, very bad for the environment. I don't think the feathers were well established when JP... Jurassic Park! I'm so used to saying JP for Japan, and I'm like, JP? Who wrote Japan? Who made Japan?
But it was by 10 years later, and they added a few feathers on the head of the raptors of Jurassic Park 3 to lightly acknowledge it. Of course, they can just dismiss the whole thing by saying they got a lot of frog DNA mixed in, okay? Okay. Let me show you. Dinosaurs, Netflix, feathered dinosaurs. There's like a really cute little one and a really cool big one. Oh, that's it. What is that? What is this thing? Here, it's this guy. This is so cool. This is what a dinosaur should look like. That's a man's dinosaur right there. Hold on. Oh, and then there was this little guy. Okay, this little guy was so cute. I watched like 5 hours of this show so that I could look at him. Look at him. Dinosaur. Equus giganteus was pretty neat. Big ancient horse. True. Very cool. Very cool. She can hear you through my mic. Oh, I'm so sorry for breaking her ears. This thing is scary. This is a Spinosaurus, I think. Look! This thing looks like something from World of Warcraft. Technical question based on my knowledge of using it for work and assuming it tracks with Gen AI 2, but is the environmental factor less of a concern when the whole thing is run locally and not in a data center? No, it's still a concern. Listen, like rationally in the scheme of things, it is true that locally it's not as bad, but it is still very bad. It is still very bad. Actually, do you want to, I'm going to actually, this is a very interesting video from Hank Green, who is very well educated in this stuff, and it's a long video. But I encourage you to, I was going to speak on his talking points, but I was like, I don't remember exactly what he said. So I really want you to listen to this. Here we go. So this is about AI water use, and it is 24 minutes long. Everyone, I do encourage you to watch that. It's a very, very interesting video. And it's very informative. And he actually does go into the kind of like false equivalencies and conflations and stuff that people constantly talk about when they are talking about like, oh, well, it only takes up this much when you use this inquiry, or it only takes up this much when you generate this image. But he goes into some really, really good stuff. I gotta say, I watched it 4 months ago when it first came out, and we all know that my memory is, oh man, my brain is like a steel trap if you pulverized one. So please do listen to that. Becomes a complicated moral topic. Your usage is managed, but the models you're running were probably built by those giant data centers and related companies. Also true. But yeah, no, that video actually goes into like really specific stuff, and it'll help you understand a little bit more. A Hank Green video, I didn't watch it. I got on my watch later for after stream. Yeah, and then please let me know what you think of it. A dinosaur feather quill would be neat. It would be really cool. Just imagine trying to write cursive with a feather half of your size. Yeah, you'd probably have to like bundle it up or something. Okay, well, I feel really bad about this, but I think we're gonna have to say thank you so very much for the raid, lovely FB. So sweet of you. I appreciate you. And we gotta go see an artist. Let's go see an artist doing art. Let me see. Did I turn off raids? I did. I was a little bit late to turn them off though. Let me see. Hold on. Art. You know what? We might go see. We haven't seen Duggar for a while.
fellow, well, New Zealand, he's a New Zealander. I almost said fellow Aussie, but fellow Oceanian, I guess, fellow Oceanian. All right, my darlings. This is your reminder, by the way, we don't actually have our traditional Persona stream on Sunday. And that is just because I am going to be out of town. And it is a request from my lovely partner and from the people we're hanging out with this weekend that if you guys see me on Discord typing away, besides my Wordle, I am not letting that streak go. Anyway, I digress. You have to tell me to get the fuck out, okay? You have to do it. You have to do it. Promise me, promise Nate, promise our friends, because otherwise I'll work all weekend when I'm supposed to be spending time with these people. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do this. I'm very scared of not working. But I will see you on Tuesday. I give you a 2 for Tuesday. But yeah, that means don't be worried if you don't see me saying good main for the next like couple of days. Yeah. Okay. I love you. Take care of yourselves, please. Please. Darlings, if you are going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Get good rest. Statement. Wake you sleep. Watch you sleep, geeks. Amaze. Have a good evening and restful weekend. Thank you, sweetest Save you too. And you as well, awesome Aussie, sweetest Saru, lovely Lily. Thank you so much for joining me. Okay, yes, and I will see you guys on Tuesday for Final Fantasy 14. Please take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you. One more time, I'd love to say thank you so very much to our fabulous raiders, the Radical Jacked Ram, the sweetest of save files 17, the magnificent Mad Arts Treasures, and the dearest Drive You Batty, aka Excellent Effie. We're gonna go see the lovely Juggernaut. Gotta be careful with his name. And he's doing some art and he's very entertaining. So you're gonna love him. We love him. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Please don't forget about me. I'll be gone for 48 hours. Oh my God. I won't forget about you.